great thing is it's still dry. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to the other end and have a chat with some teams down here, because we've got 5 teams down here who are having a great time. Craig Butterworth is just waiting for Ian Wood to come in. How are we feeling?
Looking forward to getting in the car, hoping it starts this time, because we lost about 30 seconds at our last pit stop. The car wouldn't restart.
And it was a bit of a chaotic first few laps out there, wasn't it?
It was, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was a great stint. It was such a shame to end it that way after the high of a really productive stint, but hey, we'll dust ourselves off and go again.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of your stint, Craig. That's Craig Butterworth from GCI. Let's pop down to Exposure Lights. We've got Morgan Sparrow, who's just waiting to get in the car, looked after by the legend that is Paul Sheard. And we need to get Paul in one, don't we?
Oh, definitely. We were saying that over the weekend. I think maybe Silverstone might be the answer.
And how have you found this weekend?
Yeah, good. Big learning curves, very different from RR. So, yeah, nice to be outside in the day and, yeah, learning lots. Not going that quickly, but there's always race 2.
And plans for the rest of the year? We know it's a selected campaign. You're back for Silverstone and potentially Alton?
Yeah, definitely Silverstone. And that's it, unfortunately. But it's all building up for a big 2027.
Yeah, because at the minute you're commuting backwards and forwards from the US, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back this September for good. So then, who knows, we might get a bit better then.
All right, well done, Morgs. That's Morgan Sparrow from Exposure Lights. Hopefully, I've got time to talk to a couple more. Mark Burton's here. He's just relaxing, waiting to get in the car. Looking very casual, Mr. B.
I'm trying to be.
How's it all been going? Because it was a bit of a worry that you weren't going to make the start.
Yeah, we had a potential oil issue, but it all seems okay. Oil pressure's staying stable, so yeah, we're going along.
Michael Lyons joining you this weekend. Normally you have had Matt with you. Of course, unfortunately, Matt's not feeling very well, so get well soon, mate. We're all thinking of you.
Okay, Jamie, yeah, see you soon.
Yeah, enjoy it. That's Mark Burton. Unfortunately, I think he's got his ears in, so I don't think he can quite hear what I was saying. Let's have a word with Mr. Minshaw while we're here. Jace, bit of a hectic first half of the race for you?
Yeah, seemed to lose half the front of my car, which happens.
What happened?
So I just ran wide coming out of the last corner and ran out of talent and bounced off the grass.
We had a little bit of cooling out earlier. Obviously, hopefully now it's pretty much all gone.
Yeah, that was quite exciting. I managed to fall off before that incident, but yeah, first lap was quite exciting when I came across our sister car 90 degrees across the track in front of me at Rocket.
Yeah, and what's the golden rule?
Sorry?
What's the golden rule? Don't hit your teammate.
No, I didn't. I went across the grass, avoiding it.
All right, well,
gained about 5 spots, I think, which was a bonus.
Fantastic. Well, let yourself get ready. I'm guessing I'm keeping going for the moment. We're having some technical issues, so I do apologise if it's a bit patchy. Neo Clark is just getting ready to get into the car. He'll be getting in shortly. You've had a cracking first half of the race so far, haven't you?
Yeah, not too bad. We've just been kind of just being in the pack and then just making our way through, just staying in the fight. We had a really good first stint, and then I think Josh is just trying to bring it round for the last 2 stints. So.
All right, well, get ready, mate, because I think you're going out in a minute. So just right in the middle of our pit stop cycle at the moment. Cars are coming in. We've got the Exposure Lights team that are putting 1 churn of fuel in. That's around sort of 22 or so litres. And we've got the Team Viking and Ursus Capital car. They're struggling to start at the moment. We've got Aaron Pugh just working on that car. He's telling Colin to blip the throttle to try and get some fuel into the engine, but it's just not starting, unfortunately, so that's going to be costing them time. But I do want to talk to one of our amazing marshals, because without our amazing marshals, the guys can't do their race, and I can't stand here. Sam can't do what he does, and you know, motorsport just wouldn't happen. So I'm just going to see if I can doorstep Alex, if that's all right. This is Alex. He's one of our amazing pit lane marshals. First of all, thank you for all your colleagues and you for what you do. What got you into marshalling all those years ago?
Well, it's probably about 14, 15 years ago. Deborah bought me tickets to Autosport International. I took a friend down there and he signed up for a taster day at the BMMC stand. I only went along to the taster day as a guest, but had spare spaces. Did that, hooked ever since.
And you do quite a lot of these Fun Cup races. They're quite intense down here in the pit lane, aren't they?
It's the best place to be. It's one of the best things about marshalling is a Fun Cup pit stop. It's manic, and that's been nice.
And for anyone that wants to come and do marshalling, where do they sign up? Obviously BRSCC, but there's also the BMMC as well.
The BMMC website's really good, so marshall.co.uk, and that information about what marshals do, how you can apply, big button on the top, apply for a taste today. Come along and have a look.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, mate. That's Alex Hammond-Froese, one of our amazing pit lane marshals. I understand everything's all back up and running in the commentary box, so I'll hand you back to Andy and John.
Thank you very much, and brilliant filling work there from Jamie. I'm not convinced anyone actually saw it watching on the stream. If you didn't, then you're missing out. But you haven't missed a huge amount on track. The race continues to rumble away with our third round of pit stops now well and truly underway. We have not yet had any of the leaders in, but we are seeing a few of our sort of top 10 runners now starting to dive for the pit lane for the third time. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, they built that lead now, John, to 17.5 seconds. This has been quite a significant stint for the race leaders. That gap had been hovering under 10 seconds for basically the first hour and 15 minutes or so of the race. That's now changed, and Fabulous and Farkini are starting to assert their authority on this race.
Yes, that was the question, wasn't it? Would they remain relatively similarly gapped after that next round of pit stops that we saw? That was a big clobber of the curb there from PLR UVO as they got a little bit wobbly on the exit, courtesy of that, but they keep it facing the right direction, which is good to see. But yeah, the gap opened up similarly to what it did on the first round of pit stops, another 4 or 5 seconds. That extended the gap to, what was it, around 12, I think, when they exited the pit lane. Well, as you say, that's now opened up to 18 seconds. So now with drivers back behind the wheel once more, that gap opening up and UVO able to find the pace and continue to extend that gap at the sharp end. And like you mentioned earlier, what a race it is to lead, given that they're championship rivals, or well, I say rivals, one's in first and one's in 8th, but either way you always expect for UVO to be a championship rival at least by the end of the season. For them to be winning this one with GRD further down the order than they would have liked, this is a great one to do it. But as I say that, GRD are in 6th place, Andy.
Yes.
They're in 6th place after starting at the back, then having an issue on that first stint and dropping way off the back of the pack. At one point it was 10 or 15 seconds between second last and then GRD in last, and they've managed to get their way back up into now the top 6. They got past Team Clapham North on the last time around the circuit. Up to the top 6 they go. Of course, that now means it's only the top 5 that are on the lead lap of the race. But for the moment, that strategy for GRD seemingly working well as they now peel into pit lane.
Yes, exactly. So I was going to caveat what you were saying with the fact that the Oda's a pit stop and they need fuel. They haven't taken any fuel yet in any of our pit stops, so they, remember, had a dry stop, as we call it last time, to try and save some time. They now have to put at least 1 full churn of fuel in. I don't think they've put... Was it 2?
It was 2.
Didn't spot the first one. Thank you, John. So this is going to be a longer stop. They weren't actually on the lead lap anyway, but that's no longer their goal, as you were saying. They just need to try and get as far up the top 10 now as they possibly can. Out they will go, and we'll find out in a few moments exactly where they are once this all cycles through. But that's... was a pretty quick stop, I'd have to say, for a double fuel stop, and that will now get them to the end without needing any more fuel.
Indeed, and as we would expect from Team GRD, for it to be a nice slick stop, as PLR UVO are struggling to keep it on the blacks. I've just seen out of our window again, they're off over on the grass as the dust being kicked up. But yeah, like we say, will be a bit of time lost in that one then, courtesy of the double churn there from team number 1. But it is Chris Lavelle who's back out behind the wheel for them. It was interesting to see as well Riley giving him a few tips and pointers as well just before we hop behind the wheel of the car. I think potentially just for how to deal with this car and how it's moving around underneath him at the moment, given that lack of front splitter. But we'll see where Chris brings it back in after this stint. As you say, they're not worried about keeping it on the lead lap now. That is pretty much gone. I think for now in this stint, it's Chris keeping it in the top 10 and then to hand it back over to Simon and then Riley to finish off the race, see where they can get to and see what points they can get back for them. And that will help if things go wrong later on in the season, they do have to use this as a score to try and get the best that they can from what has been a tough race for them.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a non-finish later on, not that that's actually such a thing as a non-finish in Fun Cup, even if you're not running at the flag, you are allocated a position and you score some points. But, let's say they have an engine failure that takes them out of the race altogether, they'll be very grateful then if they can fall back on a 7th place finish from Anglesey. So it is well worth getting as many points out of this one as they possibly can, and that is their goal. So ticking towards the end of this third round of pit stops, still the majority of the top 10 cars yet to make the stop. Race Logic, I believe, among those who have not stopped, correct. They're in 9th position at the moment, Race Logic, and this car is the 210 car currently in the hands of Julian Thomas again, who started the car. He'll hand over to David Denyer at the round of pit stops. Good to see Race Logic having a solid top 10 run here, and they're battling here on track at least with the 109 car. This isn't for position. The 109 is the FNS Morpheus car of Steve Walton, but we expect Race Logic in within the next couple of laps or so, and it'll be interesting to see what happens fuel-wise with our leading contender. In fact, Race Logic are in now as I say that. Our leading contenders, when they come in, who needs to take more fuel than others, could potentially see again a bit of a change, because I think there were quite a few cars in the top sort of 5-6 or so that didn't take fuel last time, and I think they're now going to have longer stops this time around, and the order, I suspect, will chop and change a little bit more.
Indeed, I think you're right. I just got caught out there. I suddenly thought, hold on a second, how are Red River Sport in 7th place? It's the other car.
Yes.
It's the other car.
I've done that too.
257 up in 7th. The other car with those issues in that first stint of the race, still down, 15 laps off of the race lead at the moment. So race has gone, but they're still using it as a bit of testing time. And of course, no better way to learn the circuit and how you'll race around it later on than to be in this first race of the day. So using it still, and of course they paid for the track time, so might as well use it, get stuck in. And like we say, as I was mentioning while you were out the box earlier on, I was speaking for the likes of Team GRD, but it works across teams that have had issues in this first race. It's a nice point that usually you'd have a race like this where it all goes wrong and you have to stifle over that for like a month or so before you're able to do it again. But here today, if it all goes wrong in race one, you've only got a few hours to wait even until you can do it all again.
Yeah, exactly so, and you can gather some valuable data for that evening race. Different track conditions, of course, this evening, racing into the night as we do. It'll be slightly cooler. Not that it's a particularly warm day today, it must be said, but they'll still be keen to log some laps if they can. There is the UVO PLR car, which continues to confuse me slightly. I think part of the reason they're struggling to keep it on the black stuff is the fact that they, along with several others, are missing that front splitter, and it's just going to be causing chronic understeer through a corner like Church, like the first corner at Target, and even some of these medium speed corners in the second half of the lap. So easy to pick up a bit of understeer and just drift wide beyond the curb again.
Indeed. Well, if you were confused, you're going to become more confused because it's the other UVO car that's now right behind them.
Oh, good.
So we're about to see UVO versus UVO for the first time ever in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, as the leading UVO Hoffman's car looks to put a lap on the PLR UVO car, as there is the Rob Boston Racing car heading back out onto circuit. RBR with Rare Vinyl back out on track there in second place. Looks as though we had third and fourth in as well. Vape Club, Morpheus Motorsport and Signature RV. But again, this is where it gets challenging for us because we're looking at the counter of who's done how many pit stops, but of course we've got to factor in penalties from throughout this race as well. Which there have been quite a few in this one. We're lacking safety cars, but we have had quite a lot of penalties in this comparatively to a usual Fun Cup race, I must say.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a lot of pit lane infractions and a couple of track limits ones. I don't know if I ever mentioned actually, but that PLR UVO car got a track limits penalty. That's what its drive-through was earlier on. This was about an hour ago, I'll admit. A lot has happened and I'd completely forgot about it. But so track limits penalties, pit lane penalties, etc. Leaders in, and I presume there was some fuel that went on board the 403 car before I spotted it, but out it goes. Where is the Rob Boston machine? It's nowhere in sight, so it's still going to be a very healthy lead for UVO. GRD, interestingly, remember Riley Phillips was in that car for the last stint, has just come out of the final corner. That is not a massive distance between the two cars. What lap times is that car doing now? They are up to 13th position, 121s. It's Chris Devell back in the car, we think now, isn't it? Yes, so Chris Devell then running in the 121s, but they're not a million miles behind the leader. The leader is at Church, and GRD coming out of the banking, so they're closer than they were last time I checked. But of course now Chris Devell's got the unenviable task of trying to match the pace of Farkini out in front, and that ain't going to be easy to do.
Not going to be easy indeed. I think, to be fair, mostly the focus will need to be on the car directly ahead. That is, I believe it's Julian Thomas behind the wheel for the Race Logic car. Is it? Have I got confused on stints? Are we in 3 or 4?
We're in
four now. Sorry, so it's not
Denyer.
Julian. It is David Denyer. Sorry, maths not my strong suit.
It's all a blur, isn't it?
Honestly, mate. Honestly. Well, David's back out there and on similar pace at the moment to the team number 1 car. So if they can remain on similar pace to them, at least drag them along and keep them about where they are in terms of the overall pack. Seems as though the 220 might have a couple of issues as they had the rear of the car open there in pit lane, which is never fills you with confidence, does it? As now they're being pushed, it looks as though back into the pit box. Less than ideal.
That's a shame. They were in the top 10 at the time, although possibly owed us a pit stop. Yes, they did, but still, Team FFS, I suspect that acronym is now starting to rather suit the mood in that garage as they try to first of all diagnose the problem and then see how easy that's going to be to fix. So that car pulls into the garage, is going no further for the time being.
Well, I can see a certain Mr. Peters Ennis on his phone, so I think check your notifications, mate. You might have some information of that one. Of course, FFS got that incredible first ever victory last year at Alton Park. Here for round 3 at Anglesey in 2026, though, not quite going to plan.
It is a broken drive shaft on the FFS car. Now, I have been coming to Anglesey to commentate on the Fun Cup for quite some time. Every year, without fail, drive shafts are an issue. There's something about the curbs, I've been told. I don't know whether this is a bit of a sort of old wives' tale among the Fun Cup drivers, but it's something about the curbs. They're quite heavily serrated. There's a big drop off the back of some of them, and you've got to be careful, especially on new tyres, when there's a lot of grip going through the drivetrain, not to use too much of that curb because it can break a drive shaft. This is, I would say, the worst circuit for breaking drive shafts on the calendar. Don't know whether you've had any experience of that, John, but I'm not hugely surprised to hear that.
Yeah, exactly. No, totally agree with everything you just said. Yeah, we were very much the same of needing to be cautious with such things, but I have heard that has become more poignant now with the Hancocks on board as well, giving that bit of extra grip and thus putting the pressure more on those drive shafts. And there we go. We've had our first of the day, and I have a suspicion, as you say, it might not be the last given previous history, but we shall wait and see. For the moment, sadly for FFS, they're going to have a long time in that pit box, aren't they?
They are indeed, and I'm guessing, I mean, there's only so much you can do to the cars between the two races. It's a short turnaround time, as we've said. Let's just deal with this slightly hairy moment for the leader. He's off goes the leader up the back straight. That's damaged the front splitter on the Uvio car, and that was a big scare for Farkini, who is still buried in traffic, can't find a way past the cars ahead. But the splitter hasn't come off completely, but it's certainly missing the outer edges, which are the bits that do the most work, and that is going to hurt their pace. Now, they had, at the time, a half-decent lead. It was 18.6 seconds the last time we checked, but that could now start coming down, and that goes to show just how quickly things can change.
Yeah, wow. I think the word I'd use there is uncharacteristic, that one from Uvio, trying to make it almost 4 wide as they get past some back markers. I mean, no, that part, very characteristic. But given their lead at the moment, given they know they've got the pace over these drivers, did they need to make it 4 wide there? No, not really. It was a bit of over-aggression there from Uvio, and they've really felt issues from it, as now, as you say, they lose that very critical nose cone. That front splitter, you lose a bit of that, and we've seen already how much it's hampered drivers and teams' lap times. Could that be a potential unravelling through to the rest of the race? Well, there's plenty more time on the clock, an hour and 13 minutes total. Let's see over the next few laps how that affects the pace of your race leader. Of course, they are still having to get past some back markers, so that's not going to be helping in and of itself, but that loss of the splitter, could that be crucial? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, the Rob Boston car is running in the low 1 minute 19s at the moment, so that seems to be the pace. Let's see next time around what pace the Uvio car has. Of course, they were 2 seconds slower than that on the previous lap, but that's because they were on the grass at the fastest part of the circuit. Of all the places to find your way off the road, that is probably not the most enjoyable bit of grass tracking to be doing. And they now match the other Uvio car, which of course is also missing a front splitter after its own dramas earlier on. But that was heart-stopping, and that could so easily have gone even worse, couldn't it? If they'd have made contact at that part of the track, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. As it is, the car is largely intact. The lap time this time round, a 20.1. A little off the pace, but as you say, John, they are in traffic.
I mean, still with that kind of damage, I'm still pretty impressed with that time, and being in traffic, as you say. So still not too much being lost for UVO there, but still we'll keep our eyes on that gap back to second place of the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car. Of course, not the first time we've seen a leader off on the grass up to rocket, is it, in the Fun Cup? Of course, that famous clip of Riley Phillips doing a similar thing, but on the other side of the circuit. That was in the dying moments of the race, battling over the lead. That aggression you felt was understandable at that point in the race. That from UVO, a little bit more of a head scratcher, but they sort of forced themselves into that issue, and then once they were there, they couldn't really back out of it. The only place they could go was either in the side of the car next to them or off onto the grass. They chose the grass this time. Which option was better? I don't know. Either way, the grass has caused them to lose that splitter, and we'll see how that affects pace. For the moment, though, still very much in the lead of the race, still with just over a 15-second gap. But as we say, after that last round of pit stops, that gap was around 18 or 19 seconds, so the gap is closing.
Another second quicker last time was the Rob Boston Racing car. We'll keep an eye on that over the next few laps. It's an interesting point you raised there, and again, I think it's easy for us in the commentary box to take a step back and look at the bigger picture and say, well, you didn't really need to take that risk, did you there, Farkini? But when you're leading a race, in a way, it doesn't matter how big your lead is, you're in the rhythm, aren't you? You're in the rhythm, you're catching cars, you're passing them, you're pulling away from them. He's lapping cars lap after lap after lap. He was catching that group, he had the tow, he had the run, and to turn down the opportunity to get past them is sometimes harder to do. I know it might be the sensible thing to do, but in the heat of the moment, you see this time and again, don't you? Drivers just want to keep on going and not get knocked out of the rhythm. So, any other day that could have worked and we wouldn't even be talking about it anymore. But as it is, they picked up that little bit of damage, and they could live to regret that. They lost another 3/4 of a second on the previous lap, so it's definitely hurting them.
Indeed. I mean, the word I used was unravelling. Could this be it for UVO? Let's wait and see. Well, we continue to press on then. Onto a new lap of the race we go, and we continue to look at the other UVO cars. They head down into corner number 2 under a bit of pressure here from Seed Data. Now, this is for position. This is for 15th place here with PLR UVO in P15. Seed Data, as we can see, I was about to say 3/10 behind, but I mean, you can see them nose to tail on your screen. And then Axiometrics and Demon Tweaks, the number 1 car, the 249. They're with them as well, only a couple of seconds back as you see them appearing into the shot now as well. This is all for position, so despite being well into this race now, we've still got drivers up and down the order, all squabbling for position, and PLR try to hold the inside line, and they do. They keep the place ahead of Seed Data for now, but that invites Axiometrics back into this battle, and then again, as we see, 2 more cars close behind as well, all looking to get stuck in. That was, of course, Demon Tweaks close behind as well. The other car was, of course, the Vape Club car, but they are not involved in this battle.
No, they're not. And that's a battle going on well outside the top 10 as well. So a few teams here you'd expect to see up inside the top 10, not really having the best time of it. So, difficult race for PLR UVO, or UVO PLR, and for Axiometrics as well, who both lost time early on in the race. So, on we go. The pit window will open in 8 3/4 minutes for the penultimate time in this race, which is flying by. We're nearly 2 hours in to our first of 2 3-hour Fun Cup extravaganzas here at Anglesey, and a development at the front with that lead gap coming down, although actually on the last couple of laps it stabilised again, because I suspect Rob Boston Racing have caught traffic. So I think in clean air, yes, they're probably quicker than the leaders, but I think once they get into traffic, that is making less of a difference. It might be that 17, 18 second lead that UVO Hoffmans had pulled out before that moment might just be enough for them to fall back on. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly what I was about to bring up, because of course we're getting so excited about the lead gap closing up. But when I then looked, UVO were at the front of a 5 or 6 car train, and sadly, second place Rob Boston with Rare Vinyl were at the back of said 5 car train. So a bit of work still to do then, but still some good time being made and some great pace overall from the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl, as battles continuing on. This time, Seed Data and Axiometrics trading blows.
And Seed Data completely sideways with a lovely 4-wheel drift coming out of Peel Corner. Tricky corner that, isn't it, Peel? It's over the crest of a hill, it's slightly off camber, and in these rear-wheel drive cars it's not uncommon to see them hanging the tail out there.
Indeed. Well, you can say about every corner on this track, can you really? But yes, indeed. We're getting treated to very exciting action, and I mean, we're not far away from another round of pit stops, are we now? Only a few minutes now until we'll see the cars back in yet again. I mean, I was mentioning as well about the Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport car being involved in that squabble, and I was saying they're not involved in that. They are well and truly far ahead. They're up in the top 3 3. I hadn't even realised that they've managed to get there. Another team that have been pretty quiet through this one. We've not really spoken about them too much. They've gone under the radar, and they've slowly but surely made their way through the pack, and now back into an overall top 3 position. It's great to have them back out and racing once again here at Anglesey, and looking to keep that championship charge alive, which with a 3rd place overall will do just that.
Yeah, definitely so. They've always gone well here at Anglesey. Sherrod Eyes, Peter Belshaw and Marcus Clutton always used to be the driver lineup in that car. These days, Peter Belshaw pairing up with Matt Hyde, who is in the car at the moment and showing some strong pace. But yeah, that car leapfrogged up into 3rd place at the previous, or so 2 pit stops ago, and I sort of thought, oh well, okay, the next time they'll take fuel, they'll drop back again, but they haven't really, so I'm not sure whether they did take fuel in the end. I'll try and watch their next stop, but they've maintained that 3rd position. Leatech also, in fairness, maintaining 4th place. That's Christian Rose back in the car now.
Sadly, I think our timing on the left-hand side of the screen is wrong, actually,
yes.
Sadly. So Vape Club are into the 3rd position.
Which
Sherrod
makes
is
more
now
sense.
outside of the top 3, down into 4th place. So still very much up there and getting stuck in. But yeah, as we say, the Vape Club car now up into the top 3, and here we see them on your screens trying to make their way past a couple of back markers as well. They're now right onto the back of C Data, have lost that place to Axiometrics. C Data couldn't quite find their way past the PLR UVO car. Well, now it's the turn of Axiometrics to see if they can find a way past.
Yes, thank you, John. That's my fault for only half listening to you then, because I I wondered why you were talking about Sherrod Eyes fighting for a championship. That makes a lot more sense. The Vape Club car, which desperately needs some points, of course, having not raced last time out at Snetterton. Now, they can count that as a dropped score, so it's not all doom and gloom for them, but yes, they're going to... whoa, there is the Vape Club car, bunny hopping into view over the inside curb. I wonder which of their drivers is in the car for this stint. It's not Ted Bradbury. No, it is Ted Bradbury, who is in for a double stint. Is that right? Am I reading this correctly? 2-1-2.
Are we still not on stint 4?
Yeah, it's Vlad Vasiliev,
I thought so.
Okay, so you can tell he's been getting some tuition from Ted Bradbury. That was the Bradbury line through the rocket chicane. And yeah, Vlad Vasiliev, who, all joking aside, actually, over the last couple of years is one of, if not the most improved driver on this grid, I would say. When he came into the championship, he was nowhere near as competitive as he is now. But this partnership he's had for the last couple of seasons with Ted Bradbury is really starting to bear fruit now. And as again, he hangs it wide over the exit curb at target. You can just see in the body language of the car how much more confident he is these days.
Indeed. Well, to prove your point, in my first season of racing, he was battling with me. And now he's at the front, so that just shows how much... well, you didn't need to say wow, Andy. Oh, my goodness. Come on. But no, he has. It's honestly been amazing to see how much he's come on. But like you say, when you have someone like Ted Bradbury to share the car with, and of course have a look at the data of as well, that is very handy, and that has really helped him to come on leaps and bounds. And Vlad, so much more confident behind the wheel as well. So much more confident being in and amongst the leading squabble. Before, you would often see him sort of picking his way, just sort of giving a little bit more space to the guys and being like, maybe having the feeling of, I'm not really supposed to be here, so I'm going to let them go. Now he's thinking, no, we are in with this. We're in with a championship fight. I'm getting stuck in. And that's exactly what he's doing. Great to see. Go on, Vlad.
It's the big difference, isn't it, really, between pro and AM drivers, I find. You know, you can teach an AM to get to a reasonable pace on their own on track, but then stick a load of other cars around them, and that racecraft, it's that thing that comes second nature to pro drivers. They just know what to do before it all happens in front of them, and that can only come with time. But Vlad Vasiliev massively improved in that department, as you quite rightly say. Brings the Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport car through and does a 1 minute 20.4 that time around. The leader's pace, by the way, is stabilised now to a 19.7 last time by, which is actually quicker than anyone else is going really at the moment. So I do think that Farchini has largely overcome now that slight handling imbalance that I'm sure he's feeling after losing part of the split up with that grassy excursion a few laps ago. But he is starting now to build that margin back up, back to 17 seconds now. Through will come Farchini to complete the 87th lap of the race.
Indeed, I think if you can hold sort of around a high 19, low 20 lap time at the moment, you're on for a pretty good stint. If you can consistently be around those times, you're doing a good job of it. I say that, quite a few more drivers have dropped down into the high 19s on that previous lap, so still lots of pace being found out there, despite these tyres being a good few laps old now. Still lots of pace being found on those Hancocks as we press on through to what is now almost the last hour of this race. As oh dear, there's a bit of track furniture down there at turn 2 as well. looks as though one of the bollards that should be on the inside of the corners, you can see them there so fittingly down the corkscrew. Well, they're also down at turn 2, and one of them is now in the middle of the circuit, so less than ideal. Hopefully no one hits that, as that projectile being kicked up is definitely going to destroy a front splitter. So even if you keep it on the black, stop, avoid any track furniture that may have been dislodged. We look back here to team number 1. They're going to have a lap put on them now by GCI. No, they're not, of course, because GCI are no longer up near the lofty heights they were earlier. This is for position, sorry, from GCI, so apologies to the 111. Up the inside they go into Rocket, and that is place made, and now they look onto the back of the Race Logic car as well. So this is all for position, 11th, 12th, 13th, then only a couple of seconds then back to Team Clapham North, who find themselves now in 14th place. But still lots of reshuffling going on, and as we see also the change of drivers, some slightly faster, some slightly slower. You'll see teams climb up, drop a little bit further back down, then climb up again. We're also seeing the difference in pit stop strategy as well. We'll see teams climb up because they've not put any fuel in, whereas the teams around them have, and then when they need to put that fuel back in for themselves, they slip a little bit further down as they lose that time in the pit stops. But continuing reshuffling in this race, and like I say, we're pretty much about to hit 2 hours completed of this first 3-hour endurance race of the weekend, and even of the day really, because of course we've got another one coming up at the end of today. Make sure you stick with us, because not only have we got that, we've got plenty of racing to pack in between now and then as well. So much excitement to keep your eyes on. Make sure you stick with us through the rest of the day. But this has been a great start to Fun Cup endurance racing action here at Anglesey for yet another year, and now we watch this squabble for the last position outside of the top 10. GCI now going to do just like they did on the previous lap, this time to Race Logic, and through into 11th place they go.
Indeed they do. So GCI then marching forward again. They've had a real up and down race, haven't they, GCI? They were up there in the top 5, certainly. Were they in the top 3, I think, at one point in the very early stages, but they, I think, had a couple of slower pit stops and just slipped down the order ever so slightly, but did a good job now to get back to the top 10. Right, down in the pit lane, we have an interview, I believe, lined up. Jamie, who have you got for us?
It's my dad.
It is your dad, John. I thought, seeing as he's here, we might as well speak to our professional pundit, Peter. The boy's doing all right, isn't he?
The boy's doing really well. I mean, it's just fantastic seeing him, take hold of this whole mic duty thing. I mean, he's just loving it. He's doing really well and has come on strong. And I think the whole camaraderie with him and Andy there works so well. With John knowing about racing and everything that's going on in racing, but with Andy being so brilliant on his stats, what a combo. They're really doing a cracking job together. So no, I'm well proud of him, well proud.
And we understand obviously business commitments to stopping the racing, but you've been sitting down watching every single race. What's your take on this season so far?
I have been sitting down watching every race, you're absolutely right. Absolutely loving it. I mean, it's really difficult to be sat watching it when you want to be in it, but that's life at the moment for us financially. But no, it's been fantastic, and also the increased grids that you've been getting have been terrific. I mean, today, was it 32 cars registered? I think 28 out. Awesome. I mean, it's fantastic to see. And also, quite a good number of names that I know from other racing, top grade people here racing. So the standards are super high, very impressive standards of racing, and it's wonderful to watch. So yeah, okay, I'm sat on my sofa and I've got a beer in hand, which is lovely in itself, but yeah, really miss it, and coming here, chatting to everybody, and just reminding me how keen we are to come racing again.
Well, from what I understand, the car's ready to go. You've literally just got to throw the handcooks on, and Luke and the guys and girls at Leo's will be here.
They will, you're absolutely right. We're going to get new tyres, that's not a problem. The car is ready. It was competitive at the end of our last season, which was 18 months ago now. I was hoping we'd be sorted financially with this project I'm involved in to go racing this year. We're delayed. It's government issues to do with power. It's a real nuisance. Not a lot we can do about it. Just keep hoping we sort it, and then we'll be out again. We're dead keen. David, of course, and Lucy have a baby now.
Oh, congratulations.
Little Ella. So she's 18 months old, absolutely gorgeous, which is nice, but they'd be keen to come, I know. I know John and his girlfriend Lucy, they were keen to come racing again. Jane, as ever, she's there, eager on the old fuel strategy and everything. So we're dead keen to be there. But meanwhile, it's lovely to be here, see everybody, and lots of hugs, and it's been fantastic. Really enjoyed it.
Well, it's great to see you, and hopefully we get to see you out in your race suit very soon.
Thanks very much. All the best, Jamie.
Thanks, Pete. Back to the box.
Oh, well, I'll have him back. I tell you, he was lovely. It's with some nice compliments for the pair of us there, John. Thank you very much on behalf of the whole commentary team. Yeah, good to see he's still enjoying his racing, even though he's not out there. Although it did make me feel a little bit jealous when he described exactly how he's been enjoying his afternoon. Sat down with a nice cold beverage. I could get down with that myself.
Yeah, cheers, Dad. Good to hear from you. No, great to have Dad back down watching a race in person once again. And when we were chatting in that little brief lunch break, he was saying exactly as he did there on camera in terms of the fact of being here just makes it so much more difficult because you just want to be out in the car. And I said to him, think about me, mate. I'm at every race commentating over it. I have to watch and shout about it and get excited. I just want to be out there myself. But either way, it's great to have my parents back in the paddock. And like we say, hopefully 2027 we'll be back in a car. We'll have to wait and see. For now, you have to hear my annoying voice for the next hour or so. But we look forward onto it. And as we say, pit stop windows seem to be open again.
They are indeed. Black and white warning flag for the leader, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. Track limits. It's only a warning at the moment, but I've just caught that flashing on the gantry outside the commentary box. We're also into our penultimate round of pit stops now, so we have got just under an hour to go. Lee Tech are leaving. We've also had the Vape Club car in from third position. That's interesting, getting them in early, but of course, because they want to plug Ted Bradbury in for, I seem to recall, a double stint now to take that car to the end. Yes, so Ted is in that car to the end. Tell you what, give them a safety car and they'd have something to say about this race, wouldn't they? They could definitely put themselves in contention for a race victory. They're already in contention for a podium, and we've now got nearly an hour of Ted Bradbury drive time. That car is going to continue, I'm sure, to climb its way towards the leaders. So, fascinating stuff coming in this final hour of the first race of the day. And when will the leaders come in? That lead gap, by the way, John, has just come down again slightly, 14.6 seconds. It's not enough yet to be concerning, but it does seem that when they're in clean air, the second place Rob Boston car is fractionally quicker than the leader. It's just that Farkini is getting through the traffic maybe a bit more efficiently, generally speaking.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see how that continues to ebb and flow through these last two stints of the race then. And as well, you say about the Vape Club with Morpheus Motorsport car, again, I've got to sing the praises of Mr. Vasiliev because they've gone from 21st to 3rd, and Ted's only done one stint in this race so far. 3 of the 4 have been Vlad to get them from 21st to 3rd, so he's done a great job behind the wheel of that car. But as you say, an early changeover, and now it's Ted all the way through to the checkered flag. Now, we'll have to see once everyone has done this next round of pit stops how close they are to the top 2, because with Ted behind the wheel for the last 2 stints, you would assume that gap going to probably start to close. It'll just be how much of a gap it is that Ted has to deal with when he starts this penultimate stint of the race. Still so many stories for us to keep up to date with, though, as I look out of our comms box windows. There you see it on your cameras. Massive train of cars, and quite a few in there to talk about as well. Of course, the main one being team number 1 of Team GRD. They're right slap bang in the middle of all of this.
Yes, and they've also pitted, so they're out of position at the moment as the Race Logic car requires a push coming out of pit lane. But yeah, GRD, they have made a driver change. So this was supposed to be Simon's. It still should be Simon, shouldn't it? They can now stick to their original plan of Simon and Riley to the end. So Simon Rudd looks to try and put some good lap times in here and again gain a couple more positions maybe before the checkered flag comes out. Oh, off has gone the seat data car right in front of others up the back straight. That's a terrified place to have a spin. That was really, really close call, and they've just about managed to get away with that. That could so easily have been disaster, could so easily have been that safety car period we've been teasing throughout the race so far. I'd hazard a guess that's not a fun place to find yourself pointing the wrong way, John.
Quite the word to choose there,
yeah.
Andy. No, that's a very scary place to be going for a spin. I was looking away at the time. Did we see how that one happened on screen? No, we didn't quite spot it, but an odd one for that to happen with no contact. So, yeah, interesting there. Facing the wrong direction up to rocket. Less than ideal for Seed Data, but they managed to do the full 360 and carry on. Not too much loss for them, and immediately they're straight into the pit lane for probably a change of overalls.
I'm not surprised. I think I'd be doing exactly the same thing. In they come. Who was in that car? Seed Data. It was
Devlin, I think. Yeah.
Who will be trying to catch his breath now, I suspect. This is a familiar sight, isn't it? The GRD car up behind the black and gold Uvio car, except of course it's a different driver lineup in the Uvio car to what they're used to.
Interesting to see that as soon as Mike got out the car, he looked at the rear left corner, which would lead me to believe there might have been a bit of contact.
Possibly. I believe we're working on a replay, possibly to try and shed a bit more light. We do have a replay, I'm reliably informed, so I think in a moment we can take a look at exactly what happened there for Mike Devlin, who had a massive moment going up into Rocket Corner a lap or two ago. That, as I said, could so easily have been a lot worse as he spun back into traffic. That's what really got my blood pressure through the roof, and his as well, I suspect.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think very lucky, ended up doing the full 360, then facing the right direction. Here they go up the hill, then is there contact? Yes, there is, from number one as well. Contact from Team GRD is what sent them into that spin. Well, the stewards, I think, will be looking at that one.
Yes, now that I didn't expect. I knew they were close, but I didn't on first glance spot the contact, but definitely there was a push there, wasn't there? Now, you do see drivers, we've seen it already in this race with GRD and Greenheath, bump drafting NASCAR style up the back straight. I'm sure that wasn't intentional on Simon Rudd's part, but if you misalign that slightly, especially if you're carrying damage on the front of your car, very easy to do that.
Yeah, I think that was all because there was that bit of contact, wasn't there? But as you say, you can usually have a little push up the hill and you'll be absolutely fine, but I would assume it was because Seed Data had that little bit of right steering angle on to get it up the hill. That little bit of contact just pitched them straight into a spin, and they didn't have the time to catch it before it went pirouetting around.
And the fact that GRD are missing that front splitter, the front of the car is not Fun Cup shaped anymore, is it? So they're a bit sticking out at funny angles. If that catches on the rear bodywork of the other car, that can easily spin them around as well. So not intentional, but the fact remains there was contact and one car ended up pointing the wrong way. There's another pointing the wrong way now. That's the Red River Sport number 200 car. They've had an interesting day. Had that... what was the issue for them earlier on? I did jot it down somewhere. The 200 car, they were leaking coolant, weren't they, in the first stint in the hands of Johnny Molam, and now Gareth Williams has had a spin that up at Rocket Corner as the signature RV car is in the pit lane. Ted Bradbury there nips to the inside of the Clapham North car, which I think is still in the hands of George Grant at this stage. That was up at Rocket Corner, so we're just in this holding pattern now, waiting for the leaders to come in. They'll be in this time though, because we've ticked beyond the end of this penultimate pit window, and so we should shortly start to have some of our lead contenders coming in, and then we'll get a proper read on what that gap's going to be at the front. It's down to 12.5 at the moment, so if Rob Boston Racing can put together a really good pit stop here, they could be putting themselves back into contention.
Interesting. Let's wait and see then. Well, as we look back to a team number one who potentially also have the stewards' eyes on them as well. They'll be getting sick of the Uvio cars, won't they? They spent a whole previous stint stuck behind one, and now they're stuck behind the other one as they look to make the move here on PLR Uvio as they head up the hill. This will be for position if they can get it done up into 11th place. So on the outside line, deep on the brakes from Uvio. I got a bit worried there as the G-Force car, they were coming up on pretty speedily, but nope, they get themselves sorted. Through those couple of sections of corners they go, and move is done then. Team number one up into 11th place, and once again, just outside of the top 10, which I think if you told them that with 45 minutes to go, they'd be knocking on the door of the top 10, given they were a good 15 seconds off of second last at one point in that first stint, I think they would have taken it. Of course, still, not the lofty heights they would have hoped for here from round 3 at Anglesey, but still, to get that kind of result out of this race, very impressive, and exactly what we expect from a team like GRD.
Exactly so. So GRD salvaging what they can. Uvio PLR are in now, actually, so that will be Neil Plymouth to hand back over to Tim Wheeldon, who started the race for that team. And driver change, no fuel. It's not a nice experience, I'd imagine, is it, getting hauled out of the cars? They did a number of years ago. They introduced a minimum pit stop time to Fun Cup to try and make this all a little bit safer, and all it ended up doing was made it a little bit less interesting, and so they got rid of that, and we're back to manhandling the drivers in and out of the cars, which I much prefer.
Definitely, 100%, 100%. Yeah, that's like one of the main points of a Fun Cup race is you can gain and lose so much in those pit stops. So it really, really does reward teams that are metronomic with those pit stops and spend those times testing them out, trying different strategies, working it out to mean that you can do it every single time in and around the similar sort of time. And that's just shown by the likes of GRD, the likes of UVO. They can be metronomic with it, and that's when they'll find with other drivers out on circuit they're quite similarly matched. You then have a pit stop window and they find themselves 5 or 10 seconds further clear, and that is why we need to have that in Fun Cup, because it rewards that, and that is a big part of the race itself.
It's something you just don't see in most other endurance races, is it? GT racing, sports car racing, where there are minimum pit stop times. I understand the need for them, but it's quite nice, isn't it, to have the old school approach here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Very entertaining to see, and you could be anyone. We've had some very high caliber drivers who have raced at Le Mans and at various other very high profile events. You're still going to get dragged out and dumped on the pit lane floor when you finish your stint in a Fun Cup race, no matter who you are. Right, so we're waiting for the leaders to come. No, they have pitted now, actually, UVO, and so we'll get a read at the end of the next lap of what their gap is over the Rob Boston racing car, which I can see is going up the school straight now. I can't see the UVO Hoffman's car on that same bit of racetrack out of the window, so it's still a reasonable margin they've got. And in fact, here they come down into corkscrew. That's a bigger gap than it was, is it not?
I think so. Yeah, I think it is. Sadly, for the neutrals, I think that gap is even bigger as they come onto a new lap of this race. And Red River Sport just getting out of the way of the 157. They're continuing to have a good race in this one, a Tropical Rocket. But yeah, like you say, I think that gap's even bigger now between the top two at the sharp end. It's like we say, a shame for the neutral, but I think UVO will be pretty happy about that.
Sunoco Racing have just been pushed out of their garage. I don't recall us mentioning them going into the garage, so they've had some sort of a issue, and the car's quite slowly heading back out onto the road. I'll see whether Jamie's got an update. I don't remember seeing that car go in, no, so Sunoco with an issue. And we'll get Jamie on the case to try and figure out what that's all about as the GRD car heads out of target. It's a 25-second lead, so about 12 or 13 seconds gained in the pit stops there by UVO Hoffman's Motorsport over the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car, which is in second position. Across the line now goes Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car. Now, he is 23.5 seconds behind Rob Boston Racing. He is 49 seconds, let's call that, behind the race leaders. Without a safety car, I don't think we're going to see that car contend for a win, but it could still be a threat for second position. Fourth position is Tropical Rocket Racing, fifth for Sherrod Eyes UK, and completing the top six is the Letec number 99 car. Part of the driver lineup for that machine is Christian Rose, and he's in the pit lane now with Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I am with Christian Rose. Yeah, he's just jumped out of the 99 car. P6, mate. You and Shay are doing a cracking job so far.
I think it's more Shay, to be honest with you. Yeah, I feel rusty. You know, I did the last round. No, Shay's absolutely on it. So fair play. He's a young lad with a very mature head in his shoulders. So it's a pleasure to race with.
And he's had to learn quickly because he's come from front-wheel drive. Obviously, in another tough one-mate championship, so he's used to the close competitiveness. But they do take a bit of learning, these cars, don't they? If you're brand new to them.
Yeah, it's not just that for him. He's not been to Anglesey either. So it was a little frustrating for me how quick he caught my lap time. So, no...
So, we've lost Jamie. We'll try and get him back for you because that was an interesting interview with Christian Rose, the man behind the Fun Cup Championship. His father, Paul, of course, who brought it to the UK all those years ago. Still here. Paul still turns up and enjoys the weekends and still has a role to play, but it's Christian who's taken over much of the day-to-day running of the championship and still likes to get out there and race where he can, does Christian Rose. Right, this is Simon Rudd getting stuck in, this time with GCI Racing. GCI who, this is for position actually, this is for 9th position, so GRD in 10th, trying to convert that to 9th place. They've got the signature RV car ahead, which is in 8th position, so this is all for actual track position, track focus behind as well. This is 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, and there's contact sideways for Simon Rudd as the GCI machine levered him aside there. That is being driven by Ian Wood in this stint, and finally Simon Rudd gets by, but 4 cars absolutely together here, despite the fact we've been safety car free for the last 2.25 hours. This is all for position, and it could not be a lot closer.
FFS all over the exit curb there out the final corner. Was almost on the infield grass there. They went so far wide, but they managed to wrangle the car back on, which as well, they've done that change of the drive shaft pretty quickly, haven't they? They're already back out on circuit. That was fast from FFS, so they're back lapping around. Of course, they're not going to be able to get to the lofty heights they would have hoped for in this race. Of course, when they had that issue, it was from within the top 10. They were having a good showing. Sadly, not to be in this one, it seems. I've got to say as well, fair play to Greenheath, because they had those early issues. How those issues happen, we won't go into details anymore to save face for Gary. Sorry, Gary. But they now still find themselves only about 5 or 6 seconds behind Team GRD. So in all those extra pit stops, all that time we've had since those early issues where they found themselves nose to tail, as all GCI have gone very well wide there up at Rocket. That's dropped them now back behind 2 further cars. But yeah, as I say, with all that happening in the race, Greenheath still only 6 seconds behind team number 1. They've done a valiant effort after those earlier issues, so fair play to them. And they themselves are now knocking on the door of the top 10, which I think after stint number 1, if you told them that, they'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, definitely so. And they've actually been keeping pace with that GRD car for much of the race, which has been impressive. I know GRD are carrying damage, but still, it's been a good showing from Greenheath. You feel that breakthrough result is just round the corner for Greenheath, but just always some sort of misfortune seems to befall them. And, at least they've got another shot at it later on this evening, haven't they, to try and get that good result. This battle continues to rage on, by the way. Signature RV, Track Focus, GCI Racing, it's all for position. Greenheath are also fighting them for position. It's for 9th place that they're battling, and this is the Track Focus car going through, I think, on the inside line into Church Corner. Yes, through goes the Track Focus car into P9, and the Signature RV machine slips down another place. The Signature RV car in the hands of Steve Ruston. It will be Marcus Clutton, unsurprisingly, to take that car to the flag, so they could still find themselves back into the top 10, but for now they're struggling a little bit for pace compared to those around them.
Indeed, so that wide moment up at Rocket on the previous lap did actually lose 2 positions for GCI. That small mistake of sending them a bit wide, you wouldn't have expected it this long into the race, that a small mistake like that would lose you 2 places, but it has. We've got 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, all pretty much in a queue here, within about 5 or 6 seconds of each other. So amazing. Where else do you see, after 2 hours of racing, 5 or 6 teams within the top 10 within a few seconds of each other? Crazy work from the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, but as we come to expect here in Fun Cup, as we look back to that gap between the two leaders, still now around 28 seconds between the two of them. So that brief bit of excitement about 20 or 30 minutes ago when the Uvio car lost that splitter, sadly for the neutral team, hasn't affected them too much. That gap's still pretty sizable, and I think even with differences in strategies going into this final stop, it's not going to be enough for the Rob Boston racing car to catch up. But anyway, the battle for the lead might have fizzled out, but there were plenty of awesome battles up and down the order for us to keep our eye on. And look at this, we were singing the praises of Greenheath. They were a few seconds off this battle. Well, they're getting stuck in with it now as these two go side by side. That's a move on. The Sunoco racing team, who of course are a few laps down after those issues a few laps ago, spent a little bit longer in the pit stop than we would have assumed, and they now fall behind team number 1. They've then got the FFS car to contend with, who themselves, as we said, have had many issues in this race, as this gaggle has switched around. GCI have managed to get back those couple of places that they lost a few laps ago. Back through they go on the 557, and now the Greenheath car looking to gain a place as well there on Signature RV. As we press on through to another lap of this race, we have ticked over 100 laps now completed in this race, and we still got a few more to go as we look on towards the last pit stop of this race, and then we'll really see where all the teams are sitting ready for those final stints. But this is the area of the pack that we are wanting to keep our eyes on, as these are for the highest points in terms of drivers that are very, very close together. Sadly, Signature RV dropping back in this pack as they're under pressure, down into the second corner once again. Through the banking they go. Greenheath not quite able to steal away the inside line just yet, but it does seem a case of when, not if, here that the 14 gets past.
Indeed so, and I think Greenheath should get the run now, heading up the back straight. They're going to have the slipstream. we've seen that prove pretty powerful today, as always is the case here at Anglesey, up that back straight into Rocket, and I don't think we're going to see much of a fight put up by Steve Ruston, although that being said, he did close the door not once but twice there on the Greenheath car, which has to go to the outside line, and actually won't make that move stick this time around, so Greenheath stuck behind for another few corners at least. 105 laps completed, by the way, by Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. Now, I think we're on course potentially for a record to be broken today. The distance record for the Anglesey Coastal Circuit in a 3-hour race, 133 laps from this equivalent race a year ago, won by Team GRD. They did 133 laps by my very rough calculations. I think we might beat that by a lap or two today if we don't have any more safety cars. It might just be one lap, maybe we beat it by 134. I'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure you're all itching to know whether that record gets beaten, those watching at home and around the circuit, but it is again a testament to how the level keeps on moving, doesn't it? The goalposts keep on moving in Fun Cup. What was good enough to win races a couple of years ago is nowhere near good enough now. You've got to go faster, you've got to be more consistent, you've got to have fewer issues, and that all just pushes things on. Lap records are getting beaten race after race, and distance records being beaten much more often as well, as the quality of the field continues to increase. So that may well be changing today, and it could well be Uvio taking a record off GRD, which I'm sure would please Fabulous and Farkini.
I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would, as Greenheath now finally get that place. They do. Up into the braking zone of Rocket. Through they go past the 557. Yeah, as you say, that's a real testament to how much the whole field has improved in the Fun Cup, but also the fact of, like you say, no safety car in this race, and Uvio started on the front row, which does help in the fact that they could get on clear early on and just continue to put more distance between themselves and cars that they would usually be scrapping with. That fresh air, of course, unlocks ultimate pace and thus allows for us to eke out as many laps as possible. So Uvio assisting with that, and I am really surprised that we've not had a single safety car across this race. Maybe we're saving them all for the second race this evening. We'll have to wait and see. I am tempting fate, Andy, because it would make it even more exciting for us. Not that we really need it, because this race has been epic nonetheless. There's been battles up and down the order, and this is also going to be a real reshuffler of the championship as well as we look on to the rest of the season.
Definitely so. Look, there are two races today. One of them normally is calmer than the other. Now, I wouldn't say this race has been calm, but yes, we haven't had a safety car yet, and I suspect there's a good chance we won't get through both races without the safety car running a few laps, let's put it that way. Here is the track focus car trying to get past the FFS machine. This is obviously not the position FFS have had their lengthy visit to the pit lane earlier on, but the GCI car actually also gets past the Sunoco car, which has had its dramas, of course. I've asked the question of Jamie what the problem was for the Sunoco car. I've had no reply yet, so I can only assume that he is working on getting us an answer down in the pit lane somewhere.
I was waiting for things to update, but I can tell you now that the lap when they were stuck in the pits was 16 minutes and 46 seconds, so clearly it was a bit, whatever it was a big fix.
Yeah, they were there for a while, weren't they? So Sunoco right at the far end of the pit lane. We'll see if we can dispatch Jamie to do some digging. They're well down the order as a result, though. That's a shame. Yeah,
I would have expected it was mechanical anyway, because before we got that lap confirming it was almost 17 minutes in the pits. They went from a consistent 121 down into a 127. So I think something maybe going wrong, catching them up, maybe a bit of contact or something has happened. They've come into the pits, and clearly there was a serious issue. Hopefully, as you say, Jamie can jump onto that one for us, and we can get a little bit more information for you on the Tannoy and of course on the live stream as well, as Sheridai is now the one sending a move up into Rocket.
And being caught by Leatech, aren't they? So the 99 Leatech car, which is in 6th position, wants a top 5 out of this. It is Shea Brennan in the car. He'll hand over to Christian Rose for the final stint, but he is battling the 251 for a position inside the top 5. So this is of some significance, we'll see if they can clear the Red River Sport car. They might have half a chance. Jamie, I can see, is down at the Sunoco end of the pit lane and reports back that they broke a brake line. The 22 car. That must catch your attention, doesn't it?
Don't talk to me about that, Andy.
That wasn't intentional, but quite funny nonetheless. Yes, having the ability to slow your car down into a braking zone is preferable, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope that didn't happen for them. I hope the realisation wasn't up at Rocket, because that would have been a very worrying one. But good to see they were able to bring it back in the pits. I mean, fair play. If they had an issue with the brake line, they were only 6 seconds off in the lap that they came into the pits. Fair play, Sunoco.
Well, they couldn't slow down, could they? So
very true.
All around.
Indeed. Well, they made it back in. They've got it sorted. Like we say, this race is gone. But either way, still cracking on, bit of testing time, ready for the race this evening. Well, as we continue to watch drivers heading up to Rocket once again in this one, that gap between your two leaders now well and truly over 30 seconds. I think we can turn our attention well away from UVO now, because unless serious issues over this last hour, they've got one hand on the trophy here from round number 3. And yes, again, I am continuing to tempt fate, Andy. I love it here in the commentary box, but they've been fantastic so far today. I cannot fault UVO at all in this one. They've taken to as well a brand new car for today's race, and they've been absolutely faultless.
Well, it's all going according to plan at the moment, isn't it? They jumped into that car to try and keep their championship hopes alive, and a win would certainly do the world of good for that quest. Vape Club for second place, I would argue, is a very real possibility, though. Ted Bradbury is pretty consistently taking time out of the Rob Boston Racing car, which is in second position. The 169 car, Rob Boston Racing with rare vinyl, James Riley at the wheel, Tom Roach, former Mazda X5 champion, multiple former Mazda X5 champion, will take over for the final stint. But that car is being caught by up to a second a lap. It depends a little bit on traffic, but Ted Bradbury is consistently quicker than that car ahead. He's about to come through and complete another lap, is Ted Bradbury. Here he comes, and of course he's slower that time than Rob Boston Racing, just to prove me wrong. But Ted Bradbury is on average closing that gap, and if they have a really good pit stop, we don't really know what they're doing with fuel strategy, those two teams, but if they can buy some time back in the pits, they could be a thorn in the side of the 169 car before the checkered flag.
Is Tedbury a new chocolate manufacturer?
It does sound like it, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm down with that. Maybe that's another business venture for Ted if the racing ever dries up. I don't think that's likely to happen, though, is it?
Well, I mean, he is a through and through racer, isn't he? He has the physique of a racer. I don't think he's eating too much chocolate, is he? So we'll see. I was going to say maybe if the racing doesn't go anywhere, then he can go into that, but. You've seen Ted out on track. The racing's not going to not go anywhere, is it? He is amazingly quick in a Fun Cup car. And not only that, he's of course racing Mazdas, loads of karting as well. He's always been up at the sharp end, so he's always one to watch. And him, in that partnership with Vlad for this year, they have been absolutely fantastic and still well and truly involved in the squabble for the championship. As the driver in second place, Rob Boston Racing car heading on to a new lap, and that gap continuing to open up. Still, though, no one beating that fastest lap of the race from earlier on from Track Focus. I think that was in stint 1, maybe stint 2 from Track Focus, and no one has beaten it for the rest of the race. They've been very impressive so far today, just within the top 10 at the moment, but they find GCI now hot on their heels, and the same can be said about the two cars ahead as well. Red River Sport in 7th place to 257. Red River Sport, that is. Again, with Team GRD hot on their heels. They are heading up the straight towards Rocket, just in front of these drivers. We've got Exposure Lights, the Vape Club car in 3rd, and then Sunoco as well, all following line astern. So drivers all on different laps, all in different stages of the race, really, for them. They're still getting stuck in, and we're enjoying some great action on your screens. We're about to tick to less than 30 minutes left to go in this race, and of course that means as well into what will be the last pit stop window of the race, and this is when we sort of finalise those strategies from throughout the race, and this is where the teams will then come out all on effectively a level playing field, because they've all done the same refuelling and the same driver changing, just at different points in the race, and this is where they all then sort themselves out, and we see really what the order is looking like heading into the last 30 minutes of this one. Who will take the spoils at round number 3 at the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2026, and then it's only a few hours until we look on to round number 4.
To answer your fastest lap question, yes, it was lap 21 that lap was set. A 1:18.637, which is about a quarter of a second away from the lap record set by Harry Mailer a number of years ago. 1:18.384 is the lap record. That, I'm going to hazard a guess, was set in the second race of the day, though. Slightly cooler temperatures into the night. That's often when the track is at its fastest. We'll see if the weather holds for this evening. We could well see that lap time beaten. It's been the trend, hasn't it, this year? Lap records being beaten at pretty much every event.
Well, someone needs to tell Christian Rose then, because the the Fun Cup lap record on the website is wrong for Anglesey then, because it's very different to the lap time that you've got. It's a lot slower. So a 19.5 is what it says on the website from Phil Keane. As you're then looking on another website.
No, the same website, just a different page.
Oh, how weird. How odd. Well, I think that was definitely right, because we often see Harry Mailer is having a lot of faster stats in the Fun Cup car, but indeed, we're not too far off it, are we, in terms of today's pace, which given, like you said, okay, it's not rain like we would usually expect in Wales, but we have had plenty of races where it's been very, very warm, which would, of course, up to a point, help with grip out there. So even with these lower temperatures here at Anglesey today, still finding some great pace. As we see, the last pit stop is occurring for Team GRD. Simon Rudd's out of the car, Riley Phillips hops in behind the wheel, nice speedy stop for them, and back out on circuit goes team number 1 to get stuck in for their final stint of the races. Oh, that was very sideways through turn 1 there for Sunoco as well, all over the exit curb, as there team number 1 does head back out of the pit lane. Onto the circuit they go then yet again. A nice early stop in the window, that one, despite it being Simon handing over to Riley. Clearly a feeling at the moment, at least around this circuit with the car as it is, Riley has that little bit more pace, and he'll look to crack on for the last 30 minutes or so to try and force the team back up into the top 10 and gain a few more points for them in terms of the championship, which they do need to do, considering that the likes of Uvia Hoffman's Vape Club ahead of them in this race at the moment, and they need to try and stop that points tally going further clear for them, or at least the drivers catching up a little bit more from this round. What have you found out anything?
Yes, so I agree with the page of the website I found, because it was last year's race, actually more recent than I thought. Harry Mailer set that time in the second race, as I suspected, of whatever I said it was, a 1:18. 384. I agree with that. My spreadsheet, which isn't always right, although I'd like to think it is, the time I put into it, agrees that it's that time. So I think we'll go with that for now, and put a note into whoever writes the website to update things slightly for us. Anyway, moving swiftly on, we are indeed into the final round of pit stops, and who's going to be first to blink for our lead group? I'm still fascinated by this battle for second, and I will call it a battle for second, because Ted Bradbury has got the gap down to 12.5 seconds now to the Rob Boston Racing car. Again, if Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl have a longer pit stop to serve here, that could really, really change things around. Bradbury has already, I'd say, taken about 12 seconds out of him on this particular lap, so I think, this particular stint. So I think he should be capable of doing that again after the pit stop, but if they can gain some time back in the pit stops, that would further assist his chances. It's looking good for Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport out in front. There they are, heading into Church Corner, despite the fact that the front of their car is a bit narrower now than it was at the start of the race, with the corners of the front splitter missing. But they are continuing to pound around pretty quickly and extending their margin out in front, and the gamble to change cars seemingly paying off as it stands. They are looking really, really strong at this stage, nipping up the inside there of the G-Force car with now 114 laps of the race complete.
Indeed, and once again, 2 UVO cars in the same camera shot there up at the top section of the circuit as they head on through Rocket, down through Peel and into the corkscrew. Once again, we continue to press on as we head now through this final pit stop period of the race. Greenheath now heading back out on circuit. Their last pit stop done and dusted. Let's see if they can drag a top 10 finish out of that one. This would be very impressive in this race from Greenheath if they can get to such lofty heights from such issues earlier on in this one. And as you say as well, Lee Tech have been really impressive in this race on the number 99. Of course, Christian Rose as part of the team does help, but they've been getting better and better throughout this season of Lead Tech, and they're getting very stuck in this one, still just about in the top 5, but they've got Sherrodage UK hot on their heels as well. But things continuing to reshuffle as teams decide when they go for this final pit stop of the race. I think the assumption now is that there won't be a safety car coming out, as we haven't seen one yet in this race, but you never know. It could even be mechanical issues that could cause such things as, I can see someone is racing the wrong direction down the corkscrew. It was the Red River Sport car again. I just spotted the yellow flags out and suddenly thought, my point is being proven as I'm saying it, but no, they do continue on, and the 200 back out on circuit. Just a little spin down the corkscrew to cap off what has been a bit of a tough race for team number 200.
Yes, they'll definitely be looking forward to getting back out there and starting from scratch in race number 2, won't they? Just looking at GRD, they've made their 5th pit stop. I don't know, did you mention that GRD had been in? I don't think I spotted that. So they've got Riley Phillips in for the final stint, and he will be doing his best to try and get further up inside the top 10 over this final stint of the race that begins for him now, as the race leader comes through here to complete another lap. 116 now in the book, number 133, the Anglesey 3-hour race record, so we're getting ever closer to that as we head now into the final 24 minutes of racing. Rob Boston racing with Rare Vinyl to Vape Club gap was only 10 seconds last time by, so Bradbury is really starting to eat into that margin. That was a couple of seconds quicker last time by. Again, I realised that traffic possibly would have had some sort of an effect there, but Ted Bradbury is the fastest man on track right now, and he is going to be coming through very shortly to complete another lap. Here he comes. So the Rob Boston car does a 1 minute 20.3. Bradbury does the fastest lap of the race, a 1:18.566, and the gap is now only 8.2 seconds.
I just got scared by a yellow flag down through turn 1 as they were all heading on through, but I think just a bit of kicked up dust heading through the exit, and whatever was causing the yellow flag has moved on as the yellow flag's gone back in. So was a little bit nervous there, and again my point was about to be proven, but no, we continue on. But that's the first time I've really seen yellow flags, and we just had 2 out within the space of a lap or 2. So maybe, of course, it's not the longest race in the Fun Cup calendar, but still getting an end of a short and sharp 3-hour race. Still, a couple of the drivers just making those mistakes across this final stint, and again, this is where the car is at its hottest, so tyres have been used throughout this 3-hour race. It's starting to get a little bit more slidey out there, and this is why we're then seeing a few more yellow flags. But for the moment, all of them have caused it have been able to carry on, which is good to see.
Yeah, but it's so easy to spin the car, stall it because the engine's hot, as you say, or have a breakage of some sort that leaves you stranded on track. We've been very fortunate. Low level of mechanical issues in this race, and all of the cars that have had mechanical issues have been able to get back to the pit lane, which isn't always the case. So, really good to have most of the cars still running reasonably trouble-free. The Actimetrics car in the pit lane and the Letec car you can see on the picture-in-picture. So Letec are in for what will be their final pit stop, and they're waved on. Christian Rose just about gets the car going. That was another stall, and that's a prime example of what I was just talking about. When you stop the car, it's so easy to stall it when you get going again, and that's easier to control from the pit lane. If you have a spin out on track and stall, well, that's where you could get stranded trackside and we require a safety car. Ted Bradbury 6.5 seconds now, less than 6.5 seconds behind the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car. And the way he's going to be almost behind that car before the pit stop. I think after the stops, that could be a positional change, couldn't it?
100%. He's catching him hand over fist, isn't he? Last lap was a good almost 3 seconds, wasn't it? Crazy margin to be catching up for Ted Bradbury as he continues to reel in the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car. Well, for the whole race, we've been saying about the gap between themselves and the leader. Now it's turned the other way, hasn't it? The pendulum has swung back the other way, and now, from what was a potential looking for the race win, might now turn to having to watch in the squabble for 3rd place. As you're pointing out, double yellow flags up there at the top section of the circuit. So I think plenty of things happening, and we've got a car stopped. We have got a car stopped up there, as you just pointed out, Andy. Well, I said we're getting to the end of the race. We've not had a safety car. Things could happen. Well, things are happening, aren't they? Double yellow flags up there. I can see another one of the boards up to rocket flashing. I can't tell if it's a yellow or a slippery surface, but either way, it's chaotic up there. I do think we've got a stricken car. Who it is, though, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're going to try and get the camera. It's the Rob Boston car from 2nd place. They're off at the side of the road. Were they managing a problem? I thought it looked like a red, white and blue coloured car. It's the 169 car from 2nd position, and out of the car is getting the driver. So that is James Riley out. He's not going to get the car going, and that clearly is in a dangerous position. Julian Floyd's going to have no choice here but to throw a safety car as the Signature RV car has a huge slide through Church Corner. This could be a game changer, and who is going to benefit? Ted Bradbury, who's just inherited second position. If we get a safety car, he's going to be hunting a winner's trophy for sure. This could be huge drama inside the final 20 minutes of the race.
Yeah, wow. This is massive, isn't it? This is huge. Which teams, I'm trying to have a look down the order as well, which teams have stayed out long in this window? Because it could help, but for it to help, we do need for the safety car to come out quite speedily. Well, it's not going to help the likes of Bradbury, is it? He's into the pits.
What I suspect Julian in race control will do is let these pit stops play out. It's the final lap in which people can pit anyway, and then potentially throw a safety car, which will give us a real sprint to the finish, won't it? It shouldn't take too long to tow the car out of the way, but it does need to be done under safety car conditions. Of that I'm fairly certain. Uvio had about a 40-second lead, although in fairness that's because Bradbury had just pitted. It was a quick stop and a dry pit stop as well. I think no fuel going in to the Vape Club car. And next time by, we should get the leader in. And in fact, right on cue, in comes the fabulous Randaccio-driven Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport machine. And the 403 will be handed over to Farkidi. And this will be their final pit stop of the race. The other Uvio car is in, the PLR Uvio car of Tim Wheeldon as well, to hand over to Neil Plimmer. But I suspect once this round of pit stops is done with, those yellow flags that are at the moment isolated to the exit of Rocket are going to extend around the whole circuit. We're going to need a safety car to move that car.
Indeed we will. Well, the Morpheus guys were very happy with the pit stop there for Ted Bradbury and the Vape Club car. They were very happy with their performance, and driver was straight back out on circuit, nice and speedily. They know, especially with the car being stopped up there now, that this is the opportunity. If they can get a good stop in, get themselves a little bit closer to the Uvio car, that when they all close up behind the safety car ready for the restart, there might be an opportunity here for Ted to do something. We'll have to wait and see though. Like you say, we do often see this from Julian, don't we, in race control, in terms of just waiting for the chaos of the pit window to end and then bringing out the safety car. We might then have the sadness and the frustration that we might end up ending on the safety car if it comes out too late. I think it'll be close, won't it? It'll be how quickly we can get that car off of circuit and back to racing conditions. But for now, we're still at the question of whether we do see the safety car at all. He could just be kept as local yellows and we carry on to the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. There is Clapham North in again. They are in for their final pit stop of the race as they look to head on back out on circuit. It is George Grant who's taking the wheel once more for the final stint for them. But yes, question on all of our lips then, will the safety car come out and bunch all the pack together? If it does, how many back markers will be between Uvio and Vape Club?
That's a very good question. Vape Club going up into Rocket now. I'll try and get a look at that momentarily, but I'd be shocked if we don't get a safety car, if I'm honest. That car seemed quite close to the edge of the road on the short shoot between Rocket and Peel. We might get a glimpse of it here as the cars come out of the right-hander at Rocket and head up towards Peel Corner. Where is the 169? There it is. It's just off the edge of the road, so I would be surprised, but we'll wait and see. If Julian doesn't like throwing safety cars unless he has to, and may well choose to try and keep things moving. Right, the leaders have gone through. There is a lot of traffic between them and the second place car, I would say. Only now across the line is coming Ted Bradbury, so how many cars is that between the top two? Uvio are where on track? God, they're 40 seconds ahead, aren't they? So they've got almost the entire field realistically between themselves and the Vape Club car. What Bradbury needs is a very quick safety car, because he's going to have a lot of overtaking to do before he can even think about chasing after the race leader, if indeed, as we've said, we do see the safety car out on track at all.
Yeah, of course, because Uvio were over 30 seconds clear, weren't they, to second place of Rob Boston Racing, and then they were a further 6 or 7 seconds behind for third place, as now we do get the safety car board coming out. So as well, then, as we assumed from Julian in race control, just waiting for the chaos of the safety car period to of the pit stop period to come to a close, to put that safety car board out, and it does come out then. There goes the safety car onto the circuit, and they've missed the Uvio car. They have missed the Uvio car. They head on round for another lap, and it's going to pick up the Race Logic car to lead the train as well. So not only now are we dealing with the stricken Rob Boston car up at the top section of the circuit, there might now be some reshuffling to get Uvio to be the ones leading the train. So understandably so though, it's a very difficult thing to do, to get that safety car out in front of the race leader. We've just missed them this time. Like I said, there might need to now be some reshuffling, and that might again hamper us in getting this race restarted, and again play further into Uvio's hand, because there's less time for drivers to chase them down.
Yeah, exactly, because Farkini's not going to slow down and let the safety car back through. He's going to just drive around to the back of the queue, and if it takes another lap to do a wave by for everyone, then so be it. That will suit the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. It's a huge task here anyway for Ted Bradbury, to be fair, with so many lapped cars between himself and UVO, and he was not massively quicker than the race leader anyway, so I think this is going to be okay for UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, who make their way now out across the line. I think the Race Logic car was the next car behind UVO, in fairness. They very nearly got that right, but it has ended up just about picking up the wrong car.
It has indeed, sadly. I was just having a look out the window just to try and see how many cars we do have in between our race leaders and now Vape Club into second place. I mean, like you were saying, it's quite a few, isn't it? My goodness. As they come around the final corner now, starting another lap of this race behind the safety car, I'm going to try and count them through. How many do we have? Oh my goodness.
It's well into the double figures, isn't it?
It's so many. Yeah, like you say, it's at least 10, if not closer to 15, isn't it? So even if we do have a reshuffle here and we get UVO to the front of the train, I'm going to say it, that's too much for Vape Club to do. That is too much. If it was 5, maybe up to the lofty heights of 8 or 9 potential, that's too many. That's too many, sadly, for Ted.
It's 14, which is quite a lot. It's half the field, isn't it, that's between them. And he's only going to have 10 minutes or so, realistically, to do the work in. So, yeah, I think actually his main task really is holding on to second place. We could have a good scrap for third, though, because we've got a few cars who are going to be third back through to about 12th-ish, pretty much nose to tail, I think. In third position is the 157 Tropical Rocket Racing car at the moment. Where are they? They're right towards the front of the queue, second in line behind the Race Logic car, while 3 cars further behind them is Sheradice UK, who are 4th. 5th position then is Team GRD, would you believe, in the top 5, who are a good few cars further back, but with Riley Phillips in the car, he could still end up fighting for a podium before the end of this race, and Lee Tech are not far behind them in the 99, so there is still a potential for some positions to change here. GRD in 5th position, though. I didn't have that on my bingo card half an hour or so into this race.
Yeah, wow, fair play, and that just shows, even when it seems like everything's gone wrong, don't give up in a Fun Cup race. It could come back to you with a lot of effort and a good strategy as well. That's exactly what GRD have done there. Fair play, back up into the top 5, and amazing to see only the top 2 on the leading lap. We do see that occasionally at Anglesey, given it is a bit of a shorter lap, but top 2, that is just crazy. And again, like we were saying, we've got back markers between the top 2, but they're not really back markers, are they? They're not slow drivers, they're not slow cars, they're just cars that have fallen out of position across this 3-hour race. So despite them having to get past back markers, they're drivers that will be on a very similar pace to Ted. So it's going to be easier said than done. And like we say, timer continuing to tick down as well as we head on to a new lap behind the safety car. We're about a minute off, heading below 10 minutes left to go in this race. Time ticking down, opportunities dwindling. It's probably going to stay like this. But like you say, when we do go back to green flag, there are still battles going on further down the order for positions, but very few of them are nose to tail for this restart, still with multiple other drivers and teams around them who aren't in their immediate fight, but will still be on a similar pace and make things very difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I think there are still enough cars that are close together, though, that we'll see some positional changes between now and the checkered flag. I wonder how well we're getting on with this recovery effort at the top end of the circuit. I can't see from our commentary position, unfortunately, but hoping it will only be another lap required. It didn't look as though the car was damaged. Jamie reporting that it was an engine issue, the team were reporting, so it's not damaged. It should just be a case of sticking it on the tow rope and bringing it back, but we've got 10.5 minutes to go. We're eating in now to the very little remaining time that we have, wave by going on, so the safety car is letting the field through. There it is, look, because at the back of the queue, almost at the back of the queue, is the actual race leader, and that is of course the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car of Farkini, who is going to all of a sudden find the Jaguar safety car in front of him. But then how long do we leave this? Do we let everyone catch back up, or are they just going to release the cars at the first possible opportunity? It's an interesting one, this. The longer this goes on, the less chance there is for anything to change, I suppose, in the final couple of minutes. And it certainly relaxes the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport team, who, when they saw that safety car come out there, they must have thought, oh no, surely not another race that's going to slip through our fingers. I think, though, they should just about be okay.
And then they saw the safety car was behind them and they thought, yes, yes, right, we're going to waste a couple of extra minutes, thank goodness. But yeah, indeed, getting all the way back through now. Another question I have, because of course, we're under, I mean, I've driven in this championship, so I probably shouldn't be asking this question, but we're under safety car conditions, we're under full course yellow conditions as well. The pack are now trying to chase the safety car down. How quickly can you really go? I don't think it's any particularly in the rules, is it? And drivers are pretty... they're scampering on round. Yeah, yeah, they're going full speed, aren't they, really, to get back round? So I don't know. And again, if all of them are doing it, you can't penalise all of them, can you? So I don't really know what the rules are in terms of that. But of course, they want to catch the back of the train as soon as possible because there's potential for more positions for them to gain if we eke out this race a little bit longer. So yeah, some more tactics playing out through this one. But as we say, that's definitely full race pace up into Rocket, isn't it? So they're all motoring on round to catch the back of the safety car to try and get this race restarted. I've still not seen the car be dragged back down to safety down here, so we're still unsure as to when we will go back to full green flag racing conditions, but hopefully won't be too much longer. The V-Box Race Logic car comes around the final corner, leading the charge. Safety car is going down through the very fast right-hander up towards Rocket. Very slowly, of course, trying to hold up the rest of the pack to try and get this done as quickly as possible. And to be fair, I think it's only going to take maybe a lap or two for the whole train to catch up to the back here. So very nicely done from everyone involved, and hopefully we will get a few more racing laps in before we have to bring out that checkered flag.
Yeah, well, they're going to catch up by the end of this lap, definitely. The speed at which the safety car's going and everyone else is going, they've almost caught them anyway. So we should be good to go racing this time if Julian's happy with the situation. I'm assuming that they've moved the car. I don't think Julian would have allowed the wave by until the track was clear. This is an assumption because we're not seeing that particular part of the track, but I'm assuming that it is clear up there, and so actually we might be able to go racing this time by, if not next time. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. And really, the battles to watch here are going to be the ones further back. So the second place on, third place on battles, really, that's more likely to change. So we've got to sort of recalibrate our brain here. We're used to focusing on the front of a group of cars on a safety car restart, but really it's everything that's happening behind that Vape Club car, the white, pink and green car. That car back is where the positional changes are more likely to be.
Indeed. That's what we're hoping anyway. That's what we're hoping. Last few minutes left to go in this one. And yeah, basically ignore the UVO car because they are, well, they'll be hoping to scamper off on this race start initially and just, again, make it nice and relaxed for them as they get ready to go. Safety car lights are off, Andy. We're ready to go for the restart.
Here we go then. It's going to be a 6.5 minute sprint to the flag. The third round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship about to burst back into life. The Jaguar safety car's in the pit lane, and Farkini brings the field to the green flags. He will try and scamper away, as John quite rightly says. The battling is going to be going on some way behind him for potentially a podium place still, particularly keeping in mind the number one car of Riley Phillips, who's already starting to slice and dice his way through the traffic. His next target is the Sherrodice UK car. So Sherrodice UK in the 251, that car in the hands for the final stint of Matt Hyde, is going to be the next one to feel the pressure from Riley Phillips. Out of Church Corner the field goes. The leader not exactly getting away, in fairness, such is the power of the slipstream, but he's getting away from those that really matter as far as the ones that could still beat him. Ted Bradbury crossed the line, John, 11.5 seconds behind the leading car.
Indeed, which, as we've seen across the rest of the race, we'd be thinking, oh my goodness, he's so close. But sadly for him, he's got, as you said, what was it, almost 15 cars in between him and your race leader at the moment, as he sends it up the inside of 2 up into Rocket. So he's motoring on, is Ted, as we would have expected. But yeah, it's an uphill battle, well, quite literally up to Rocket, but also figuratively in the rest of this race in terms of getting himself up into the lead. Highly unlikely, but he's doing everything he can. But also, you've now got to think as well, how much does Ted decide to push? Because if it was just this race and then we were waiting for a month, you'd go, push it as hard as you like, mate. What have you got to lose? But this car needs to do a whole other 3 hours this evening. Let's not cause an issue. Let's not cause mechanical failure or anything over these last couple of minutes. And then the team has a lot of work to do for the 3 hour race later on this evening. So you're sort of weighing up the risk and reward over these last few minutes, not only for Ted, but for all the drivers out there.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think he's got to have that in mind slightly. He was 4/10 quicker than the leader that time, even in traffic, though, just to prove the point that if he'd been a bit closer, I think absolutely the win was on the cards. There is Tropical Rocket Racing on the outside line. They are in 3rd position, but Sherrodize is the next car behind them. They're in 4th, and they're both being caught by Team GRD in 5th. So Team GRD are some way back in the queue, but they are quicker than the Tropical Rocket car, which desperately wants to try and put the Race Logic car between themselves and Sherrodize. They do, and it's the silver car behind that is fighting them for position. So Tropical Rocket Racing's 157 with Josh Phelps at the wheel, being caught here by Matt Hyde, and this is for a podium place. Tropical Rocket would love a podium out of all of this if possible, as GRD and indeed Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car find themselves in a world of trouble.
It's getting very explosive, isn't it, over these last few minutes? I spotted as well, it doesn't mean anything, but FFS overtook the race leader there up into Rocket as we looked away. So, as we say, they're not gaining anything out of it, but they've overtaken the race leader. They'll be pretty happy about that one, and that'll give them some positivity moving into the second race of the day this evening. But yes, amazing that you say that Ted on that restart, despite being in the midst of the pack, still going faster than Uvio out front. Amazing to see from Ted, and I can't wait to see what they do in the race this evening. But still plenty happening then, as we saw, of course, Tropical Rocket Racing putting the Race Logic car between themselves and Sherrodize, but not for much longer. Sherrodize are back through as they head through down the back straight up towards Rocket once more. Sherrodize are right in the wheel tracks as they head up there. Plenty of battles going on in the mid-pack, but they're closing in up the straight of Sherrodize here. Potential up into Rocket for a move as Tropical Rocket Racing have held the inside line there, looking to keep 3rd position. Up through the top section of the circuit they go now, and we saw, big off, nearly off goes Ted, off onto the grass in the braking zone, gets caught out by the lights car moving over there. Exposure Lights taking the racing line, didn't quite realise he had Ted on the outside. That was nearly a very scary moment for Ted, but he dealt with it beautifully, got the car around the corner and still made the positions.
Track Focus, by the way, had been in from 11th place. The team were ushering the car into the garage, but they actually just stopped in the pit bay and then sent it back on its way. That was Sean Cooper with a drama. They were running at 11th on the fringes of the top 10. We've had the change for 3rd, so Sherrodize have gone through ahead of Tropical Rocket Racing. So Matt Hyde then gaining a position as there's a stop-go penalty for GRD.
Massive. That is huge for GRD. A 10-second stop-go penalty as Greeny threw off and wide at the final corner. Well, they've done a great job so far in this race, but it's all getting a bit scrappy here over these last couple of minutes. Well, it's a stop-go for team number 1, and with how close all these drivers are out on circuit, that's going to hamper them massively. Well, just as we thought things couldn't change at the end of the race, it all gets blown wide open, not only for this race, but for the championship once again.
I think that will cost them a top 10, because so many cars, as you said, are on the same lap as them, and they're all pretty much bumper to bumper. So yeah, I do think that is going to lead to a big loss of positions for them. It's carnage, isn't it, out there? We started the race with pretty much pandemonium for the first half an hour, and the last 10 minutes or so after that safety car are proving to be much the same. The lead gap is 11 seconds. Ted Bradbury's doing everything he can, but he's running out of time with only one more lap to go after this one. Sherrodize UK to 3rd. GRD's charge, of course, will now be halted by this stop-go penalty.
With a yellow flag up at Rocket, someone nearly got to the barriers on the edge of Rocket. It looked like Lee Tech, but I'm not sure. One of the drivers off well wide there up at Rocket. We've had yellow flags up there, dust being kicked up, loads of lockups. I saw as well, we had side-by-side for 3rd place again up at Rocket. Sherrodize UK and Tropical Rocket Racing absolutely scrapping over this last position on the podium. Like you say, the word to use is chaos.
Thank goodness we've only got a lap of this to go. I'm not sure I can take much more, given we've got another 3 hours of this to come later on. So 3rd place battle, and it is still a battle, is heading down into Church Corner. Tropical Rocket Racing could have positioned themselves quite well here. They're going to get the slipstream heading down the back straight. We're not seeing it on the screens. They're heading out onto the back straight now, the 3rd place battle. Out onto the dirt goes the Tropical Rocket car, and I think we're going to have a move made here heading up into the braking zone at Rocket. Are they going to get through? Josh Josh Phelps is in the draft. He pulls to the outside line. He's late on the brakes. He's going to go around the outside. No, Sheridan's just about hang on. We're following the Vape Club car further down the order, which is in second, but isn't likely to improve its position, but ahead on the road, behind in the order, if you're following me. We have had we've had nearly another change for third, but Sheridan's managed to hang on. Right, time ticks down to 0. The race leader is coming to the checkered flag, and it is going to be a first victory of the season for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsports, for Fabulous Randaccio and for Farkini. They're out of the final corner. They head for the checkered flag. It is race victory for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsports. Despite the drama they had midway through the race going off on the back straight, they hang on to win. There are Sheridan's. They're going to come home just about in third, ahead of Tropical Rocket Racing, and across the line now goes Ted Bradbury. Second position it will be for the Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport car. That was a breathless finish to what was a pretty breathless race, in all honesty, and what a brilliant finish it was. Ted Bradbury got within 10 seconds in the end. Had there been less traffic, had that been a longer green flag run at the end, he might well have given Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport something to think about. As it is, they are able to claim a first win of the season, and a really important one in the context of the championship.
Super, super important. And like you say, I can't wait to see what Vape Club do in that second race of the day later on, because I was saying no one was able to beat that fastest lap. Well, he did it on the final lap. The final lap, he got it. Did Ted a 1:18.566, despite all the pressure in that pack, the amount of drivers he was overtaking, still a new fastest lap of the race there on the final lap. Amazing. But what a race that was then for round number 3 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2026. All 3 races so far this season have been exciting, all for totally different reasons. Who would have thought a race with almost no safety cars would have been quite that exciting, and at the end only the top 2 finishing on the leading lap? What a way to kick things off. Well, Uvio were so excited they went round again.
It's the Uvio way, isn't it? That's, look, they haven't won a race for a little while, so they're going to milk this opportunity for all it is worth. Let's get down there then and hear from the winning team. Fabulous Randaccio catching up with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
I am Andy, and nice to be back on the top step, Fab.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. That's such a great race for us. So pleased to come back. We christened the new car out of the box, get a win. That's just amazing. So pleased with that. So pleased with that. I'm just, the track here today is just a beautiful place to be, beautiful place to drive and get a win. Amazing.
But it wasn't all plain sailing, was it? Because I think it was either you or Farkini got forced onto the grass going down the back straight and ripped off Captain Splitter. I don't think he'll be happy with you.
Yeah, for once, I take no blame whatsoever. That was entirely Farkini. But to be fair, like, the car wasn't too bad. We were dropping a bit of speed up the start-finish straight, which happens when you drop a splitter. But yeah, we just kept pumping in the lap times today. Perfect.
Race 2, you start 28th. Is it still going to be your normal approach? Drive fast, don't crash?
Yeah, you know us. We love starting from the back. We'll have a blast, and yeah, hopefully we'll get through in not too much time.
All right, go and celebrate, mate. Well done. That's Fabulous Randaccio and also Farkini from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Your winners of round 3 of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I'm off for a well-earned rest now, so I'll be passing the baton over to Richard John Neal for the remaining of our support races. Then I will be back during the Marshall break as we build up to round 4, which will be our second encounter of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Another 3-hour thriller. We'll look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, we've got to do that all over again, or we get to do that all over again, perhaps I should say, a little bit later on. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport then claim the victory, their first of the season, and a really important one, you feel that, in the championship chase. Vape Club with Morpheus Motorsport, likewise, quite an important haul of points there for second position, and less than 10 seconds between them at the end of the 3 hours. Sheridan's UK grabbed third in the closing stages, ahead of Tropical Rocket Racing in fourth, and Signature RV with a solid run there in fifth. We didn't mention them a huge amount, but Marcus Clutton did really well on the final stint there to get the car into a top 5 position. GCI Racing was 6th ahead of Red River Sport, Greenheath, Lee Tech, who slipped down to 9th, and Team Clapham North got back into the top 10 by the flag. Team GRD, having served that drive-through penalty for the contact, we think, with another car up the back straight, they ended up 11th, and that's massively significant for their championship points haul. Track Focused were 12th ahead of PLR Uvio, and Race Logic in 14th place. 15th position was the, there we go, Seed Data car, which of course was the one that had the contact from GRD, going up the back straight. Demon Tweaks was 16th, Axiometric 17th. Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing were next, and the rest came home behind them in an order that we can't tell you because the timing screen's been wiped in anticipation of our next race, which is already sending out onto the grid. So the Fiesta Junior cars then making their way out because we actually have more racing to go. Normally when a Fun Cup race finishes, that's it for the day. But there is more racing to come. The Fiesta Juniors out next. So the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship head out onto the Anglesey Grand Prix circuit now. We're back onto the full circuit layout for the next couple of races. The Fiesta Juniors with a big grid of cars. Another real success story for the BRSCC is the Fiesta Junior Championship. And they are set to put on a show for us, I'm sure, here at Anglesey. We've had 2 events and 5 races so far. It all started at Snetterton before heading to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit last time in support of the BRSCC 24 Hours. It is Dara McInerney who gets pole position for today's first race. Oscar Hommerstone alongside him with Bobby Holmes starting third alongside Lewis Turkington, son of 4-time British Touring Car champion Colin. What a step forward he's made in performance with 2010 racing at the start of 2026. Jensen Pritchard and Barnaby Brewer are on row 3 ahead of Luke Broadbent and Max Haller on row 4. Thomas Simpson and Daniel Hartley then on row 5 together. Then it's Daniel Tecci with Lewis Islin on the 6th row. Row 7 for Benji Douglas and Leo Mosley with Callie Clifford and Josh Watts on the 8th row. Row 9, Harry Russell and Oliver Heron. Then it's Nathan Edwards and Neil Hampson ahead of Rhys Owen and Charlie Burnett. Max Fenton and Kieran Stewart are on the 12th row of the grid. And the 13th row, Sava Solenjenko and Nathan Darcy with Hayden Gray, Thomas Potter and Joe Wood bringing up the rear of the field. So, interesting race ahead of us then. Oliver Heron, the championship leader, only 18th on the grid after a disappointing qualifying session earlier on today. So Oliver Heron's got it all to do. He arrives here with a slender 6-point championship lead over Bobby Holmes. Bobby Holmes starts third, and Dara McInerney, the pole sitter, is third in the points. So there is the potential for a championship lead change, depending on how this first 15-minute race of the weekend goes. Dara McInerney with the track position advantage in his second season of Fiesta Junior Racing. I was trying to think whether he'd done a part season before last year, but certainly he was a front runner and championship contender in 2025, and he is now really starting to put all of that to good use, that experience that he's got in the series with pole position. And Dara McInerney, triple race winner from the Snetterton season opener, and in fact on drop scores would be the championship leader. We had a non-finish in the first race at Silverstone last time out, and then bounced back to I think a 3rd place finish in race number 2. So only really that one bad result, the first race at Silverstone, and Dara McInerney is looking to try and get back to winning ways again here at Anglesey. It was Oliver Heron who won both races at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. So 5 races, only 2 different winners, and the driver who's won the 3 races this season so far, the first 3, is back on pole position again for this one. So making the final preparations for the first Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. And John Ratcliffe, this is always exciting. Fiesta Junior Championship, another series that rarely produces a dull race. I mean, it's got all the right ingredients, right? Very, very closely monitored regulations mean that the cars are near identical in pace. They are really front-wheel drive mini touring cars, essentially, aren't they? So, again, guaranteed excitement, and they're all being driven by teenagers. This, I think you're beginning maybe to see why I always look forward to these races.
Yeah, like you say, those are some great ingredients. Let's see how we go to racing action then for the first time this weekend. I've been lucky enough to be commentating over the Fiesta Juniors already this season. The racing was epic, and coming to a circuit like this at Anglesey, like you say, surely we're on for more of that. Now, interestingly, looking at the starting grid, of course, for the Fun Cup, we had a rolling start for that one, 2x2, everyone very close together. Of course, the Caterhams earlier on, we had a grid start, but we had the drivers basically side by side going down the grid. For this one, all much more spaced out on the grid, which just means if you're sort of from, 12th backwards, there's no chance you can see the lights, is there? You cannot see the lights at the start. You've just got to watch the drivers ahead and watch and wait for them to go. So you're basically hoping the driver that you're watching to see when they go, you're hoping they have a pretty good start.
Yes, if they're not paying attention, then that could all get rather embarrassing, couldn't it? But a good point well made, actually. And some of the cars at the back of the grid are almost halfway up towards the hairpin. So they actually have to negotiate the final corner of the track as their turn one, essentially. It's a slightly strange setup. It's not normally an issue, it's just because of this really short... Oh, pit straight at Anglesey. There is a car on the grass heading into the banking on the green flag lap. They are words I've not said before and shouldn't be saying, really. Who was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 10th in line, would you agree? We'll try and get an ID on that driver, but that's not ideal.
Less than ideal. Maybe we said green flag lap. They thought they meant green grass lap. That was maybe the, yeah. It was this driver coming down here, wasn't it? I think in the red, white, and black car, the 63 was it, or one of the drivers further behind? Of course, all very similar livery, so we can't really tell. But it was one of those drivers from that team, wasn't it? I think it was the driver at the sharp end of that group. So we can work out who that
Daniel
was.
Hartley,
it was,
maybe.
yeah, Daniel Hartley on the 63 potentially. But either way, not really what you want to be seeing on the green flag lap. Hopefully, that's not an omen for what's about to happen on lap number 1.
Yes.
We shall see.
Yes, I've seen too. Although I have to say, driving standards in this championship have taken a massive step forward over the last couple of years. And to your point about the grid layout, actually, the move to start them on a staggered grid in the recent years, that was all designed to try and reduce start line incidents, first corner incidents. We really don't see that kind of thing happen very often now. So driving standards are pretty high. But it's a lot of cars, it's a narrow circuit, it's a tight circuit, and we would expect a little bit of side-to-side racing, I would say, from this lot, particularly in the early stages. So the cars there make their way up onto the Grand Prix loop. As I said, we're back on the full circuit now for the sprint races today. It's only the Fun Cup they get to experience that. I think it's something like an 8-storey drop elevation change-wise from the entries of the corkscrew to the final corner at the bus stop. On this version of the circuit, it's a little bit less dramatic, but you can still see from this camera angle just how much lower the left-hand side of the track is to the right-hand side.
I never realised it was quite that aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, you do notice it in the car because you do drop off the edge of a cliff going over the right-hand section of that section of corners. But I never realised it was quite that many stories. Wow! But yeah, as you say, that camera angle is the perfect showing of the elevation change down through those few corners. But like you say, we only need to deal with that for the Fun Cup race, of which we do have one more to cap off today's racing later on. But for now, we go to a few sprint races kicked off by the Fiesta Juniors, and like we say, they head down to that hairpin, and that hairpin did open up some overtaking opportunities in the Caterhams early on, so hopefully we see that once again here in the Fiesta Juniors. But as the drivers near the sharp end of the grid make their way round to their grid positions, this is where those nerves start to flare up. You've got to get those butterflies flying in the right direction in your tummy as you look up to the lights. As soon as they go out, we're off and racing once again in the BRSEC Fiesta Junior Championship. Plenty of impressive names on this grid, but who's going to take the spoils here in race number 1? Not too long until we find out.
Yeah, shout out to Lewis Turkington, by the way. Brilliant qualifying effort there in 4th. Has never had a podium in the Fiesta Junior Championship before. He's taken a massive step forward in performance this year anyway, but actually hasn't really troubled the top 5 before in the Fiesta Junior Championship, but has found some serious performance this weekend, and will be starting the red and white number 72 car from 4th on the grid. The back few rows of the grid are almost in position. There's a bit of confusion somewhere, is there, John?
It looks like maybe the 22 has dropped one position further back than they should be, and it sort of closed everyone up. As there they go, they do pull into their correct grid slot, but maybe a little bit too late. Anyway, we'll turn our attention to the race start.
Which is now. Away they go. The lights are out. 15 minutes of racing underway, and Dara McInerney will lead them uncontested into the first corner, with Oscar Homerstone in second position. Side by side there, Lewis Turkington to the outside of Jensen Pritchard, trying to defend 4th place as they head out of target and down towards the banking for the first time. Side by side for second there, as Oscar Homerstone and Bobby Holmes were almost door banging, but they just about made it round the corner without any significant contact. Clean start, so far so good, but soon we're heading into Church, and then the long run up the hill into Rocket, where I'm sure we're going to see a few overtaking moves attempted. There is Lewis Turkington, the red and white car, holding on to 4th position ahead of the grey and orange of Jensen Pritchard, but Pritchard looks the man most likely to make a move maybe here as we head into the braking zone. Forces a defensive line out of Turkington, whose car is bouncing around in the braking zone, and to the outside will go Pritchard. That's the inside line for the right hand element of Rocket. Did he manage to make that stick? He's still at the inside of Lewis Turkington, and I think will go through.
It's the inside line if you can force your way back to it. It looks like like he has been able to do just that, and might just gain a cheeky extra position because of it. As they come back into view, indeed, that has all resettled itself. Well, good to see that the green flag lap wasn't an omen for the race start. They all make it through fantastically well, and the Fiesta Juniors continue to press on through this first lap. Did I speak too soon? The 70 is off and round. That was contact with another driver. Hopefully they're not stuck up there. And who was that going off piste?
That was Benji Douglas, who's been off, who started mid-grid in the number 70 car. There's a lot of squeezing going on into the hairpin, and wide goes Barnaby Brewer in the yellow and black car. He's going to plummet down the order as the field is very closely bunched together at this early stage. He'll lose 5 or 6 positions maybe as a result of that. Dara McInerney, though, is going to lead the opening lap of the race. Out of the final turn he comes, and in second position then is going to be Bobby Holmes from third on the grid, contact further back, and that's the 179 car, the BC Racing Machine, which has lost some ground, of Thomas Simpson. Hopefully not too much damage done, but it's so congested, and if one car at the front of the group has a moment, there's really nowhere for the cars behind to go.
Yeah, exactly. You saw how much it closed up there out of the final corner as they all chose different lines, and again down into turn 2. Bit more contact there as one driver sent it to the inside line a little bit late, but either way, they force their way back through. As we say, if you can get that inside line, you've got to be aggressive to take it, and that's exactly what we saw there down at turn 2, but already some scuffles unfolding down lap number 1 as again, very, very slidey there down through the mid-section of the circuit for the 179. Has that potentially caused further issues for Thomas Simpson as he's a little bit low, a little bit slow even, up the back straight. We'll keep an eye on him, see if he does drop down the order any further, but still some great racing going on. There's Techi right in the middle of the scrap as well, as more contact up at the top of the hill with one of our novices involved there, almost getting spun around. But again, as you often see, especially in front wheel drive racing, when you get half turned around, someone often just stuffs you on the other side and spins you back around, and you get to carry on, which is exactly what we saw there up at Rocket.
That was Nathan Edwards being tapped sideways there. Well, tapped is actually underselling, I think, just how significant a hit that was, but he's carried on anyway, hopefully without too much damage. Thomas Simpson, though, definitely does have an issue, doesn't he, after that little collision? It was a big side-to-side hit that he had at the last corner, and I have to wonder whether that's damaged the suspension or that damaged a wheel maybe on that car. He, I suspect, is headed for the pit lane. Optimistic lunge up the inside there for the number 5 of Leo Mosley, who is not quite going to get that move made, I don't think. The tight line into the hairpin is usually a little bit slower coming off the turn, and so he's not going to be able to do anything with that on the run into the final corner, out of which come the leading group, and Dara McInerney's lead extends ever so slightly now to 1.3 seconds with the fastest lap of the race. He is quicker at the moment than Bobby Holmes in second position, but Bobby not really under that much pressure from Oscar Homerstone in third. The top 4 or 5 or 6 actually, pretty well spread out at this stage.
Indeed. Well, with Simpson, we mentioned, continuing to slip down the order. He's down now right at the back of the pack, down to 27. So it's not been an ideal lap there on that one for him as they press on through to another lap. But there have been some big movers up and down the order. Biggest ones being Watts and Heron up to 9th and 10th respectively. So both those two slightly further down the order than they would have hoped off of the race start. But they're making up for it once we do get into full green flag conditions. Places being made by 2 drivers that we would expect to be right up there in the sharp end. Now up into the top 10, but still quite a bit of work to do here with just over 10 minutes to go.
2 drivers into the pit lane at the end of the recent lap. Thomas Simpson we expected with damage, but also Barnaby Brewer, who started 6th. He's got a left front puncture. So Barnaby Brewer then, after, I'm going to guess again, a collision out there, has sustained a puncture and is in to get that seen too, as there's a bit more paint traded there. The 306 is getting its elbows out as they come out of Peel Corner. That's Oliver Heron. Oliver Heron, remember, the championship leader with a lot of ground to make up here. He's twice a winner last time out at Silverstone, but started deep in the order. How many places had he gained? He was up to 10th already, having started 18th. So Oliver Heron is on an absolute tear, and he's getting properly stuck in now to some of the battles going on further back. He's just got himself ahead of this group of cars. There's again a little bit of leading on each other coming out of the hairpin. Thank goodness the championship leader had just negotiated that group. Otherwise, he could very easily have ended up in the middle of that. Out of the final turn they come then, and it's elbows out in the midfield. At the front, though, things pretty calm.
Yeah, leaning on each other is a nice way to put it there. Well, if you ain't robbing, you ain't racing, as they say. And we press on to another lap with the Fiesta Juniors very much getting those Spanish archers sharpened. The old elbows coming out in this first race of the weekend. But already, as we do often see in the juniors, gaps opening up between the gagglers. You very rarely find a driver on their own in the Fiesta Juniors, but you often find me split off into sort of groups of 3, 4, 5 or 6 as they all continue to do battle. But in these short and sharp races here in the Fiesta Juniors are almost clocking on towards half race distance in this one. But since the race start, McInerney has looked, well, as relaxed as you can be leading a Fiesta Junior race. He now finds himself just over 2 seconds clear, and the fact that will help as well is that Homerton is only a couple of tenths off the back of Holmes. So Holmes' attention will be well and truly on the 555 behind him, as proven on your screens. They are nose to tail, and this will hopefully, at least the supporters of McInerney will be hoping, that the attention turns back to the battle for second and he can just continue to eke out that gap out front.
Yeah, Bobby Holmes losing a bit of pace on the previous lap. Homerstone catching him quite significantly. I'd said that there was a bit of distance between those leading cars, but that's not the case. Second, third and fourth place, Jensen Pritchard now bunching together as they head down into the hairpin. Holmes takes a slightly defensive line. Is that going to slow him down on corner exit? Maybe. Not really. Oscar Homerstone a little bit too eager on the right foot. Picked up a bit of understeer himself. He's certainly close enough, though, to ask some questions of the second place man. And Bobby Holmes is potentially going to have to defend into the last corner. No, doesn't choose to. And in the end didn't need to. Homerstone not quite close enough, turning into the bus stop. That slightly awkward 90-degree left-hander that brings them round to the end of the lap. Darrell McInerney then with a 2.4 second lead now over Holmes, Homerstone and Pritchard. Turkington a couple of seconds back in 5th, and he's got about 3 seconds in hand over the next group. Daniel Hartley, Luke Broadbent and Max Horler, with Lewis Island and Josh Watts now completing the top 10.
Indeed, Harley's been impressive so far in this one because we think it was him that might have had a bit of a grass cutting on the formation lap. But either way, he's done a great job when we've got to race conditions. And if it wasn't you, Daniel, who listens to this back, sorry, mate. Either way, doing a great job there in 6th place. Under a bit of pressure from Luke Broadbent, but it's been amazing to see Daniel jump into car racing for this year. Last time I commentated on him was back at the 2024 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. He was impressive there. He's very impressive in cars. That was a little bit too optimistic there from the 555 of Oscar Homerstone, very late on the brakes. He did get second place for a while there until he went off into another postcode and he dropped back down to 3rd, and now under pressure from Jensen Pritchard as sadly one car going no further.
That's your championship leader. Oliver Heron is in, and there's drama at the hairpin. The 22 car, multiple cars involved, the 5 and 22 and 25 I think. So Leah Mosley, Harry Russell and another car I think. In fact, yes, there are 4 cars potentially. This is going to be a safety car at the very least up at Rocket Corner. It's often the scene of drama here at Anglesey, and unfortunately, yes, red flags are out. The race being stopped. That's not a huge surprise. 6 1/4 minutes to go, so there's time for them to restart this, but they are going to have to clear the mess up at Rocket Corner. I'm not sure exactly what's happened there, but 4 cars at least stuck, all with varying levels of damage, and that is going to mean the race is brought to a halt. So unfortunate then, with the red flags required, but that is understandable in this case. That's going to take quite a while to deal with. There is Oliver Heron. So yeah, championship leader. He had been making really good progress, but it looks like it's something engine related. The Jam Sport team are investigating, and actually this red flag is not terrible news for Oliver. It gives them a bit more time to diagnose the issue, and we'll then wait and see whether or not he's able to take the restart. The scene then up at Rocket, so I identified a couple of these. 5 Leo Mosley was one, 25 Harry Russell another. Who else though didn't make it through that lap? The timing screen's just cleared itself helpfully, but the marshals and medics on site to make sure that everyone's okay, and the 22 was involved as well, we're hearing, which was Josh Watts. That's a shame. Josh Watts, who's been going great guns in Ginetta Junior Racing in a double campaign for him in 2026, and unfortunately has been involved in this as well, and we believe was right at the centre of what's gone on there up at Rocket Corner. So this will take a while, I suspect, but the marshals set to do what they do best, and I'm sure they'll first of all focus on making sure the drivers are okay, but the track hopefully will be cleared in the next few minutes.
Indeed, hopefully, shouldn't take too long, but it will be a bit of stoppage here up at Rocket as a couple of drivers just having a little check over as well for the medical staff to make sure they're all okay to continue if this race does get back underway. Well, we saw, of course, Oliver Heron into the pit lane with those issues. Of course, not ideal for Oliver. Of course, having to come back into the pits with issues is never an ideal way to end the race. But one positive is the fact that he was right in the middle of that battle that then has caused all of this chaos up at Rocket. Of course, the likes of Josh Watts, like we said, involved in that one, and those drivers from sort of 8th place back, I think it was, that have been involved in this scuffle up at Rocket, and that's exactly where Oliver Heron was. He was involved in that squabble with Watts, and all those drivers around him have got caught up in that battle. So okay, it's a shame that he's had to come back into the pits with mechanical issues, but actually might be a bit of a positive because it's meant he's dropped out from this battle pack that then had all the collisions up at Rocket and maybe has kept his car a little bit more out of trouble. Not that he planned to, he would have loved to carry on in that battle, but hey, every cloud has a silver lining, as they say. If he can get that issue fixed ready for the second and third race this weekend, I think he'll be pretty happy he wasn't caught up in that scuffle up at Rocket. But plenty of cars and vans heading up there, all the different staff members here up at Anglesey all jumping into action. A big thank you to all of them. But it sounds as though we might have a certain Mr. Richard John Neal down there ready to chat with some of our drivers from the BRSTC Fiesta Juniors.
I'm giving a smile to the camera. Someone who's not smiling is the man who led the championship coming in, Oliver Heron. Oliver, is it all right if we grab a quick word?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah.
First of all, obviously, motorsport is a fickle business, isn't it? Championship leader coming in, as Dara was last time out. What's the issue?
The crank sensor's come loose on the engine, so it's literally just give us a pop and bang map, basically.
Not the way you wanted the weekend to get underway, really?
Not really. I mean, we've had nothing but issues since Friday. I think I probably got probably 10 laps in on Friday with no ABS as well. We literally just found the problem 10 minutes before we come into assembly, and you know, I think I was making my way up there quite well from the back of the grid, really, and it's a shame this has happened, but I can still get going for race 2 tomorrow and hopefully get up to the front with Dara and, you know, all them up at the front to keep the championship lead.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's about how you bounce back from these issues, and you know, you probably know as well as anyone about the ups and downs of the sport.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a championship's never won or lost in the third round, you know. There's still more rounds to come this year, you know. The team are here working really hard so we can get up to maybe, you know, to win the championship this year.
The downside is you're going to be off the back for races 2 and then hopefully a little bit further up for 3.
Yeah, that should be not an issue. I think I should be all right.
I'll let you sort of gather your thoughts and hope that we can get you back out, Oliver.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate. Oliver Heron there. So, championship leader. You kind of look for stories, you look for a little bit of drama, not the way Oliver wanted to lose the championship lead for sure. Just having a quick look around, see if we haven't got any other juniors with us at the moment in the pit lane, so I'll hand you back to the guys in the comms box for now, and we'll get some more stories if we can in a moment.
Thank you, Richard. So the on-track action stops, but there's plenty of other adrenaline sports that you can partake in this part of the world. It's a little bit choppy out at sea, but I've seen it an awful lot worse than this in the past here at Anglesey. And a couple of spectators, interestingly, trying to maybe find themselves another vantage point out on the circuit. But yeah, we're in for a fairly lengthy red flag period, I think, here, whilst we deal with the Fiesta Junior incident up at Rocket Corner. Sorry, two conversations at once. Yes, so the red flag here is going to take a little while, I think, to deal with. And in the meantime, we welcome a guest into the commentary booth. I'm delighted to say Dara McInerney has been doing rather well in this race, leading until the red flag. And his mother has been up here watching, Maggie, I believe, yes. Up in the commentary box. How are we feeling at this precise moment?
A little bit more stressed now he's lost his lead, but hopefully he'll get a good restart.
Yeah, I mean, it must be. I can only begin to imagine the things that go through your head when you're watching, you know, your young son out there racing. But he's good at what he does, isn't he? Has he always sort of wanted to get into this? At what age did you realise this was the path he wanted to take?
He's always wanted to race. He started karting when he was 4, so it's always been his thing. He works on his own cars. So
oh, really?
yes, he's built this car himself with his dad. It's his passion.
Right, okay, and it must be such a proud moment to see him living out that passion, and
Absolutely.
it turns out he's got a talent for it as well.
Yes, he has. I'm incredibly proud of him, and just hope he can keep it up.
What goes through your head then? Remember, we're on a live broadcast, choose your words carefully, but what goes through your head when you're watching a race out there? Can you enjoy it, or is it just stress?
It's just stress. I think it's so hard when you know how good he is and there's nothing you can do to fix it or do it for him, but he's good. He's doing a good job.
Absolutely. So he started racing in this championship last year, I seem to recall. Pretty much immediately was a front runner.
Yeah.
So was that a surprise to him, or did you all sort of know he was going to take to this? Because karting's one thing, but doing it now on larger circuits in proper cars, that's a real challenge. Were you all surprised at how well he took to it?
We were aiming for top 10 last year, so to be at the front from the first round was incredible, and to get, race wins as well in his first season. Remembering we were independent, we weren't part of a team at that point, so it was incredible.
What's his mindset coming into this year then? Last year was very much a learning season, but as I said, he was a front runner immediately. He must now be gunning for the championship this season, but that can mess with your head sometimes coming into the end of the winter break, knowing that that's your goal. Is he feeling the pressure at all?
I don't think so. I think he deals with pressure exceptionally well, and he's so relaxed before a race. He's not one to get in the car. He's always round talking to people and has his own approach. But no, I think he's been incredibly relaxed this weekend and just enjoying himself.
Does he get the love of motorsport from his parents, or is this a new thing?
No, I think we've always loved motorsport. Dad raced when he was younger, bits and bobs, and he's just taking it forward.
What did Dad race in?
Dad did a lot of oval racing. He did a little bit on circuits. I don't think we quite had the budget to go that far, but Dad was doing well.
Excellent. Well, it's great to see him doing well out there, and thank you so much for jumping on mic as well.
That's
We
okay.
never get the opportunity to speak to the parents, and it's always fascinated me. I mean, we marvel at the talent these youngsters have, but they're not able to get out there without the help of their family, and it's really nice to get your thoughts on it. The cars are gridding back up, so I'm going to let you get back into a prime vantage point to enjoy the race, but thank you so much for having a chat with us. Maggie McInerney then, who's going to be cheering her son Dara on during a restart, which is coming up in the next few moments, I believe. The car's lining up on the grid, but there's still a little bit of work going on up at the top end of the circuit, and cars up and down the grid will be starting to get back into position. On that back row of the grid, actually, at the initial start at least, was Thomas Potter, who I came across a couple of years ago doing a bit of sim racing. Thomas Potter, who's now ventured into real-world racing. That is his sister, Catherine, who is one of our camera operators this weekend. She's based up towards the Exeter Peel corner. There she is, waving and smiling for the camera. The Potters are slowly taking over the world of motorsport. Thomas out on track, Catherine trackside. That must be an interesting experience. I mean, you raced with family members, but to stand trackside and film them whilst they're racing, we've just heard a parent's perspective of how nervous they get, but at least parents just have to sit back and watch the race. Catherine's got a job to do.
It's very true, but she can also control the coverage of her brother as well, so there's another positive in that.
Good point, and it wouldn't be the first camera operator to ignore the instructions of the producer either, so we'll see whether...
Well, when it's Kieran producing, ignoring him is understandable.
They were John's words, not mine, Kieran, for a change. I'm going to just move slightly further away from the director's corner of the commentary box for fear of getting a slap to the side of the face. But yeah, great to have Catherine as part of the team, and I'm sure she's enjoying this, but it must be a slightly surreal experience getting the chance to go out there trackside. I don't know how much filming she's done. Has she ever worked with once before? So not hugely experienced at this and still learning that craft, and also I'm sure a little bit distracted with how well her brother's doing, but luckily he avoided that skirmish up at the rocket complex, which is nearly dealt with now. John, what brilliant work by the marshals. I mean, that looked like a pretty serious incident. All of the drivers we heard got out of the cars on their own, which is good news, but 4 cars, lots of debris and some rather shaken up drivers to deal with, and we're already nearly ready to go racing.
Yeah, amazing work from everyone everyone involved there. I think we had a good 7 or 8 cars involved in the incident, and then 4 stuck up there as well. So got to clear those cars out of the way. Of course, got to check over the drivers as well, fix any circuit furniture that may have been dislodged during all of that as well. A massive bit of work to take on for everyone involved out there, and they've done a stellar job, as you say, getting everything cleared away and getting us ready to go back racing once again here at Anglesey for the first race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Sadly, for this restart, I think we will have lost a few of the names on the grid, but either way, look forward to seeing this get back underway, and of course looking forward to seeing whether Dara McInerney can replicate that fantastic start from only a few minutes ago.
It was a great start, wasn't it? It was the battling behind him really that was a little bit closer. He was able to lead without any real challenge into the first corner. Having done that once, you'd think it would be easy to do again, but that's not always the case, of course. We've got a car at the end of the pit lane, the number 12 that is. That's Lewis Islin, so I suspect he might have been involved in that as well. He was in and around that midfield group, and so Lewis Islin, the team have been doing some work on that car and are watching on. That's one of the Speedworks cars, isn't it? Great to have Speedworks involved in the Championship, British Touring Car and GT team most notably, but these days with, well, in fact from this season, very, very serious involvement in the Championship as the mechanics go to work on Callie Clifford's car, and we catch a rather unfortunate angle, but there's more important things for the team to be worrying about right now, and they're fixing something on the right front corner of the car, I believe.
I didn't know we had a full moon plan for tonight.
Oh, very good, very good.
Someone had to say it. But no, like you say, more things to be focusing on than that as we get ready for this race to restart, as the teams try their absolute hardest to get those drivers that were involved in that skirmish up at Rocket back out on circuit if they're able to do so. If the fixes aren't too serious, then mean they'll have to push that on to tomorrow. But equally, another reason that, thank goodness, they've only got one race today. They've got a bit of time to get things sorted, ready for the other 2 races tomorrow, of which I am very excited for. But as you say, everyone here at Anglesey doing a fantastic job to get Rocket cleared, and it is now fully clear. The last of the cars being dragged back to safety, that being the number 5 there of Leo Mosley, whose car is back into Parc Ferme. And looks as though we've got the circuit pretty much sorted. Should only be a couple of minutes now until we go back to racing conditions and we see how this one plays out. And then after this, of course, still got a couple of sprint races to go, then a little bit of a break, and then, of course, the second and final Fun Cup race of the day to finish off what has already been a very exciting day of racing here at Anglesey.
Indeed so. It's going to be a 5-minute restart for the Fiesta Juniors, by the way, so 5-minute restart. So only a few laps, 3 laps probably. It's quite a long lap here at Anglesey, just under 1 minute and 50 seconds. So maybe 4 laps. We'll wait and see. Depends what the pace is, I suppose, on that early opening lap of the restarted race, as we've got quite a crowd gathering up on the hill at the top of the Rocket complex.
It's George Foxlow watching on, isn't it?
Yes, I thought it was.
With his usual shades.
Yes, and questionable hairstyle. And I've just remembered we're going out over the tunnel. Sorry, George. Look, the mullet, no one asked for the mullet to come back, and I will die on that hill. It is not a good look. There,
just because you can't pull it off, mate.
Well, no, I wouldn't have the patience, quite frankly. I'm, yes, low maintenance when it comes to my hairstyle. Anyway, George Foxlow, despite all of those things counting against him, pretty rapid driver, and we'll see him out in the ST240s a little bit later on, but he was enjoying himself standing trackside until I decided to go in on him. But George, we're very much looking forward to seeing you out on track a little bit later on. Right. Please tell me we're about to go racing again. We still have no movement on the grid. We do have a few gaps in the grid where, of course, we're missing cars from the incident that we had at Rocket. We shouldn't have gone back to original grid order, I don't think, and indeed we haven't, because we've got Bobby Holmes on the front row of the grid, and the order would have gone back a lap, I suspect, when the red flag came out. Once you've completed 2 laps of racing, I think it is, isn't it, that you then revert to the running order at the time of the red flag. Right, Richard, save us. You've got some news from the pit lane, I believe.
All that nonsense. So yeah, we're just having a look with the background. You can see Dara McInerney's car there, ready for the restart with Bobby Holmes. I was chatting to Dara before the race. 1 minute bird's just gone up. He was saying that he's always last to the holding area because sitting in the car for a long time makes it more nervous. And I was saying sometimes in terms of presenting or commentating, you could overthink it if you've got too long to sit and wait about things rather than get on with it. But clearly didn't face Dara in the first start, but now he's got to do it all again after quite a long break. So let's see what he can do. Back to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, who's got himself a bird's eye view of the action down on the pit wall, enjoying the sights and sounds of the Anglesey circuit. We've got a longer queue now starting to form down at the end of pit lane. We've got interestingly, the Oliver Heron car down there, and also that Race Car Consultants car. In all of the excitement surrounding the Race Car Consultants machine, I didn't actually make a note of who the car belonged to. I think it's the 15 of Callie Clifford, potentially, that is down at the end of the pit lane. So those three are going to be taking the restart. Significantly, John, though, Oliver Heron is going to go back out there. I had a bit of a question mark against him because he technically wasn't running at the time of the red flag. He was in the pit lane, but he hadn't retired the car, and the team have been able to work on it. He's ready to go back out, and if they've got the problem sorted, should still be able to salvage, hopefully, something out of the race. You can just see in the middle of those three cars, the 306 car championship leader, poor qualifying. He was starting to make up for that, and then had to come into the pit lane, but at least he's going to take the restart from the pits.
Yeah, very impressive that from the team to use that time given to them to fix the issues and getting back out on the circuit. Of course, going to be starting down near the back once all the drivers have headed on through, but equally still opens up some opportunity to get something from this race, which otherwise would have been more than likely a DNF. So let's see how they take to this race restart then, as the drivers heading on down through the final couple of corners. I say that, of course, we're not on the coastal layout, so they've still got the hairpin to do, of course, haven't they, all the way down here, and then we'll get them gridded up, ready to go for racing action once again. But like I already said, I think the question on my lips and many others, can McInerney do that start yet again? It was perfect, wasn't it, last time when they got down to the first corner? Of course, we know it's not really an overtaking opportunity. You're carrying all that speed straight through, then down to turn 2. But either way, he was under no pressure at all down there through turn 1, could take the ideal line and started to scamper off early on. We'll see if he can do that again in this one. Still plenty of impressive drivers looking to hunt him down, but luckily for them, luckily for him either, a few of them have fallen by the wayside on that first start of the race. But let's see how we get back to it. Race 1 then of the weekend here at Anglesey for the Fiesta Junior Championship, about to get back underway.
Yeah, McInerney's been on it all day, though. In qualifying, he had half a second in hand over everybody else, which I know, okay, it's only over one lap in qualifying, but the signs were there, weren't they, that he was going to be quick.
That's a massive margin.
In Fiesta Junior racing, really, really sizable. Yeah, Oscar Hommerstone, second quickest, was only half a tenth quicker than Bobby Holmes, who was third, who was half a tenth quicker than Lewis Turkington. So yes, to your point, very, very close, except for Dara McInerney, who had half a second in hand over the rest of the field. But we've seen in the past, qualifying pace doesn't always translate into race pace, but if he can get his head down, get another good start, I see no reason why he can't control the race from the front. Although, of course, he's now got Bobby Holmes alongside him. It was Oscar Hommerstone who started on the outside of row 1 the first time around. That is the grippier side of the road, the outside, because it's the traditional racing line, and so there can sometimes be an advantage on initial launch from the outside of row 1. We'll see whether maybe Bobby Holmes can use that to his advantage. Green flag then waved at the back of the grid. It's take 2 of the Fiesta Junior race here at Anglesey. Away we go, and Dara McInerney's made another good launch from pole position, and he's going to hold on to the advantage into the first turn, with Bobby Holmes slotting in line behind him in the green machine. The whole field will pour through the first corner, and only then will those 3 pit lane starters be released. They are now released from the end of the pit lane, to be fair, not too far behind the back of the pack. A clean start, but McInerney not getting away this time. Had a bit of a bad run through the banking, and that means that Bobby Holmes is potentially within striking range heading onto the back straight.
Yeah, yet again, fantastic on watching those lights go out was McInerney, but the run through turn 1 and turn 2 weren't quite as good as the first start of the race. On they go then up to Rocket, and potential Holmes could have the run. Loses the slipstream, but so does Hommerstone. Which way will they go? Well, McInerney defends it, holds that inside line. Holmes stays in behind as well. Hommerstone looks to the outside line, but can't make any use of it.
No, but they're all a lot closer together now, aren't they, than on the initial start to the race, because the leader had to defend. That slowed them all down. There's more carnage.
That's Thomas Potter.
Oh, it is Thomas Potter, I'm afraid. This is not his sister's camera that we're watching this through, but you would have had a good view of that going on. And Thomas Potter, unfortunately, pointing the wrong way up at Rocket. There's a second car involved, which I didn't quite manage to catch a number of, but we'll figure that out at the end of the lap, I guess. The rest of them make their way down the hill onto the GP loop for the first time. McInerney now starting to get away. It's actually the battle for second that's a lot closer. Bobby Holmes and Oscar Hommerstone. It's Holmes defending the inside line. Manages to get it into the corner, but the 555 car has the better run out, and this is music to the ears of the race leader.
Very much so indeed. It looked as though there might be a bit of a challenge here for the race lead, but no, just as we saw on the initial start, now looking back into the squad for second place, and we're under safety car. Safety car board is out. So full course yellow, safety car out onto the circuit. Then of course we saw that Thomas Potter had gotten away. Sadly, the other driver involved has not. Still stuck there up at Rocket. Car doesn't look like it's going anywhere. And I think I can see the driver out of the car as well, walking to the side with the marshals as there you see it. Your picture in picture. Driver moves over to the side, and a shame we've lost someone from this race already. Looks as though Potter will join the back of the queue, but time is ticking down here on the safety car. Will we get another racing lap? I'm not so sure. But either way, the pressure was on there for McInerney to hold on the restart. He did just that, and as we go back to safety car, he's still in the lead. He did everything he needed to do there to keep ahead of Holmes, despite the pressure from Holmes there on that restart. Kept him behind, and then Holmes and Homerson started locking horns yet again, as we already saw earlier on in this race. So it stays as it was then. Just over 2 minutes left to go, and we'll see whether we do get any more racing out of this one.
Kieran Stewart, we believe, in the 14 car, the other one that's gone off. Thank you to Kieran for letting me know. So that car is stationary. Ironically, wasn't the one that spun, but there's obviously some damage done to it that means he can't continue. Now this probably is going to mean the race ends under safety car, unfortunately, with only just under 2 minutes to go. I suspect we are done with racing, and so Dara McInerney's going to have a slightly easier run to victory perhaps than he was anticipating. It's not the way you want to win a race as a driver. Of course, you want to cross the line at full speed, but I fear that's where we're heading, because unless we could go racing this time by, which is unlikely, in fact I'd say a near certainty, we are likely going to see it end under the safety car conditions. So that's a shame, but Dara McInerney is going to be happy with another win. Yeah, you can see there's damage to the right front corner. I think the steering's bent on the 14 car, isn't it? Which is why it's not able to get going. But Dara McInerney won't mind. He's going to be absolutely thrilled to claim another race win here.
Yeah, like you say, not ideal circumstances that he would have wanted to take the race win, but either way, it is a race win. Points for a race win, and it's not like he wasn't tested as well. He wasn't just gifted this race win. Of course, got that great breakaway initially and built the gap nicely, then had to do the race start again. So much pressure on that second race start, because again, you don't know what's going to happen. If you lose that lead early on, something like this could happen, and then you end up losing the race. But no, he remained firm, had another good restart, held on to the lead, and I think now that will give him this race victory. Indeed, finishing on the safety car, never what we want to see, but equally, of course, safety paramount here at Anglesey and across all BRSCC events, making sure the driver's okay, getting that car off the track safely. Just sadly, with time permitting, doesn't look like we're going to get any more racing action as the drivers now head down through to the long hairpin, down to the back section of the circuit once more as time continues to tick down. Well, as we say, we'll get plenty more Fiesta Junior action this weekend. Make sure you join us again on the live stream tomorrow for more of that, but it looks as though timer about to tick to zero, Andy.
It is, and good timing, in fairness, because the cars are approaching the final corner, so they're going to take the checkered flag pretty much when they were supposed to. It's just, unfortunately, going to be behind the safety car, but all counts the same points-wise, so that doesn't matter at all to our drivers, who do now filter through the final corner, led by the safety car, but the race leader, and now race winner, is Dara McInerney, who comes across the line, sees the checkered flag, gets a win here at Anglesey in a very heavily safety car and red flag affected race, but he had control of it regardless, with two good starts, and really strong pace continued on from his impressive qualifying form. Bobby Holmes comes home in second, and it's Oscar Hommerstone who will finish in third, ahead of Jensen Pritchard and Lewis Turkington, who gets his best ever finish in the Fiesta Junior Championship, as I said, in what's been a big stride forward this weekend for Lewis, the Northern Irishman, finishing inside the top five for the first time in this highly competitive series. So, Dara McInerney celebrates a win with the family, and he and they are going to be very pleased with that. Exactly what he needed championship-wise. We get a replay here of what happened up at the top of the hill. It all started off camera, hadn't it? But yeah, Thomas Potter there getting turned into a spin, but there may well have been several other cars involved. It's often a bit of a Skittles effect, isn't it, up there on the opening lap of the race in any category. And unfortunately, Thomas Potter was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He'll be looking to bounce back tomorrow. So Dara McInerney gets the win, Bobby Holmes second, and Oscar Hommerstone in third, ahead of Jenson Pritchard and Lewis Turkington. Dan Hartley sixth, then it was Luke Broadbent and Max Horler, with Daniel Tecchi, the scholarship winner, in ninth, having a solid run, and Rhys Owen completing the top 10. Max Fenton, Neil Hampson, Nathan Edwards and Charlie Burnett were just outside the top 10, Burnett finishing in 14th place. In 15th place was Hayden Gray, ahead of Sava Solenjenko and Benji Douglas, with Joe Wood, Thomas Simpson and Barnaby Brewer completing the top 10, with Lewis Islin 11th. Callie Clifford was next. Lewis Islin actually was the better of the pit lane starters, and Callie Clifford got ahead of Oliver Heron. She was behind him in the queue in the pit lane. We only had a lap of racing, so she did well to do that. Championship leader only 23rd, and that's going to be of some significance, I think, in the context of the championship. Thomas Potter, of course, classified 24th after his spin up at Rocket Corner. And the 14 of Kieran Stewart will be a non-finisher. Of course, there's a whole host of others that officially didn't start the race, because only what happened after the red flag counts towards the official results. So those who were involved in the red flag incident, all of whom we believe were okay, they got out of the car on their own, but they will be classified as non-starters and will score no points. So Fiesta Juniors head into Parc Fermé. We'll shortly have an opportunity to jump in there ourselves, courtesy of Richard John Neal, to speak to the podium finishers. Up next is the Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135 category. We'll get on to that in a few moments. Richard, though, is ready with our Fiesta Junior podium finishers.
So our first junior podium, nobody here because they are just about sort of getting out of cars. Some of them doing a little bit of a debrief. Our winner, of course, Dara McInerney, would have liked to have, inevitably when you get the safety car finishes, the drivers say, yeah, I wanted to get to the flag. But if we can, we'll go over and chat to Dara over here, and we'll have to do 1, 2, 3 here. If I do 3, 2, 1, we might run out of time before the Caterhams get up. Dara, well done, congratulations. And this is why we don't interview you before the race, because otherwise you hog the coverage. I think you did the first round with 3 wins. It must be nice to be back on the top step of the podium.
It definitely is, and Silverstone was a little bit disappointing, but I'm glad to be back on it now.
You were very honest with me about Silverstone earlier on.
Yeah, I was. It was a driver error, but you've got to admit them things.
Now that one, we were chatting before the racing got underway, and you were saying you don't like the time in the car, sitting and stewing, and the worst possible scenario for you there because you had 2 starts to deal with.
Well, secretly I had a nap.
That's the commentator's job.
Well, it's the driver's job sometimes.
What's the thought process? You clearly have no problem starting, but what's your thought process, getting out there for the first one and then having to do it all again?
Not much really. Once you've done it once in a day, it just sort of comes natural, and especially when you've been doing it for more than a year.
But championship-wise, I think you were top anyway on drop scores, but perfect start to the weekend. I've got to say, by the way, we had your mum in the commentary box with us, and she did a very good interview.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
That's good. I've never seen her ever do an interview, so that'll be something to listen to.
Yeah, watch it back. I think that means we just need to get your dad on microphone at some point as well. But coming back to you, this is about you as the winner. Chilled evening now, and just do the same again tomorrow?
Yeah, chilled evening, bit of mechanicking and stuff like that, and same again tomorrow.
Nice one, Dara. Well done. We'll see you on the podium and catch you again a little bit later on tomorrow. We've got to get Bobby Holmes next. So we got Bobby as P2. Where is he? Esther's busy having a look. Bobby Holmes, there he is. I should have recognised. Hello, mate. Nice to see you.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. Very nice of you. Not many of them do. That's good. Another podium. Very strong points.
Yeah, you said it yourself. Strong points. We're keeping it in the top 5. It's what you need. Points make prizes, and just wish we had a bit more of a fuller race. Unfortunately, it got cut short a few times, but yeah, it's going to put me in a good spot for tomorrow, and see what happens next.
I think after the restart, the second start, Oscar was a wee bit closer. So, I was saying to Dara, what do you do? How do you get going again after a stoppage like that?
You just got to reset, open your little flap, and cool yourself down a bit. Yes, what can you do? You just got to collect yourself, calm down a bit, and wait for the lights to go out and go again.
Podium seemed to be a regular sort of feature now. I was looking at the results before. This is my first event working on this year, but keeping a very keen, close eye on the results, and really, really good for you.
I'm really proud. I just want to thank everyone that got me here. Jam Sport, Exclusive Motor Company, they're the people that made it possible. Good car and a good team behind me. That's what makes things happen.
Nice one, thanks Bobby. I'm going to have a quick word with Oscar because I know the Caterhams are out on track. I want to get to them. We'll hopefully catch you tomorrow as well. Oscar, have a quick word with Oscar. First podium?
Yes, it is, sir.
Congratulations. We've got to go Caterhams in a minute, but a quick word. Sum up that race for me.
I'm so happy with the result. I can't thank my team and my mechanics enough. It's just an incredible result. I'm overjoyed.
Anything you do differently in 2 and 3 tomorrow?
2 and 3, I did lose a position unfortunately from P2, so hopefully I'll try and make that position back, maybe even get to P1, but yeah.
If we get you to P1, we'll have a little bit longer on the camera tomorrow. The Caterhams are out on track, so we're going to have a word with them, but congratulations on that. Thank you, Oscar, well done. Oscar Hummerson, our first podium for him in Fiesta Juniors, very well done. It is Caterham Graduates Sigma 135s now, 135 brake horsepower. Over to John and Andy, who will tell you all about the drivers and the grid.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Richard. Indeed, joining us back up in the box then, ready for another of our Caterham races. Of course, we've already had the 150s. Now it's time for the 135s. 2 Jameses on the front row. It's Elwood from Hapgood, then followed by Steve Merritt and Andrew Sagar. Then Giles Derry and Richard Groom there, followed by Giles Hanson and Benjamin Winrow there on row number 4. Row 5 is Nick Bryant and William Hapgood. They round out the top 10. They're followed by Henry Morris and John Vincent. Then it's Mark Soden and Louise Deason. Then Thomas Gunter and Simon Arnold there on row number 8. Row 9 has Simon Martin and Thomas Glyde. Then it's Michael Munns and Anthony Nichols rounding out the top 20. They're followed by Lee James, Andrew Bergerbaum, then Neville Sykes and Orlando Morris. They're 23rd and 24th. They're followed by Dean Pollan and Oscar McGould. Then it's Chris Griffith and Norman Jeeves. Then Neil Perry and Stephen Trinder round out the top 30. They're followed by Simon Nicholas, Alan Bateman, and I think 2 more drivers rounding off the grid. Yes, David Poulter and Simon White it is. 34 drivers taking to the grid here for the Sigma 135s. Like I mentioned, we've already had the 150s out earlier on today. Their race was fantastic, and I'm sure we'll see more of that here in the 135s. 34 total drivers taking to the grid for this one, and sure to be yet another very exciting sprint race here in the Caterhams. Now, the Sigma 150s we saw earlier on, those are the Caterham 310R spec cars and the Sigmax cars. Here for the 135s though, these are all based around the Caterham Motorsport 270R specification. So a little bit slower than the cars we've seen out already today, but slower doesn't mean worse racing. They are still fantastic, and this Sigma 135 race about to treat us to some epic action yet again here at Anglesey.
You're absolutely right. In fact, sometimes slower cars can equal better racing, or certainly closer racing in many cases. Citroen 2CV racing still
That's
going strong.
exactly what I was about to say.
Yes, but are probably the slowest racing cars, I would imagine, certainly in this country. And
I've never heard a race car sound like a prop plane before,
yes.
But that was an interesting experience.
I doubt they're going quick enough to take off, though. They are not the fastest, but how many of those races are decided by an inch or so at the end? You know, it's incredibly close.
Stop making jokes about taking off, Andy. I don't like it.
Sorry, the second unintentional one, I promise, of the day, and we still have about 5 hours to go. Right then, cars lined up, almost all of them lined up on the grid. There's a lot of them, aren't there? 34 cars set to take the start of this one, and at the front, James Elwood for Alpha 7, the white machine with the purple car with the yellow roll cage of James Hapgood for CTS Motorsport alongside. And all eyes will turn to the starting gantry because the green flag has been waved at the back of the grid. It's a 20-minute race for the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135s. And we are ready to go. The red lights go out now, and who's going to get the best of the jumps from the front row? It is going to be James Elwood, I think, yes, who goes through, or holds on to the lead, I should say, through target corner for the first time. Round the quick left-hander, speed building all the way down towards the banking, where naturally you aim for the inside line, but there is definitely speed to be found on the outside, especially in Caterham's, where it's all about keeping the momentum up through the corners, and then they run down towards Church Corner with Elwood leading the way. I think that is Hapgood still in second. Yes, it is. And is that Steve Merritt, the 111 car, in third? It is for now, though I suspect that's likely to change heading up the back straight. They're then 3 abreast further back, with Andrew Sagar trying to hold on to 4th position, and 2 cars to his inside as they head towards Rocket Corner.
Indeed, up to Rocket they go then, still side by side, and the brakes are with 3 wide further back as well. Heavy on the brakes there up into Rocket, and just about all sorting each other out. Of course, still lots of dust being kicked up there from the issues we had there in the Fiesta Juniors. Of course, clearly dropping some sort of liquids, and those have been sorted by the fantastic marshals and all the staff here at Anglesey. We get racing once again in the Caterhams, and already a feisty first lap to say the least. What was I expecting as 34 Caterhams descended onto Anglesey? They now head down to the hairpin for the very first time in this race, but it looks as though the drivers at the start end have stayed around where they were. All got quite similar race starts, I must say. I think it was only the was it the 1111 or the 119? One of the triple numbers got a slightly poor start, was able to make it up down into turn 2.
Yeah, that was Sagar, I think, who ended up sort of a little detached from the leading 3, but and that's why he was then defending into Rocket rather than going on the attack. But we'll see by the end of the lap, yeah, they're all back together, aren't they? Although Sagar is not in 4th place anymore, is it? That is the 121 car then. Ben Winrow from 8th on the grid, but Ben, a hugely experienced Caterham driver, and he has marched his way through nicely into 4th. Giles Derry 5th, Nick Bryant 6th, and Richard Groom 7th. Andrew Sagar down to 8th, so it all snowballed, didn't it? Had that slightly slow start, and that completely affected how the rest of his first lap went. That's the sort of snowball effect that happens in racing, especially racing like Caterham's, where it's so important to be with the lead group at all times. He wasn't, and it cost him.
Indeed, so what was second row of the grid then, dropping down to 8th after that. Well, I thought he'd been able to gather it all back up down at turn 2, but no, as you say, that negative momentum continuing on through that first lap, and now slipping to the bottom part of the top 10. Drivers using the slipstream up towards Rocket once again, and Hapgood looking to put the pressure on to Merritt once more. Of course, he's lost that spot in the top 2 off of the race start, but he's trying to steal that back off Steve Merritt as quickly as he could. But if Merritt, Hapgood, and of course Winrow there as well start to lock horns, it's only giving the invitation to James Elwood ahead to start to scamper off. Of course, 20 minutes in this one, so a little bit more time than we saw in the Fiesta Juniors last time out. If Elwood is able to break that slipstream, which is easier said than done in a Caterham, but if he can do it, he's off to the races.
Well, he's going the right way about it, isn't he? Look, he seems to have more speed than Steve Merritt at this stage, and qualifying Merritt's time was about 2.5 tenths slower than the pole sitter, so close enough, you'd say, that with a slipstream, he'd be able to stay with him. But even with the slipstream, that is not happening. He's dropping back slightly from the leader, not yet having to defend from James Hapgood, though, is he? So in fairness, if he can get his head down here over the next lap or so, Steve, he might still be able to bridge the gap to the leader. Across the line they go. It was half a second. It's now nearly a second between the top 2, so that is a pretty sizable advantage for the pole sitter James Elwood. Merritt, Hapgood and Winrow behind. No changes of position inside the top 10. The first change on that lap was for 13th position, the number 18 car of John Vincent for CTS, managing to gain a position. That's in that second pack of cars that makes its way down towards Church Corner, a second or so behind the leading group.
And just like we saw in the 150s earlier on, very rarely do Caterham split off on their own. Very rarely do we see a Caterham in no man's land. They always split off into some nice, exciting, big groups of cars, and that's exactly what we're seeing at this first part of the race as well. A look up the inside for second. I think Moore trying to get the 111 offline, and it's worked. He's outbraked himself up into Rocket, lost time, but crucially, not yet anyway, lost the position further back. There's more contact though, 2 drivers off and wide onto the grass. Couldn't quite spot who that was, but either way, some some chaos up at Rocket. It was bound to happen at some point in a Caterham race, and it's happened here on lap number 3. But just as we thought, on pace alone, Elwood already extending the gap out in the lead. Now with Merritt outbreaking himself there into Rocket, getting stuck into the battle with Hapgood. What's that gap going to open up to here on this lap? It's definitely more than a second.
It is indeed. Here comes the battle then for second position. Up the inside line comes Hapgood. He's going to get it done this time into the hairpin and behind the 1-2-1 car of Ben Winrow under threat from Giles Derry. So Winrow, who had got up into 4th position, might now lose that 4th place on the run down into the final corner. They are indeed handing this on a plate really to Elwood out in front, but it's 2 by 2 behind him as Elwood in fact snatches a break into the last corner. Who's going to come across the line in second place? It's Merritt again, isn't it? So Merritt back ahead of James Hapgood, and it's still side by side for 4th position as Ben Winrow debates this with Giles Derry. Derry to the inside line, not quite able to get by. So Winrow successfully defended the position, but Hapgood has slipped back down to 3rd.
Indeed, yeah, all continuing to switch back around, and yeah, some bold manoeuvres there from Giles Derry, both down at the hairpin and into turn 1 as well, popping the nose there and just thinking, well, if you turn in, we're going to have a crash, mate, so don't turn in. And to be fair, earned the respect there of Ben Winrow, but either way, Winrow remained firm around the outside and retook the position. But as we thought might happen, they continue to lock horns to second place. Here goes Hapgood, trying it round the outside this time, and it's worked. That slipstream really making use there up to the top part of the circuit, already getting the move done before they even got into the braking zone. Then slightly further behind, some moves going on as well, still in this leading pack of drivers, but with the squabbling between Steve Merritt and James Hapgood, that gap continuing to open up to James Elwood out in the lead. He has the fastest lap so far in this race of a 1:41.8. He was a couple of tenths off that on the previous lap, but luckily enough for him, the drivers chasing him behind were that little bit slower as well.
Indeed so. Giles Hansen, I think, was one of those who ran wide at Rocket on the previous lap. He lost 4 positions, also 5 places lost for the 198 of Henry Morris, who was in that same group. So they're the two who I think we saw overshooting slightly up at Rocket Corner a lap and a half ago. The leader heads down towards the final corner, though. James Elwood was 1.4 seconds clear at the start. 1.4 seconds clear at the start of the lap. I suspect that gap is not... Oh, is it coming down? It might be coming down slightly. It looks to me as though Merritt and Hapgood, despite the fact they're trading positions, are going a bit more quickly than the leader now. Let's have a look. Elwood does a 42.2, and it's a new fastest lap for Hapgood in second position of 41.6. That's 6 tenths gained, and only a second between them. This race is not won yet for James Elwood. He's going to have to watch his mirrors, and you would imagine that James and Steve will now realise they're catching the leader and potentially choose to work together. Let's see if that's the plan.
Working together in Caterham racing, Andy.
I know.
We're back to a James 1-2 once again. Still Elwood ahead of Hapgood, but like you say then, let's see if there's any working together here between second and third, or will Merritt use the slipstream to his advantage? He'll try to, as he goes for the inside, of course, outside line that then becomes the inside line up to Rocket, and will make it work. There might just be a reshuffling behind for 4th place as well as they continue side by side into the braking zone, trying to hang it around the outside. There is Hapgood, but he can't. Loses himself a bit of time. Over the dust they go, and it's a change back around again. Merritt is back to second place. Well, like you say, if there was working together, I think it would only be a lap or so that they could catch the leader, but no working together.
I told you they wouldn't.
Did you?
They never do. They never do. Honestly, all the wasted breath I've had saying that drivers should work together in this sort of racing, it very rarely happens. But even though they traded positions a lap ago, they were still 6 tenths quicker than the leader, so you never know. They might still be able to gain some time on this lap. So Steve Merritt then back into second, and the number 10 car of Hapgood down to third. Ben Winrow has been overtaken by Giles Derry on this lap as well. So Giles Derry, the green number 77 car with the gold wheels, is up into 4th place, and Ben Winrow tagging along on the back of this group. It's these 2 straights at the end of the lap where they really seem to gain on the leader with the slipstream. Let's see what it is this time. It was just over a second at the beginning of the lap. It is almost identical because they only lost about 1,000th of a second, I think, overall. That gap went up by 1,000th that time to 1.050 from 1.049, but Giles Derry in 4th sets the fastest lap. So in getting past Ben Winrow, he was able to close in quite significantly on the cars ahead and set the fastest lap of the race, the 41.4. That is 6 tenths quicker than the race leader. So again, with a draft, you can take a chunk of time out of the leader, but you've got to work together.
Indeed. Let's see if they do decide to do that, Andy. Do they heed your warning? Well, we'll watch and wait. The answer is no. They're going to go side by side up into Rocket yet again as they squabble for second place. The outside line this time for James Hapgood. He's got it stopped. He's made it work. Through back to second place he goes. But yes, it does look as though Giles Derry, the fastest of this leading quartet at the moment. But is that simply from the beneficial of the slipstream as well? Definitely playing into the hands of Giles Derry as well, because now that he's got on ahead, the gap actually to Hapgood and Merritt ahead has opened up once more. So again, the showing of pace really down to that slipstream, especially on this layout that we're using for all the championships other than the Fun Cup, because it adds in 2 more massive straights, doesn't it, to use that slipstream for. So for a car which, like I said earlier, is like a bullet with the front shaven off, that really helps to close everyone up together again. But like you say, it only really works if you work together, which for the moment they're not doing. However, how do you push in a Caterham? Does it work? Are they a bit too exposed? Is it a bit too scary to give a driver a push in one of these? I'm not sure.
I've seen it done. I've definitely seen it done. Whether it is frowned upon by the clerk of the course, I don't know in these sort of cars, but I've definitely seen it done before. It's a very narrow, pointy nose, though, isn't it? To your point, it is not the easiest of things to push another car in these. Maybe you don't need to. Maybe I'm talking absolute nonsense, because despite them not working together, they were another 2/10 quicker than the leader that time. James Hapgood now steals the fastest lap back, a 1:41.4, and that's now an 0.8 of a second lead for Elwood. That's probably enough now that they're going to get a proper slipstream up the school straight. So I think this gap could really shrink quite dramatically on this lap. Hapgood's actually getting away from Steve Merritt as well. They're pretty equidistantly spread out now, those three, as Giles Derry and Ben Winrow are busy debating 4th position all by themselves. Good battle pack here further back. 17 there is Giles Hansen, who's trying to recover from that moment at Rocket earlier on, but he's in a group of cars that stretches all the way up to 8th position, I believe. William Hapgood was at the front of that queue at the start of the lap, as Richard Groom here battles away with Nick Bryant, and indeed takes 6th place away.
Indeed, yeah, as we said in the 150s earlier on, battling up and down the order. It's difficult when we've only got one screen to show you all of this, isn't it? We can't quite keep up to date with everything going on out there on circuit, but the guys behind the scenes at Alpha Live doing a cracking job to bring you all this coverage here from the first race of the weekend of the Sigma 135s. These two, as we mentioned earlier, continue on side by side, then down through to the hairpin, but making a move around the outside, not really possible down there at that hairpin. The only opportunity is then to try and go a little bit deeper, V off the corner like you would in the wet line, and try and get a bit of a better exit. Well, we'd already seen a piece of a Caterham, a wing up at Rocket, but there's another one on a separate part of the side of the circuit there at Rocket. So again, just like the Caterham race earlier, a few of the cars shedding bits of bodywork around the Anglesey circuit.
I'd love to know how many of those the Caterham parts department sell over a race weekend, because it must be quite a lot, I suspect. It's a running joke in Caterham racing, isn't it, that those wings don't tend to stay attached for long, and it's nothing to do with the build quality of the cars. It's just because of the close quarters nature of the racing. Right, James Hapgood has managed to get now within 0.4 of a second of the race leader, and I think we're about to get a lead change down the back straight. We are getting a lead change up the back straight, and James Hapgood is going to draft his way past James Elwood. There he goes. So we thought at one point Elwood had got this one pretty much in the bag. He'd pulled a big lead over the cars behind, but it shows the power of the slipstream and the speed, in fairness, that James Hapgood has, because not only did he catch the leader there, John, but he got away from Steve Merritt to the tune of a second before he even made that move.
Exactly, and that was what needed to happen, wasn't it? When they were too close together, Hapgood and Merritt, they were just continuously swapping around, and basically meaning they couldn't quite close that gap to the race leader. As soon as they opened up by a car length or two, it's taken, what, a lap and a half for them to catch and now pass the race leader. So still a James leading this race, but it's now Hapgood ahead of Elwood, and now it's the turn of James Elwood to use that slipstream to his own advantage. Looks to the outside but goes for the inside. Will the door be closed here? They're going to get oh so close. How have they not made more contact there down at the hairpin? Room given by both of the Jameses, and they'll carry on side by side. Almost Hapgood squeezed to the grass there on the exit. He jumps over some of the rubble on the outside, and they'll carry on side by side to the final corner. Who is going to be the boldest one? It is the 10 on the inside line. Grabs a break, but does get the lead back. It's Hapgood back to the front once more.
That was pretty feisty stuff, and it's all going to benefit Steve Merritt, I think, in 3rd position, who on that lap was, well, actually still slower than the leader, but half a second, 6/10 in fact, quicker than James Elwood, who of course started the lap as the race leader. And now I think that third place man is within slipstreaming range of the top two, who are almost certainly going to be side by side by the time we arrive at Rocket this time. And that could well invite Steve Merritt well and truly back to the party. It's only a couple of seconds back then to Ben Winrow and Giles Derry, who are still battling for fourth position, as there's almost a touch coming out of Church Corner. Elwood so much quicker than Hapgood there, and that actually stole a bit of momentum from the second place car. He got too close, didn't quite time that right, and so he hasn't made the move stick by the time we reach the braking zone. Late on the brakes is Hapgood, holds the inside line, and here is Steve Merritt, very much part of this battle again. I think Elwood is just going to get the lead, but it could be Steve Merritt who gets to the inside of Hapgood. He's at least into second and might have a go for the lead. No, bails out of that one, but Steve Merritt read that situation well, and he's up into second place.
Yeah, door was closed in his face there, wasn't it, by James Elwood. He looked for the inside line, but it would have been a bold one to try and go for. Still with 5 minutes left to go in this race. There's potential for reshuffling. It was amazing to see quite how much the slipstream affected things there up towards Rocket. Merritt closed in by a massive margin, but now he's under pressure once again. Down to the hairpin we go, and up the inside goes to 10. A bit of squabbling in the background as well, so Hapgood back to second place. And then we got Winrow and Derry still squabbling over fourth as well. If they lock in a little bit more and try and work together, they could be involved in this battle for the lead as well, as Hapgood just about able to defend there into the final corner, as Elwood once again locks the brake as we head onto a new lap of this race. Still very much all to play for.
It is indeed. What's that gap back to Winrow? That's what I'm interested about. He did a 42.4. He was 6/10 quicker than the leader last time by. Winrow back ahead of Giles Derry. I think that did swap at one point on the previous lap, although they're back in the order they were at the start of the lap now. But yeah, that gap third to fourth is likely to come down. It's interesting, isn't it? In the first part of the race, the gaps at the front were opening out a little bit, and now as the leaders really start to fight amongst themselves, it bunches them all back together again. 4 minutes of the race to go, and James Elwood weaving around up the school straight, but that's not going to do anything with the power of the slipstream in these cars. Hapgood will get alongside. In fact, Hapgood, I think, will get ahead before the braking zone. Can Steve Merritt go through as well? That's the question. The answer is no, at least not on the way into the corner. However, Elwood a bit late on the brakes, and that gives Merritt maybe the opportunity for a switchback. No, not quite able to do it. How much time did that lose them, though, to the two cars behind them?
Indeed, yeah, switchback's so difficult at that right-hander just out of Rocket. Of course, with the off-camera nature of the corner, just gives the opportunity to the driver on the inside to get the better run. Even if you've had the better run through Rocket, just stops that potential switchback, and it's a really difficult one to get done. We've seen it happen in the past, but like I say, easier said than done. These three still absolutely nose to tail, though. But look at the two behind closing in. Winrow and Derry still closing in, is now getting sent to the outside line. This time is Hapgood as he looks for it. Sorry, not Hapgood, Elwood, of course. The two Jameses continue to battling it out, and still basically inseparable, up and under through that through the hairpin. Sends Elwood to the outside line once more, and this time he backs out, gives the space there to Hapgood, and they press on through onto another lap of this race. Then the 10 will once again lead us on to it. So it is Hapgood from Elwood, from Merritt, Winrow and Derry, this group of five. Still a couple of car lengths here for Winrow to catch up the top three. Time is starting to tick down, though, isn't it? Opportunities are dwindling. Really, the gloves need to come off here in the top three battle. They need to start really going at each other for Winrow and Derry to have a shot here of a top three finish.
Yeah, but I'd say there's a chance of that happening. We've got 2 laps to go, and actually what has happened is Steve Merritt has detached a little bit from the leading two. Now, that's not good news for Steve, but he's still within slipstreaming range, and that means that Winrow is now a bit closer to him. He'll get a bit of a tow up the back straight. Elwood goes for the lead. Well, that's par for the course. It's now really just about figuring out where you want to be on the last lap heading up that back straight. It brings Merritt onto their tail, but there is Winrow, 4th position. He's not a million miles back now and could still get into this. Giles Derry is another half a second or so back in 5th. It might be a bit too late for him, but don't count out Ben Winrow from this, because this lead battle you feel is only going to further intensify as we get closer to the checkered flag, which is less than a lap and a half away.
It's going to intensify more than this.
Oh, I think so.
We
ain't seen nothing yet.
Well, here we go then. 4th place, as we say, Benjamin Winrow still closing up to those top 3 as they head down to the hairpin for what will be the penultimate time in this race. No defence this time from your leader, but they might have needed to have 2nd place. Oh. Big move up the inside there from Steve Merritt. He went so late on the brakes, I thought he couldn't get that one stopped, but he did, and he's almost made the place. I thought he got 2nd there, but couldn't quite chop across, and they'll run side by side down into the final corner. Could this benefit the leader as we head on to the last lap?
Well, maybe, but I think the reason Merritt was so desperate to make that move is I think he wants to be in second. I think second's the place to be, going up that back straight. Third, I think, is a bit too far back. Wide goes the leader at the first corner. A mistake there. Or was it a mistake? Was it tactical from Elwood? I don't think he wants to be the leader, and that looked deliberate to me. He may tell us otherwise after the race, but I think he is now in prime position. He sees off the challenge from Steve Merritt through the banking, and they head towards Church Corner for the final time. This is it. It's the final lap, the final run up the school straight, and has James Elwood just played a blinder? Surely Hapgood is a sitting duck here in the purple and yellow number 10 car. Here comes Elwood to the outside line. He will draft through into the lead, and I'm not sure the cars behind will be able to come back at him. He gets over to the inside line to defend, and this is Winrow. I said don't count Winrow out. He goes around the outside of them all and challenges for second. He's over the grass, he's over the curb, he bounces back onto the road in third, and that massively delayed Steve Merritt. It is down to a battle of the Jameses now, but that was absolute textbook tactics there from James Elwood, who is in front with only 3 corners to go.
That was a legendary attempt there from Winrow, going side by side there with Merritt. All just a little bit too late on the brakes there as they reshuffle around, then down to the hairpin for the final time. Like you say, the two Jameses, they've locked horns throughout this race, and they will do once again through these last couple of turns, weaving like his life depends on it as we head down into hairpin, trying to break that slipstream as best as possible. It's worked for now. There's one more opportunity at the final corner, but it's a very difficult one to get done, and I don't think they're quite close enough.
Well, was it a mistake? Was it tactical from James Elwood? Who knows, but I think it's going to be a race-winning move either way. He defends the lead into the last corner. He's had a massive lock-up of the brakes, though, and James Hapgood's going to try and go around the outside. There's no room on the exit, though, and James Elwood will win by a 10.5 at the end, a massive winning margin in Caterham terms, but that was a fascinating final lap. I really hope we get to ask him the question of whether that was a tactical decision to give the lead away at turn 1. I think it was, and I think that's what won in the race ultimately. Hapgood settles for second, Winrow third, Merritt fourth, and Giles Derry in fifth. So Ben Winrow got on the podium at least, having spent most of that race battling for fourth position, and then the rest of them come through behind. Another battle pack there crosses the line. That was the battle for 17th position, which was won out by the 54 of Michael Munnis for PT Sports. What a race, what a battle. That was a proper Caterham race, wasn't it? And it all came down to where you were on the run up the school straight on the last lap. I said second was the place to be, and for once, I think I proved to be right, and James Elwood put himself in that position.
Yeah, there you go. Interesting tactics there onto the final lap. As we say, was very wide through the first corner, but yeah, the question is, did he mean to do that, or was it a mistake? Either way, it ended up working out very well, didn't it? What a race there in the Sigma 135s. Look forward to seeing their action continuing on tomorrow, but just like we saw in the 150s, classic Caterham racing. Very exciting round here at Anglesey, and here is your final result.
James Elwood, the winner by a 10.5 from James Hapgood second, Ben Winrow third, and Steve Merritt has to settle for fourth. He'll be disappointed with that. Giles Derry in fifth position. William Hapgood headed up the next group in sixth, ahead of Nick Bryant, Richard Groom and John Vincent. Then Giles Hansen in 10th, ahead of Mark Soden and Thomas Gunter. Andrew Sagar, he'll be disappointed, won't he, having started where did he start? Fourth on the grid? Yes, fourth on the grid. 13th by the flag, just ahead of Henry Morris in 14th. 15th place, Louise Deason ahead of Simon Arnold, Michael Munns, Orlando Morris and Lee James next, with Anthony Nichols completing the top 20. Andrew Bergbaum 21st, then it was Neville Sykes, Oscar McCall, Dean Pollen, Thomas Glyde, Simon Martin and Chris Griffiths in 27th place. 28th, Stephen Trinder. 29th, Simon Nicholas. Then it was Neil Perry, David Poulter, Alan Bateman, Norman Jeeves and Simon White to complete the 34 runners. We had 34 starters. We had an incredible amount of action and an incredible amount of side-by-side racing, and yet 34 of them, John, made it to the checkered flag. A great advert for Caterham Racing.
Exactly that. Yeah, we saw a few wings and whatnot trackside, but
they're replaceable.
Exactly. We can bolt a few more of those on and get ready for racing tomorrow. But yeah, like you say, amazing to see the respectful racing there amongst the Caterhams. My goodness, was it close, but very, very respectful, which is great to see. And just like we've seen across loads of different classes, this circuit really good for racing action. As we see there, Mr. Merritt parked up beside the circuit with a fire extinguisher there as well, and clearly a bit of fluid underneath the car also. Oh dear.
Yes, that's leaking out of the front, so that's radiator fluid, I would imagine. The radiators are in that front nose assembly and quite vulnerable to damage, but I can't see any damage to the car, so it's an odd one, that, isn't it? He's got no obvious signs of contact, and yet radiators don't just spout a leak out of nowhere, so odd one, but it means he's not been able to get the car back to the pit lane. His engine temperature will have been starting to skyrocket, and to protect the engine he's done the right thing and parked at the side of the road and awaited recovery. But a bizarre end to the race, a race that got away from him a little bit there in the closing stages. Arguably should have had a podium, but not quite able to do that, and sadly he and his team are going to have some work to do overnight to get that car ready for the second race tomorrow. So cars are down in Parc Fermé. Hopefully in among the drivers and cars down there is Richard John Neal, and we'll be able to hear from our podium finishers soon, and I really hope he can ask the question of our race winner about the tactics of that final lap of the 20-minute race. It all boiled down to the run up the back straight as we anticipated it might, and it did seem that maybe there was some tactical racing at play. So we're just waiting to gather the podium drivers together, I think, in the Parc Fermé area, and then we should be able to head down. We will then have one more race before the Marshall's break, tea break, call it what you will. The Fiesta ST240 is heading out now next, so the bigger brothers of the Fiesta Juniors will be heading out onto the circuit for a 20-minute race, and then we'll have a little bit of a pause in the on-track action before we kick things off again with the Fun Cup, and they are going to have their second race of the day a little bit later on. I think that starts at just before 7 o'clock, doesn't it? 6:55, 7, 8, no, just before 8 o'clock is when that will start. No, right the first time, wasn't I? 7 o'clock till 10 o'clock is the time for the Fun Cup race, their second 3-hour race of the day. So Marshall's go to work on the Steve Merritt car up at the hairpin. That's going to just delay things ever so slightly, which gives us more time, hopefully, to check in with our podium finishers.
He made it a long way round on that in-lap as well.
It's almost like he's had a contact as they're slowing down into the hairpin. I'm not sure, but yeah, I agree. If it was leaking before the race finished, I'd be surprised it made it that far.
Exactly. Yeah, a very odd one. But either way, like you say, he did the right thing, parking it up, making sure not more damage to the car and, of course, damage to the wallet as well. So good to see he's parked it up. But all the other drivers have parked it up down at Parc Fermé. So it's down to you, Mr. Richard John Neal.
Well, so Jamie Elwood, very formal hearing him called James Elwood, but multiple champion in Caterham racing. Jamie, can we get you over? Well done. Congratulations, Jamie. Threw me on the commentary because they kept saying James. We got James first and James second. But it's Jamie Elwood. I thought, yeah, it's the same guy that I've known as a multiple champion, multiple winner. And do you know what's really great for me is seeing you there celebrating as if it was your first win.
Yeah, first of all, I am James on my birth certificate, but I've been known Jamie racing for the last 25 years. So yeah, BRSCC needs to change their naming convention. But yeah, it was every win's as good as the first. Nice. You know, just nice. The competition is so tight here, so immense. It's yeah, pleasure to be racing these guys. I thought I was going to get away at one point, and then it all went the opposite way. Then it's defence mode.
Change of tack, isn't it, from Silverstone? 3 wins for you in the 135s at Silverstone, but in a big pack, of course, because you were racing with the other guys as well. But must be nice to get out on your own and get a bit of focus this year.
Yeah, so this is a totally different tactic rather than the slipstreaming. This is focus on each corner, trying to hit the apexes. So yeah, good fun both ways.
And the graduates, I mean, you're a testament to this being a great formula, having been with it so long.
I love it. Yeah, there's nowhere else I'd rather race. These little cars are immense, you know, so pointy, so responsive. So yeah, good fun.
And you don't look old enough to have been doing it that long either.
Yeah, well, no, see me in the morning.
Looking forward to tomorrow, no doubt, as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Hopefully another sunny day in Anglesey.
Nice one. Thanks, Jamie. Well done. Congratulations. Thanks for giving us that great celebration as well. James Hapgood in second position. We've got the Fiestas out on track, but we'll try and grab a quick word with our second and third place man. Well done, James. Cracking race.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was frenetic. We had a plan at the start of the three of us at the front to work together just to get away, but I don't think that ever started. So yeah, it was just on it for the entire race then. So.
And what's your background?
I've done this is my third year. Yeah. But before then, this was my dad's car in the academy. and then he couldn't be bothered doing it anymore. So I thought, well, I'll take up the reins then. So yeah, it's served me well so far.
Nice one, great. For me, a new name, because I know Ben from like Cleo Cup and Caterham's as well, and Jamie for many years in it. So it's nice to meet somebody new who's doing the business.
Yeah, it's good to obviously on a lot more streaming as well on this racing now, which is good. So yeah, I've had a couple of podiums, I've had a couple of interviews, but no, it's good that there's a lot more now this year. Seems to be a bit more of a presence on the grads now that I'm in the BRSCC.
That's excellent. We're delighted to have you here, and hope you have a good evening. Look forward to seeing you on the podium again tomorrow, hopefully.
Excellent, I hope so too.
Thanks very much. And Ben Winrow takes third position. Grab a quick word with Ben by his car. Long time no see, Ben. I think, was it Cleo Cup last time we had a natter?
So I think I've got a doppelganger, another Ben Winrow. So yeah, just Caterham's for me.
Is it really? I thought it was the same one. Everyone said to me in the build-up that there was another one, but it was just one and the same.
Yeah, so no, different one. So yeah, I've done Caterham's for a good few years now, with my dad and brother as well, having a few runs out too.
I'm gonna kill Glenn Burtonshaw, who said it was the same one. I was like, Glenn actually sponsors some of this, doesn't he? I don't know if you know that name. Viscom Design, I think they sponsor one of the awards at the graduates. But anyway, tell us about your background.
Yeah, so been doing graduates for a while now. Normally in the 150 class, but after coming together at Silverstone, driving my brother's 135 this time out.
He's sort of loaned it to you, and you have to pay for the damage, but there isn't any.
Yeah, luckily no damage. I think that's a brotherly agreement. It'll work itself out.
So is he doing trophy, or do you just sort of swap rounds when you feel like it?
Yeah, just swap rounds. He's away this weekend. Normally I'm in the 150, so he wasn't here. It worked out well.
Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, very excited. I think starting a bit higher up the grid, so hopefully can go further up the podium.
Well, nice one. Thanks very much, Ben. Let you get away to the podium because we've got the Fiestas out. We'll get it right next time and not talk about the other one. Ben Winrow. Who knew that there were two people, quick, in motorsport called Ben Winrow? I certainly didn't. Back to John and Andy with the AirTech Fiesta ST240s.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yet again, great to hear from our drivers racing here this weekend at Anglesey. And great to hear from some of the Caterham drivers there from the Sigma 135s. Of course, we're about ready to go for another sprint race here at Anglesey, and it is the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. They're heading round their green flag lap at the moment, so let's run you through the grid. Alistair Kellett, your championship victor from 2025, lines up on pole position for this one with Kasper Tomaszewski alongside him on the front row. Jack Sant and George Foxlow there on row number 2. We saw George's luscious locks enjoying the action trackside. Well, now he's in this one. Let's see what he does there from the second row of the grid. Graham Colfer is behind him on row 3, along with Gary Miller. Row 4 has James Pope and John Cooper. Then row 5 is Simon Horobin and Marco Ricci. Behind them, Harry Hayes and Sean Reynolds. And then it's Luke Waugh and Brady Pollock who round out the back row of the grid. 14 drivers total in this one. And sadly for Brady Pollock, not only is he at the back of the grid, but he also has a 10-second delay off of this start. We'll try and find you exactly as to why he has got that penalty, but either way, when the lights go out for everyone else, Brady will have to wait a further 10 seconds before he can go for a race start. Well, we look on forwards to our last sprint race of the day here at Anglesey, and the ST240s always producing exciting racing. Plenty of names to watch out for amongst this field, and it's always a difficult one to call. So many different drivers that could potentially take the race win in this one. Let's find out who it is going to be. Now, Mr. McEwen has enjoyed, courtesy of the Fun Cup, lads and lasses, enjoyed some lovely grub. Where's mine, guys? Firstly, thanks very much. Secondly, he's back in the box. Hello, Andy.
Given the size of the portion I was delivered, I suspect there is no food left. But Jamie Peters-Ennis, when I said I'll have a bit of everything, he really did take that literally. Thank you, though, Jamie, for the very rapid food delivery service, I have to say. Almost as rapid as the ST240 Fiestas, which are about to launch off the line. 20 minutes of racing gets underway, and there was a very slow start for Jack Sant. That creates a big squeeze in the middle of the field, and they were almost 4 abreast into the first corner. Jack Sant plummets down the order then in the blue and yellow number 86 car. At the front of the field, though, it is Alistair Kellett who gets the advantage into the banking for the first time of asking. George Foxlow, that was, barging through on the inside of someone going into the second corner. John Cooper, that might have been, but it is definitely Alistair Kellett that leads the way around the right-hander at Church Corner. Slick tyres, a cold left rear tyre can sometimes catch drivers out through Church, but they're all through safely. It is Kasper Tomaszewski in second position as they make their way up the hill, but a real shuffle around there in the first couple of corners, John.
Yeah, what a start it was from Graham Colfer, but he's locked up into Rocket. He's going to go way too deep, and Colfer's off. He's held the slide well. He's going to rejoin the action. Joins in just alongside Luke Wall there as they step back into the pack. But my goodness, I was just about to sing the praises of Graham Colfer. His race start was something else there, and the fact of he got that race start, any sane driver would have gone, there's no space for me to go, I've got to back off. He just kept it floored, went in between two drivers and went, guys, if you close the door, we're going to have a massive crash here, so move out the way, and they did. What a start from Colfer, but sadly, he locks up there into Rocket, goes off-piste, and down to the back of the pack, sadly, for Graham.
Yes, he does. So that's a shame for Graham Colfer. Battle on here for second position. That's the 42. I thought it was Gary Miller. He's sporting some new colours this year. It's almost, and I don't know whether this is intentional, again, perhaps we can ask him this, but it's almost Dick Johnson Racing-esque, isn't it, if, for those who follow their V8 supercars, not called V8 supercars anymore, but you know what I mean, over in Australia. It is that sort of red, white and yellow paint scheme with a different sponsor's logo on it. Could be a coincidence, but either way, it's a good-looking car. George Foxlow's car isn't so good-looking, though. That's got a wing mirror hanging loose, I noticed, after his lap 1 antics in 4th place.
We saw quite a bit of bodywork coming off down at the first corner on that race start, so seems as though George was one of those involved, and as you say, losing a wing mirror. Don't think that's going to matter too much. He always looks forward, does George, so he doesn't really need the wing mirrors anyway. Off we press then. Kellett's still leading the way ahead of Tomaszewski and Miller. Like you said, great start from Miller up into the top 3 and remaining firm, holding on to the coattails of the top 2. Foxlow just dropping off ever so slightly at the moment, but looking to scamper on off and catch these 3. But only way he's going to do that really is if they start to properly battle. Once again, 20 minutes on the clock for this one, so a little bit longer than some of the races we've seen already this weekend, so a bit more time to make things happen, but equally more time for things to go wrong as well. We'll see which way it swings for these drivers as we press on. Little thought of second place there from Gary Miller as they head through the top section of the circuit. No opportunities there though, and Tomaszewski holds on to P2 for now.
He does indeed, and is this battle just allowing Alistair Kellett to pull a bit of a lead? Not a massive one, but maybe a length or so for Alistair, who is starting to get away even more, actually, because they are now side by side for second, and Gary Miller comes charging through on the inside. So Gary, after, by his standards, a pretty poor qualifying session, is now really starting to come on strong. Is Tomaszewski running into some sort of problem? Because he looked a little bit off the pace through the hairpin, picks up the speed again now, heading down into the bus stop. So maybe it was just a slow run through the hairpin, just allowing Gary Miller to go, knowing that he's a bit quicker, and maybe now planning to tag along with Gary Miller and chase after the race leader, Alistair Kellett, who leads by just under a second. Kellett, who has been one of the starring drivers in this championship for a number of years, actually had a go racing in TCR UK a few weeks ago for the first time. Up at Crofters again. Foxlow loves that late lunge into the banking at turn 2 and nuzzles up alongside Kasper Tomaszewski.
It's worked well, hasn't it? They've both got a very similar exit. Tomaszewski on the outside line, though, as we head down the back straight. We'll head up towards Rocket once more, and Foxlow has remained firm there on the inside line. To be fair to Tomaszewski, though, he's hung it round the outside, and they remain side by side up into Rocket. It'll be Tomaszewski with the inside line here and might just be able to hold on to third place. Foxlow's going to go as late as he dares on the brakes, though, to look to try and hang it around the outside, but Tomaszewski's done exactly the same. They're still side by side and now into the side of each other as Foxlow forces that door back open and finally gets the move done. That took nearly half the circuit.
Yeah, and a little bit of contact as well, but to be fair, his nose was always there. He never fell behind Tomaszewski. I think Kasper was hoping that if he turned in, Foxlow would back out of the move, but those who've watched George Foxlow race over recent years will know that was never likely to happen. George, with his flapping wing mirror, moves up into a podium place, so he and Gary Miller both moving forward quite nicely. Can they now make some inroads on Alistair Kellett, who traditionally, when you give him a lead like this, is virtually impossible to catch? But if anyone can, Gary Miller and George Foxlow might just have what it takes. They're very quick drivers. Gary's been a thorn in Alistair's side for a number of years, and George Foxlow getting quicker and quicker every season. I don't think this race is done just yet.
Indeed, more moves at the final corner. Jack Sant getting a move done on John Cooper. That was down at the final corner, so they've switched around as they now turn their attention to Kasper Tomaszewski. Potential for Tomaszewski to lose more positions here as he slips into the clutches of those two. And Sant looking very feisty. He's only just made the move there on John Cooper. Already he's cleared off by a car length or so and straight onto the rear bumper of Kasper Tomaszewski. Well, he knows he needs to get it done ASAP here as the top 3 continuing to scamper off as confirmed on your screens there a moment ago. New fastest lap of the race was for your race leader of Alistair Kellett, a 1:40.6. Now that was a good 6/10 quicker than Gary Miller, continuing to extend the gap at the sharp end, as here is the squabble for fourth once more. Tom Oleski holding the inside line as Sant this time goes deep to try and hang it round the outside. He can't quite replicate Foxlow's move though, despite them being in very similarly liveried cars. He can't quite replicate the move and has to sit behind for now once more. He's going to look up the inside though, late on the brakes there into the right-hander. He's just about given the room there by Casper, and they'll continue on side by side down into the left-hander. Who's going to be the bravest one there? We'll get on the dust on the outside, will Sant, but he'll try and carry that speed all the way down the back straight.
Side by side for second as well. Look, George Foxlow asking some questions of Gary Miller now. He's on the outside line into the hairpin, the rear of the car snaking around under braking, but Gary Miller has that one covered, and George Foxlow's going to have to try harder than that to get past the number 42 car. What's going on behind? They're still side by side. Jack Sant still is on the outside line. He can't seem to buy a ticket to the inside anywhere, and he still hasn't got this move made. We know he's good on the brakes though, and he does now clear Kasper Tomilewski heading into the final corner. So Kellett leads by now nearly 2.8 seconds over Gary Miller and George Foxlow debating second, whilst Jack Sant, who remember qualified third, so we know he's got good pace, is up into fourth position. Can he bridge the gap now, I wonder, to the two cars ahead?
Indeed, let's wait and see then as the battle between Miller and Foxlow continues to rage on. George still not quite able to find a way through, but he's looked very feisty, as Foxlow always is. And of course, to explain those liveries as well, both Sant and Foxlow running in ex-Alistair Kellett cars, ex-championship winning Alistair Kellett cars as well, I will say. I know one of them's a 25 car and one of them's a 24. Which way round though, I'm not 100% sure. Either way, both of them in championship winning cars, and that seems to be a good business model for Kellett. He jumps in, wins a championship, then sells it to someone else.
Yes, it's well, you would buy a car off Alistair Kellett, wouldn't you, though, because he tends to look after them as well, to be fair. In a championship that can be a bit rough and tumble sometimes just by its nature, his cars usually come out the other end of the season in one piece, and we know that he's pretty handy not only behind the wheel but at engineering the cars as well. So Alistair Kellett, it's not a bad man to buy a Ford Fiesta off, and a championship winning car certainly will catch people's attention, I'm sure.
Generally I would agree, but my last memory of Kellett here at Anglesey was him spinning off into the infield last season. He had a big off here to no fault of his own, was contact with someone else, but that's my last memory of him here at Anglesey, is spinning off to the infield, not getting an ideal race result. Well, he's proven me wrong in this one, isn't he? Now almost 3 seconds clear of Gary Miller as he continues to battle with Fox. About half a second between those two now as we head on to a new lap of this race. But Kellett, as you said earlier, give him an inch and he'll take a mile.
He will indeed. He is now 2.5 seconds clear, although was 2/10 slower than Gary Miller that time, interestingly. So again, if Miller and Foxlow left each other alone, I'm not even going to finish that sentence, but the gap, at least the last time around, did come down ever so slightly. Jack Sant, meanwhile, was slower than the cars ahead, so he's not able to, at the moment, it would seem, to bridge the gap to the leading trio. Here comes the second place battle. Much wider line there into Church for Gary Miller. That's interesting. So Foxlow taking an earlier turn in, but look at the distance he loses on corner exit. Now, okay, he'll gain some of that back with a slipstream, but he's not quite going to be within striking range into Rockets. That's maybe something for him to think about, just tweaking his line through Church Corner, although he's forced a mistake there out of Gary Miller, who outbrakes himself slightly into Rocket. You can get away with that though, can't you? Because the next two corners are right-handers, and I don't think Foxlow, has he got a switchback actually? He's looking to the inside, he's late on the brakes. Gary Miller left him half an opening, and again we know George Foxlow will try and take advantage of that. Doesn't have the momentum off the corner though.
Indeed, be a look for it, won't he? Up in the inside into the left-hander, but again, door closed by Gary Miller. Well, these two have well and truly signed themselves off to just battle for second place here if they continue like this. I mean, I think I agree with your sentiment of not bothering to finish the sentence about them working together, because it is not going to happen, is it? Miller continuing to defend nice and hard, and it's working, isn't it? It's working for him at the moment. He's keeping Foxlow behind, but for how much longer? We're only just over half race distance in this one. Foxlow has looked feisty from the off, and I think it's a case of when he sticks another cheeky move here rather than if. Sant now closing up behind as well, as he has well and truly dropped Kasper Tomaszewski down to 5th place, as we can't even see Tomaszewski in the back of the shot there as they head onto a new lap. Is he there at all? Is he leading the next train, or is he not there at all?
He's several places further back, so there's been a drama somewhere. Tomaszewski only just came through in 9th position, so Kasper Tomaszewski lost 4 positions on that lap. I don't know where or why, but he's lost positions, and that next group of cars are a lot further back than they were, aren't they? Graham Colfer is up into 5th, but has lost time to the leaders. Colfer's lap was about 2.5 seconds off the pace, so there's a story to be told there, I think.
Interesting. Of course, he had that lightning start, but went a little bit haywire up at Rocket on the first lap. Well, he's made it back up very nicely, has the 111. Of course, he rejoined the circuit side by side with Luke Moore. He now finds himself a good 5 spaces clear of Luke, so has done a really good job since then. But yeah, like you say, just off pace at the moment. Bit of a topsy-turvy race here in the ST240s, but despite that, once again, Alistair Kellett driving clear at the sharp end as now we look back to this squabble. This is Horobin and Pope, isn't it, battling over 7th place. So they've got a little bit of a gap now back to Tomaszewski in P9, and John Cooper is starting to break clear of these two as well. He was only a couple of tenths clear as they started this lap, but it looks as though Horobin and Pope have turned their attention to each other. Might just be the opportunity here for Cooper to try and break away, and he's not got that long to catch up to Colfer. There's a big late break there up the inside, way too late from the 47 of Pope, and he realised that as soon as it happened, didn't he? Dove to the inside to avoid the incident and did well there. That almost looked like a brake failure, didn't it? But got it stopped before they hit the exit. I think it was simply just an outbreaking scenario there, sadly, but they did well to avoid the incident.
It was an inventive way. Oh no, I think he has got it. He's off again in the final corner. It is brake failure for James Pope. He's off onto the grass. Thankfully avoids the barrier and the other cars, but that was a brake failure. I was jokingly going to say that if I were him, I'd be telling the team it was brake failure anyway, because if that was a move, that was definitely not the way to do it. But I think there was a brake issue, and that car, if he's sensible, will be going no further.
It did seem an odd decision to dive to the inside inside line if it wasn't brake failure, but the fact that he then carried on, I thought, well, surely he must have something, but no, then quickly realised he definitely didn't have any brakes down into the final corner, and that one was mostly luck, I think, that there was no collision with another car. Well, he has now parked it up, hasn't he? He's out of the car, all absolutely fine, but that car not going any further. A shame there for James Polk. He was having a good race so far in this one, but out from, it was 6th or 7th place, wasn't it there? Out of the race he goes. Don't give me another giggle there for that one, Andy. But a shame there for James. But an odd one. You very rarely see 2 brake failures from the same driver, because usually the first one scares you so much that you stop. But he had another go of it. Quickly realised he didn't have any of that pedal and pulls it to the side. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that was very fortunate. Both occasions that could have ended up in contact, couldn't it? Here's the replay then. How much bigger could this have been? Lucky the car didn't go over, actually, as it went over the grass and the raised bit of tarmac on the pit lane entry. Miraculous it didn't go over, and it slid to a standstill. Thankfully, that tyre barrier is a long way back from the edge of the road at the final turn. That could have been an awful lot worse, but thank goodness he got away with it. Right, leaders come through, and something interesting starting to happen at the front of the field. Gary Miller is getting a second wind. He's taken a little bit of time out of Alistair Kellett, but he's 1.7 seconds clear now of George Foxlow in third. George may be asking a bit too much of his tyres early on.
Potentially. We know he's feisty. Definitely no tyre saving from Foxlow, and like you say, Miller able to just weather the storm from those multiple attacks from Foxlow over the last few laps. He's weathered that storm, and now breaking away once again. Sadly, it looks as though we'd lost John Cooper from this race as well. He's parked up down in the pit lane, and he is out of the car looking at the engine bay, which is usually not ideal for a driver. If you can see your engine, something's gone very wrong in the race, and he is out of this one then, dropping out. So we've lost James Pope, we've lost John Cooper now as well. We're down to a 12-car field in this one. Let's see how that gap changes between Kellett and Miller, though. As you say, Foxlow not one to save tyres, and he's now dropping off the back of Miller, but Alistair Kellett, very much a driver who's very good at saving those tyres. I think he'll know. He'll keep at this pace. If he starts to see Miller closing in, he'll just turn up the wick that little bit more.
It's the age-old problem, isn't it? Gary Miller, to catch Alistair Kellett, will have to take more out of the tyres, and then when he gets there, if he gets there, he's not going to have enough grip then at his disposal to make a move. And so with 5 minutes to go, Alistair Kellett very much has this one under control, I would say. Turns his way into the hairpin. Hazard lights flashing as they do on these and the Fiesta Juniors. It's not an issue, it's just the ABS kicking in. It's because these cars are, of course, converted from road cars. That's a safety feature on your road car. Most modern road cars now do that, where if you hit the brakes heavily, the hazards flash to warn those around you that you're slowing down, and it can't be turned off in Ford Fiestas these days. So the flashing of the late lights, nothing to be concerned of, and the pace that Alistair Kellett has is nothing to be concerned with either. He's extending the margin over Gary Miller, with George Foxlow that time more or less matching Gary. Is Foxlow being caught by Jack Sant? No, not on that lap. A couple of tenths quicker was George in third place. Sant 5th, Graham Cole for 6th, and then this, the fight for 7th, Simon Horobin and Kasper Tomaszewski, who's got some damage to the front of the car. Now that, in fairness, was there before he lost all of that ground. The front splitter, I noticed, was quite loose within the first 5 minutes of the race, but it does seem to be getting worse.
Indeed, it does, really flapping around underneath the car there, isn't it? Potential that might just break off. I've never seen one quite get that flappy underneath the front nose of the car, so we will see whether that just decides it wants to exit stage left and leave the chat and not crack on with the rest of the race. But it doesn't seem to be hampering Tomaszewski's performance so much in this one. Of course, we saw that one lap where he lost a few positions. We're not quite sure how that happened, but either way, now he's settled back into it. He's back on some decent pace, and now starting to put the pressure back on to Simon Horobin, who went a little bit wide there up at Rocket. Has given the opportunity here to Tomaszewski, who will look up the inside. Not quite late enough though, and room given by Horobin. They'll continue side by side on corner exit. A little bit of a ding dong, but all is fair in love and war as Tomaszewski looks back up the inside down the hill. Not going to happen this time.
Yeah, that was a little bit clumsy, wasn't it? I thought Tomaszewski was going to just fire it up the inside then into the corkscrew, but decided better of that. Is he close enough to have a go into the hairpin? Answer no. And so Simon Horobin retains 6th position. Luke Waugh is behind them in 8th, by the way. Luke Waugh is leading the AM category. I don't know whether we've mentioned this yet, but the field split into a Pro and an AM class. And the AM's for the less experienced drivers. Luke Waugh, I say less experienced, he's been racing for a long time, but not a professional racing driver. And he is running in 8th position. 2nd in the AM class is... the 15 car, isn't it, of Marco Ricci, who's a couple of positions and about 4.5 seconds further back. So Luke Waugh on course for a class win in 8th position.
Indeed, impressive stuff. Well, we continue on with this one. Just over 2 minutes left to go as the field continues to scrap over these last little extra points for the championship as we bring this one to a close. Still Tomaszewski putting the pressure on here to Simon Horobin, but at the moment not able to find a way through. Now we press on. Of course, I was having a little thought as well. Of course, we've got John Cooper out of the race. I was just having a little look down at his car. Some clear damage on the front left. So he's clearly made some contact with someone. And my thought was Cooper not quite close on track with Tomaszewski at one point? Just a theory. Just a theory as to maybe why Tomaszewski fell down the order. We don't know. We can't turn back time and look at every point of the circuit. So we're just going with that theory for the moment. But either way, after whatever happened, Tomaszewski's been doing a very impressive performance to try and gain back some of those positions he lost, and of course some of those points as well. He'll be disappointed given his fantastic place on the grid, courtesy of his very impressive qualifying. He'll be saddened with this performance, but either way, he's done a very good job driving his way back up the order, and he's got more opportunities tomorrow to put it right.
Indeed so. Good battle going on here for 9th place, by the way. The 777, the grey and yellow car of Sean Reynolds, Marco Ricci, the all-red car behind, and then Harry Hayes, who is 2nd of the AM drivers. Trying to find a way back ahead of Marco Ricci, who's 3rd of the AM drivers, because Marco is an AM. Hayes is also an AM, so this is for 2nd place in class. Here, meanwhile, is Alistair Kellett, overall race leader, heading into Church Corner for the final time. They never were able to get any closer to him once he pulled that early margin, as so often is the case for Alistair. He's pretty much impossible to catch, and Gary Miller and George Foxlow gave it their best shot, but ultimately not going to be able to catch him before the flag. Alistair Kellett then heads towards Rocket for the final time, hits the brakes, and the pristine number 1 car is on course for another race victory in the first of the races here at Anglesey. Turns his way up towards Peel, and this has been a pretty flawless performance. Took his opportunities on the opening lap, got away from the battle pack behind him, and has never looked back.
Indeed, absolutely classic Kellett, isn't it, that? Just a classic Alistair Kellett race, leading from the 4, gets that start done perfectly, just presses off, opens up a nice gap, but equally doesn't feel the need to scamper off into the sunset, just keeps them all at arm's length, a couple of seconds behind, settles into pace, finds where that sweet spot is in terms of good pace versus not taking too much under the tyres, sits there and brings it home.
Yes, he does. One more corner from home then, Alistair Kellett, and yet another victory in the BRSCC's AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Turns out of the final corner, Alistair Kellett then is victorious at Anglesey, wins race 1 in the ST240s, with Gary Miller coming home in second, having seen off that mid-race challenge for a fired-up and charging George Foxlow. What's left of his car comes home in third, with Jack Sant ruining that poor start, I think, in fourth position. If he'd have got away with the leaders, he very much could have been a factor in the battle for a podium place, but ends up having to settle for fourth ahead of Graham Colfer. Simon Horobin keeps Kasper Tomolewski at bay, whilst Luke Waugh is 8th. Sean Reynolds, 9th ahead of Marco Ricci. Luke Waugh wins the AM category as well as a result of finishing in 8th position. Marco Ricci and Harry Hayes will join him on the Masters podium. Last car home, getting a cheer from the Jamsport team, is Brady Pollock. He was getting a cheer from the Jamsport team every single lap, I noticed, down on the pit wall. There were about a dozen Jamsport team members down there giving him a huge cheer every time he came by, even though he was 15 seconds off the back of the pack. Alistair Kellett then the winner. Gary Miller has to settle for second this time, but did at least fend off George Foxlow, who was third. Jack Sant fourth, and Graham Colfer in 5th position ahead of Simon Horobin and Kasper Tomolewski. The AM winner was Luke Waugh in 8th, with Sean Reynolds 9th, and Marco Ricci second of the AMs in 10th position. Harry Hayes 11th was the third AM home ahead of Brady Pollock, whilst John Cooper and James Pope were both non-finishers. Pope with that dramatic brake issue, and John Cooper retiring to the pit lane mid-race. So the Anglesey circuit falls quiet momentarily. We do actually have another track session coming up soon, which is the practice session for the BRSCC Supersport Endurance race, which will take place tomorrow. But they have a free practice session today, a qualifying session tomorrow, and then the 2-hour race at the end of the weekend. So those cars gathering in the assembly area now, ready to go out on the circuit shortly. We then head into the Marshall's break, which will be a last opportunity for the Marshalls to rest before the 3 hours of Fun Cup racing action come later on into the evening, and that is definitely going to be a race not to be missed, the Into the Night Fun Cup race, which is a unique thing. We don't get a lot of night racing here in the UK. It sort of races into the dusk now. It finishes an hour earlier than it always used to, but at 5 to 7 we will go Fun Cup racing for a second time today.
Indeed, well, that was why when we were racing we didn't end up doing the dusk race here at Anglesey on our first year, because in transit we'd lost the light bar that goes on top of the car, which you must have by the regulations to race in it, and it was quite costly to buy a new one, so we decided not to bother. Right. But then for our second year racing they'd moved it an hour forward and we didn't need the light bar anymore, so we got stuck in. So indeed, the same again for this season. You were saying about Brady Pollock getting the cheers, because of course he had to start with a 10-second hold in that race, so I think it was just a case of taking the mick maybe a little bit from the Jansport guys. But I was having a look in qualifying as to why that happened. He was disqualified from the results of qualifying due to a reg, and I've looked it up. My good friend here has told me I think something was changed on the car. That's what it seems to allude to. Something that you shouldn't be allowed to change was changed, and that's why he then had that penalty start the race. And of course, if you start 10 seconds behind, if there isn't a safety car, you could have struggled to catch that time up, as we found out.
Exactly so. So the second race, hopefully he'll be able to get properly stuck in with no grid penalty, we hope, for Brady, who was a front runner in the City Car Cup for a while and is now branching out to compete in a few of the series within the BRSCC fold. So Fiestas make their way down into Parc Fermé, and Richard will be in among them trying to get a chat with our podium finishers before much longer. We've got plenty of time. You could interview the whole grid if you wanted, Richard, because we're not covering the free practice session. We will, though, be doing a little bit of a roundup of race 1 for the Fun Cup. Myself and Jamie Peters-Ennis will be heading downstairs shortly
What a duo.
Have a chat. Well, you're more than welcome to take my place, John. I think if you want to upgrade the team, then you can head down and have a chat with Jamie if you want. But no, that's the plan. Myself and Jamie will go and talk all things Fun Cup and build up to our evening's entertainment, which is coming a little bit later on. And as I said, that second race I think he's going to be one not to miss. We've got a few teams looking to try and bounce back after a disappointing first race, and others trying to consolidate a strong first race. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, of course, getting the win earlier on this afternoon, and they'll want to do the double if they can.
But of course, they'll have to start from last place, so it's going to be easier said than done.
And we saw how dangerous that can be, because GRD started last in race 1, and they ended up with a spin and some damage that ultimately took them out of contention for a win. Now, they would have been on course for a top 5 finish, maybe even a podium, had they not then picked up a penalty for contact with seed data. We'll cover all of that and more a little bit later on in the gap between sessions. So I think Richard John Neal is almost in position, ready to have a chat with our podium finishers for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. We're ready to head down there. So let's hear from Richard and our Fiesta podium finishers.
So, our final non-Fun Cup podium of the day with the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, and a couple of the guys over there standing by the fence. We'll get Alistair Kellett down first. Alistair, congratulations. Well done. Sorry to keep you waiting. We couldn't hear race control to get us. Well done. It's that third win of the year, 3 poles, fastest lap again, and decent day.
Yeah, decent day. Bit of a lonely race, to be honest, but I think George was keeping Gary busy for a few laps and just give me a break, and I just managed the tyres, and I don't think Gary could manage his tyres, so he had to use them. So anyway, got away and got another win. Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, good fun.
Nothing more you can do, is it? I mean, is it part of the car, or do you spanner check it, or anything you didn't like about the car? You don't have to tell us what it was, because the others might be listening. But
the car was just a joy to drive, to be honest, and I just drove every lap as quick as I could and just pulled away. So there was no point of trying to. I was going to back off, and then they were kind of catching me. So how much do you back off? How much do you wait? So there's no point of coming across a back marker and having no gap. So when you have a gap, so yeah, good fun.
So there was some push to keep ahead of them anyway.
Yeah, just keep the head down, look in the mirror the odd time to see where they are, and just keep going.
Yeah, we had Jamie Elwood, won the caterers for you, and he looks as pleased as you did with it. You always look happy with a win, which is great to see that you're enjoying the racing and still enjoying each win, as they come.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's great. It's a great championship, great cars. Everyone that drove one is just raves about them. They're very good. I got Mr. Turkington in there yesterday for a few laps, and
okay, how did he find it?
He wasn't sure about driving at first, but then when he got back out, he was all smiles and loved it. So might try and get him out to do a race sometime. That's the next problem.
That'd be good. I mean, he does. He's very unassuming, isn't he? We saw him in the Mazda MX-5s a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he's brilliant, and went out and was really quick from 3 laps in. So he just loved it and thought it was brilliant. So when he says they're good, they're good.
That's a pretty good endorsement, isn't it, really, of the championship
thing? Yeah. So I just wanted him to drive it to see what he thought, and with no expectations, and I knew he'd love it. And he got out of the car with a big smile on his face and wondering when he could go back out again. So that's always good.
His lad did well in qualifying in the juniors as well, so I guess they're looking around and you see what might be up next for the youngsters.
Yeah, I think maybe you got a few tips off Colin from driving my car.
Alistair, well done. Always a pleasure to talk to you on the podium. Well done on the win. Third win of the season for Alistair. And ready and waiting is Gary Miller. Gary, great to catch up with you earlier on. That wasn't on the mic, but we get a chance to do that now.
Yeah.
And some hard battling there with George, particularly in the earlier stages of the race.
Yeah, it was a great race, to be fair. I think it got a lot of hard work done at the start, and then got up to second, and then George was all over the back of me, and then it was a case of trying to manage the tyres, not to let Alistair get away too much, and then George was all over me. He's going to have to use my tyres to keep George behind me, and then, to be fair, I think both of our tyres just fell off a cliff then, and then George came back to me a bit at the end, but we had a great battle, myself and George, so it was good clean racing, good fun. So yeah, delighted to come on with second. Yeah,
you came up from 6 on the grid, so what were the issues this morning, and did that take that early moves, is that what took the value out of the tyres?
Oh, the issue this morning was the driver, I think, to be fair, not getting a lap in qualifying. But anyway, no, I just got a good start where I was on the outside of the grid, and the track just opened up, to be fair, so it was good. So yeah, no, on to tomorrow. So yeah, happy enough. Yeah, can't complain.
Gonna win tomorrow?
Well, we'll give it a go anyway. We'll try our best. So I'll have to keep my 2 mechanics off the drink tonight now and see what they do. So they're over here, Dad and Vicky give me a hand. So
that's probably harder than driving, isn't it? I don't know the 2 lads, but it sounds like it from you.
Yeah, I have to mind the 2 of them tonight, and I can't give them too much vodka.
So have a good evening, and
thank you very much. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, you too. Thanks very much, Gary.
Thank you.
And George Foxlow in 3rd position. George, well done. Thank you. Congratulations. Is that first podium of the year? I can't remember. I haven't got my bits and bobs with me here.
240s, yeah, it is. I was out last weekend in the 150s and I got 3 podiums and a win. 2 podiums and a win. But yeah, I think in the 240s it is the first podium this year.
So you're getting plenty of Fiesta seat time. Is there a huge difference between the 150s and these?
Yeah, massive to be fair. It's obviously these have a load more power, and normally the grip's very good in them, but this track's terrible in the fact that, I hate it. It's terrible in the fact that it kills tyres within like 3 laps, so it's like driving around on tyres off the 150. Right. But no, it's they're very different, very different.
I'm guessing there's nothing you can do to manage that because the race is more than 3 laps long, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I wanted to obviously get onto the podium at least for this one, so I had to basically kill my tyres in the first 3 laps to get to where I was, and then luckily everyone's sort of in the same boat. So yeah, it's a bit. I don't enjoy it. I'll put it like that. But you have to come here. It's on the calendar. It is what it is. So.
Yeah, you sound happy about that. Going back to tyres, how many can you use over a weekend? Is there a set number? Are you sort of limited on that?
You're not actually limited to how many you can use, but you're allowed to get another 2 tyres every weekend, right. 2 brand new ones. So I think we use those in qualifying and then in that race there. Yeah. So we'll probably be on older tyres now, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
The lads on the commentary were talking about Alistair Kellett, and he builds a car, he wins a championship, and he sells it. Yours was the one he won a couple of years ago, so I'm guessing you can give a little advert for him.
Yeah, no, this car's a new one, but my last year car.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, my last year car was a Kellett car, and they're definitely good cars. I got 3rd in the end overall, so yeah, no, very good.
There's plenty of season to go, isn't there? You're saying you don't like it here, but to come and get a podium, that's not so bad, is it?
Oh yeah. Well, I got my first race win last year here, so it can't be a bad. I'm not bad at the track. I just don't like it. Looking forward to Donington next round.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. Always love a bit of Donington. To be fair, there's not a track that I don't like, to be honest. But anyway, I'll let you get away to your evening. Well done. Great to see you on the podium, George.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
George Foxlow on the podium. We're going to get Esther's waiting to do the overall podium, but we're going to get we've got time, I think, to talk to Luke Waugh, if I can see him. Where is Luke? Is he about? There he is over there. We'll go to Luke Waugh. We'll go to him because he won't be expecting a microphone. Luke Waugh, we're going to have a quick chat because it's a Amclos win. Well done. Congratulations. And lots of places gained there in the race, so well done. Talk us through.
Had a slightly iffy weekend so far, so qualifying I put it off on the grass at turn 1. That was the end of that, so coming from the back, nothing to lose, good start, just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, you sorted it all out. That's the thing, isn't it? It's better to get higher through the weekend.
Yeah, that's it. Well, the attitude is I cannot go backwards, so yeah, no, it was really good. It was good fun, good going forwards. Yeah, got some little bits and pieces we can do to the car now. That was kind of like a bit of a test session after how we were the rest of the weekend, but see if we can push it forward a bit more.
So you're going to keep the mechanics, the engineers busy over the evening?
I think I've got a few jobs for them. Yeah. No.
Nice one, Luke. Always good. Well done on the win in the Amclos. I'm sure the Webster family will be looking as well, so they'll be getting a bit worried. Well done, Luke Waugh, amateur class winner. And I think that's really all we've got time for, because Esther Crook, the championship coordinator, wants to crack on with the podium proper, which we could probably spy on, but we're going to hand to a quick break. And then after that, obviously, we're looking forward to the build-up to our Into the Night race with the Fun Cup.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Former Fun Cup champions GCI Racing are back in the hunt again in 2026 after 2 top 5 finishes to start the season. Craig Butterworth, your second in the championship, decent start.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the season. You know, the last race in particular, I've really enjoyed. You know, getting back on the lead lap, back past Uvio to then have a chance that got us on the podium was fantastic. It was one of the best races I've done in a long time, and lovely to be here at Anglesey. The weather is being kind to us as ever. Like stunning track walk last night. So really looking forward to the day ahead.
You guys have been in the championship for a while, on and off. You've done a few full seasons. You know how tricky it is to win in this championship. Are you finding it even harder now with we've got bigger grids, but I think the level of competition's gone up as well, hasn't it?
There's no doubt. I mean, when I think we won the championship in 2022, and very proud of that, and there were lots of good competitors then, but there is no doubt there are more quick competitors now than there were then, and you know, more cars. Great to have a grid of 30 odd cars at each of the races, and just the level of professionalism and you know the quality of drivers that have done some very top end stuff that are in it as well. You've absolutely got to be on your A game for the entire race if you want to be on for the podium.
Talk to me about Anglesey then, the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. It's a real favourite of the championship. We've always come here. Tricky little track, deceptively tricky, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely. I love the fact there's you know some sort of really fast flowing stuff, but at the same time there's some really technical bits as well. Like I'm a big fan of the technical bits. It's a bit controversial to say it, but so I really like circuits like Snetterton and Croft, which obviously we don't have on the track on the agenda this year. So actually this is my sort of surrogate for it. So I like the blend, like I say, fast and flowing, and then some bits where if you're neat and tidy, you're really good getting the power on. That can make all the difference. And also if you do it in the right way, I think you can save quite a lot of energy in the tyres for the back end of the race rather than burning them up too early.
What is it about your driving style then that makes you like those kind of circuits? Because most people say, you know, it's Donington, it's Alton, it's the high speed stuff. Something about your driving style that suits this place?
I think I'm quite smooth. I think I'm a bit more of a Jenson Button than maybe a Max Verstappen is probably the right way to put it, and that's always been my style from karting days. And I think just some circuits that really suits it, right? There are maybe some others where it is all about just go for it, like head down, like chuck it in and pray type thing, which I try to do my best on as well, but it's the really technical stuff and thinking about how you want to rotate the car and get the power down. I kind of quite enjoy the sort of the physics challenge that represents.
Interesting stuff. Well, high hopes then for Craig and the GCI team this weekend as they gun for a first victory of the season. It's the third event of the season for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and I thought I'd take the opportunity to have a chat with my long-standing colleague, Jamie Peters-Ennis, who's been roaming the pit lane in the Fun Cup for years, about what's already turning into, Jamie, a fabulous season, isn't it?
It is. Is it long-standing or long-suffering?
I chose to use the polite terminology.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's 12 years, isn't it, now? And wow. Silverstone will be my 100th race. You're probably into the 150s. Right. Yeah, biggest ever Anglesey grid this weekend, which means our average for the year is in the very high 20s, which is great given, you know, the tough times we're all suffering at the minute, and it's already looking strong for Donington as well. But Weather's looking a bit iffy now. It's clouded over. It's got a bit colder because I'm from the south, but apparently it's tropical for you. But yeah, we're looking at 2 exciting racing, 6 hours of action across the day, which is fantastic for all the viewers.
It's really amusing me this weekend because I used to go on family holidays to Anglesey as a kid. I only live about an hour down the road. This is about as warm as it gets, Jamie. I hate to break it to you. What do you think it is then that's made the Fun Cup? It really feels like it's boomed, hasn't it, this last year or so? We've always been singing its praises. Some people listen to us, some people don't believe us until they try it. But what do you think it is that's allowing this championship to flourish in the way that other series just can't at the moment?
I think the live streaming helps. We know the last couple of years we've had every round live stream. The coverage has been fantastic, and of course people are now recognising the championship because yes, it's been successful in the UK, it's been successful over in Europe, but a lot of people are thinking, well, what are these? They look like Volkswagen Beetles, but as we know, the only thing on them that it resembles one is the wiper motor. And then they've seen the racing and I thought, do you know what? These races, yes, as you say, they're 3, 4 hours, 6 hours we've done, 8 hours we've done in the past here. And they think, oh, we're going to get bored. But then they actually see the races and they're like, wow, this is so full on. And I remember Paul Rivette, when he used to race in the championship, said it was like a 4-hour full-on sprint race, and which it is. And I think also, social media coverage and the amount of track time that all the teams and drivers get. I mean, if you think Friday and Saturday, they get nearly 7 hours of track time, and you don't get that anywhere else. Obviously, we've got the £10,000 incentive for any new team that has not raced in Fun Cup anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter what they've done, and they win at their first attempt. There's a £10,000 prize, 3 for second, 1 for third, and we saw that happen at Snetterton with the Northern Velocity team. And of course, a couple of years ago, the 2-rank car with Jake Hill and Charlie Hart got 3,000. They were 5 seconds away from winning the £10,000. That was in a sprint race. The regs have now changed, which means you've now got to do it in an endurance race. So I think with all that thrown in, people are thinking, do you know what, let's come and have a go at this. And we've got one team, Avery Baker's come all the way from Canada to come and have a go at this, and at a track he's probably never even seen before. He's normally racing at things like Goodwood and historic cars, and to come into this championship, which is so competitive, it's the toughest one-make endurance championship probably in Europe. That's probably why it's been so popular in the last couple of years.
And it's fantastic to see, as JB says, record grid, 28 cars we believe taking the start for the races today, hopefully. And always special races these, aren't they? It's a bit different this. We do double headers, but to have 2 full endurance races, 3-hour endurance races on the same day, the second of those going into the night, it's always got a special feel to it, this event, hasn't it?
It does, and when the weather is as lovely as it was...
this is still lovely, I'll tell you.
It's still lovely. The scenery is stunning, as we all know. Obviously, the biggest hindrance for the guys and girls later on this evening will be the sun when it comes out, going up into rockets. So you'll see a lot of drivers that don't run with visors will probably be putting them on. But it's true testament to the endurance side of it, because this place is hard on tyres, it's hard on cars, it's hard on drivers, it's hard on the marshals. We've got to remember them. They've been on post since 8:30 this morning. They're going to have about a 2-hour break throughout the day, but they're not going to be off post till gone 10 o'clock tonight. So of course, our huge thank you to all the amazing guys and girls that are marshalling this weekend. But yeah, it's also tough on us as well. But we're true athletes, aren't we?
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I'm still training on this. But it's a special place, and obviously we're celebrating 25 years of Fun Cup this year, and I think it's surprised Paul and Christian, like the amount of cars that have come here, because normally it's sort of mid-20s, and they're like, oh wow, we've got sort of nearly 30 cars. This is fantastic. And from what I'm hearing, we're looking at the same potentially for Donington as well.
Fantastic news. Well, I'm really looking forward to that. Looking forward to the 2 races. Jamie, thank you for having a chat. Brace yourselves, everyone. It should be a thoroughly entertaining day. Championship leaders in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship arriving at Anglesey is Team GRD, car number 1, Simon Rudd alongside me. Simon, dream start to the season, really. It's not been without its challenges, but you've got to be pleased with where you are coming into this third event.
Yeah, we are. I think it's probably more than we expected, especially having to start last at Orton and at Snetterton. We knew Snetterton would be really hard, and I think we got lucky in terms of taking the win at the end, but we still had to work for it. So we're in a strong position, but got to get reminded ourselves we're 2 rounds in. Like we've still got another 8 rounds to go. So double header today, and you know, pretty much anything can happen.
And this is always a challenging event, isn't it? The double header, 2 races, short turnaround time between the 2 of them, and it's that kind of track, isn't it, where things tend to happen. Do you get a bit more anxious ahead of this event than perhaps some of the others?
I wouldn't say anxious, but you know, where you've got 2 races, it's 6 hours of racing. You know, it's hard on the cars. Anglesey is right on the coast, so you know, it's very, very windy today, and it's changed slightly from yesterday. So Riley, Chris and I were just having a chat about setup and whether or not we've got the same feeling. So I think for us, with a 30 car grid around a small track in tricky conditions, we're just going to try and stay out of trouble and let the race hopefully come to us.
Obviously, you've won this championship before. You know how to win it in theory, but now that the grid sizes are getting bigger, we've got a record Anglesey grid this weekend. Seems like the championship gets more competitive year after year. How much do you guys have to change your approach to these weekends? You can't just keep rinsing and repeating what worked in previous years, can you?
No, like we've got a really good baseline. Like we've got the data and everything from the last couple of years. Obviously, I've joined. This is my 3rd year with the team, so we are still like adjusting to my needs and wants as well, and we're making improvements all the time. Like if we stand still, we're going to go backwards. Grid's so competitive now. There's so many quick drivers, so many quick teams. Like say 30 on the grid, which is really, really good for the championship. Like we would love more, even though we start at the back, because it just makes for really good racing, and it mixes it up. Like, you know, people don't want the same team winning every race. We want to, but you know, for people that want to come in and do it, and you know, for you guys and the people that follow Fun Cup, they want it mixed up. So we're going to try and do the opposite of that. But look, for us, you know, 2 solid results this weekend is what we're looking for.
Excellent. Well, very best of luck, Simon. They'll certainly be hoping to continue their winning form. 100% win record so far this season. Can they continue it here at Anglesey? There's always a story surrounding this team, it seems, in Fun Cup, and this weekend at Anglesey is no different. Farkini is with me from the UVO squad, and new set of wheels this weekend. What's that all about?
Yes, we've had to be inventive. There was a slight indiscretion at Snetterton. We were 1.5 kilos underweight, so apologies to all our competitors for cheating. There was a number of things which caused this marginal error, including what we probably were almost about to do was run out of fuel on that very last lap. So unfortunately, when you disqualify in Fun Cup rules, this is for all the nerds out there if you want to get into the regulations, but disqualification is a 0 point and you cannot drop that round. With the point structure, that essentially means that you're out of the championship. You can never catch up. So we thought, what could we do? We didn't want the championship to be dead, and we like the soap opera and the fight of everything. So our good friends at PLR, who we run together with and have done for years, we engineered a car swap. So the PLR are now in the trusty black UVO car. And then we've Hoffman's the PLR car to give us this. The interesting point with this as a strategy is if we are way behind in the championship, but if we can get some good results and if we can climb ourselves back, our target has got to be on the podium at the end of the year for the championship. What's interesting with that is that these are the drivers that have driven this car during the year, and Fun Cup is about the car, not about who's driving it, enabling teams to swap between or just come for a weekend or whatever. So whatever result this car ends up with at the end of the year, all of these drivers will be credited with it. So what we've not only done is given ourselves a fresh start, we also have wingmen there. If anyone's seen the recent F1 movie, the captain has turned into Sonny Hayes, so watch out for safety cars. And if you want Ted Bradbury as your wingman, I don't think you can have better. So this is going to be quite some adventure. We hope we're going to give a bit more soap opera into Fun Cup.
Well, you've given a great explanation, better than I could have done actually there, Farkini, so thank you very much. I've just about got time to ask you another question, I think, before the race starts. Anglesey, you've gone well here in the past. How are you feeling about this weekend? Is there a win on the cards?
Yeah, absolutely. We We just drew second, which gives us a very easy ride. We can look after the car. This track is very, very hard on the car. It's super abrasive. The curbs are angry. So looking after your tyres and the car with 3 hour races in one day is very hard. So to be at the front and hopefully to be able to run cleanly is a fantastic opportunity. But you know what happens, even if we get out the lead as Snetterton, when we just into that safe place, then they call safety car and let everyone catch up. So we'll go for it. It's going to be entertaining. Brilliant.
Well, one of your honorary teammates has just walked in, Ted Bradbury. We'll let him go and have a bit of a chat, get some pre-race plans made. Varkini, thank you for having a chat.
Thank you.
Very best
Enjoy
of
the
luck
race.
for the weekend. One Fun Cup race in the bag here at Anglesey. One more still to go in a little while. The evening into the dusk race, a real highlight of the Fun Cup season. Jamie Peters-Ennis joining me, Andy McEwen, down here in the paddock area to reflect and discuss what happened earlier on this afternoon. A thoroughly entertaining race that seemed to start and end in utter carnage, but thoroughly entertaining to watch.
It was, and I was getting a bit worried because at one point it got abnormally calm, and then obviously Rob Boston had it was a distributor issue that they had with the car. Basically, Will said it stopped distributing. Right. So they have repaired it and they'll be back out for race 2. But one of the stars of race 1 was the Josh Phelps, Neo Clark Tropical Rocket Racing. And I believe they're in their first full season of car racing at all. And of course Josh and Neo came in during the course of last year and were instantly making headways inside the top 10 at Silverstone, and they've been chipping away this year in their striking car. And obviously Josh has got the overalls to match now, and I think they were one of the stars, 4th overall. Another one was a look at the results. Lee Tech, Shea Brennan, he's come on really quickly, more used to front wheel drive, so he's had to learn the Fun Cup car, he's had to learn Anglesey. He's probably got one of the best coaches in the world with Christian Rose helping him, so yeah, there's been a few highlights out there. As we show in Fun Cup with GRD, anything can happen in the race. I mean, they're drawn 22nd for race 2, so they'll be wanting to go forward.
I suppose the one thing they'd have been hoping for after what was a bit of a disastrous first race is they'd get a better grid position for race 2. It's not a lot better, is it? That was such a big moment, though. The spin initially that they had that damaged the splitter actually didn't need to be a disaster, did it? They'd got back into the top 5, could have got on the podium, and then that little bit of contact with C Data, they were penalised for that, and they've ended up outside of the top 10. Don't know whether you've spoken to the team yet, you might get a chance to do so now, but they'd almost salvaged it, hadn't they?
They have. I mean, I spoke to Simon over dinner and he felt awful because, as we both know, that's not how he races, and it was just an unfortunate. I believe there was 4 or 5 cars in a group and just the knock-on effect, and I believe he'll be having a chat with Mike later on, but he just wants to move on now and just crack on with the next race. But we'll certainly be having a chat with him during the course of the evening.
Yes, well, that opportunity is right now, because Jamie, I'm going to relinquish the microphone, let you have a wander up and down the pit lane and see who you can find. I'm going to go and prepare for race number 2, which is coming up later on, so enjoy.
Thank you. I'll let you go and finish your 3-course dinner that I provided for him. And welcome to the paddock. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here at Anglesey Circuit. As you see, the weather is lovely and the wind's picking up a little bit. But what we're going to do, Sam and I are going to have a little wander around and see who we can find. We're going to have a chat with a few drivers that we didn't speak to in race 1, and one of those drivers is George Grant. We'll have a quick chat with George. He's the man behind Clapham North, and of course him and Abby Eater are in the 146 car, and of course you're one of our partners now within the championship, which is fantastic. Busy race that was for you, but you got the car home one piece, and second grid draw. You're at the back again.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, I think you're 20. You're 24th.
You were coming to tell me.
No. But how are you finding it all? Because it's been a lot to learn for you, hasn't it?
Well, this is the 3rd time I've been out in the car.
Yeah.
Right. I've never been round the corkscrew. Well, I think it was 2014 was the last time, and but I have to say, I'm not a tail end Charlie, which is pretty good, and that's really, finishing 10th, and I think 5th in the Masters, which was. You've got to take that, really, haven't you?
Yeah, and I suppose for both of you, you've not really raced a lot here because it's a circuit, as amazing as it is, it gets a fair bit of use during the summer, but probably from Abby's point of view, she probably has only done sort of a handful of races here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, but 3 hours in a Fun Cup car here. I mean, I would certainly urge anybody that's thinking about doing this just to give it a go. It is a phenomenal. I'm starting to get the bug, which is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, does that mean you might have to splash out on another car?
Yeah. You never know. But there's only 2 of us, of course, and there's a number of the drivers up and down the grid here. They've got 3, possibly 4 drivers.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of driving. So we've got it all to play for now.
Well, enjoy race 2. We'll catch up on the dummy grid later on. That's George Grant from Clapham North with EDF. Julian Thomas is just stood here, casual, relaxed, enjoying the break. Race 1, happy?
Yeah, good. Yeah, very clean race. Yeah, everything went very smoothly for once.
Your plan for the first stint, I remember you saying, was just to stay out of trouble, because as we know, especially going up into Rocket, there's the bottleneck. You're at the sharper end of the field, but when you've got 27 marauding cars behind you, all wanting to pounce on you, you've just got to be mindful of what's going on, don't you?
Yeah, there's 2 races this weekend. We've had a lot of trouble in the first few races of this season. We just wanted something really clean, so I was just bringing it home, really.
And this year, and back in the last year, you made the move over to EDF. How's that all been going?
Oh, it's great. It's like a big family. They're great fun. Really nice people.
So little Harley's keeping you under control, is he?
He's crazy, isn't he? He's brilliant.
He doesn't run out of batteries, bless him. No, I think he's already wanting to go karting, so he'll be in the car soon. But yeah, we'll catch up later, Jules. That's Julian Thomas from Race Logic. I don't know if you want to look at this. Barry Thompson is having a bit of a nap in his little roller skate that he uses. It's an electric car, and he's just having a bit of a break from the 3-hour race today. We'll let him carry on. Let's wander back down this way and grab some people and see what's going on. A few people are just enjoying a little bit of downtime because we've got a bit of a break in between. We've got Gary Bates just sat looking at the data station. So while we're doing that, let's grab Will Smith, who's just in the Axiometrics car. They were, let's have a look, he was 17th in race 1.
Yes,
Onwards and upwards for race 2.
Yes, 100%. We had a bit of issue in the pits. We lost two minutes because the car wouldn't start, and we still having misfires. But I know George is a mechanic, and I'm sure he can sort it out. But yeah, a bit frustrating.
And what are we thinking for race 2 setup wise, just keeping it as it is?
Yeah, keep it as it is. A bit slidey, but we're putting the new tyres on, so hopefully it'll be alright. It's just those first couple of laps because we haven't ran them in or anything. They'll be a bit slidey, but yeah, Chris is starting, so yeah, it should be alright. Yeah.
And of course you've got a couple of new teammates throughout the year. As we heard earlier, Paul Toms had to take a step back just because of his shoulder injury. You got another bridal joining you, I understand, at Donington. How exciting is that?
Yeah, no, it's good. I don't exactly know who we've got. It'll be one of them, but they're both just as quick as each other, so it'll be all right. But yeah,
can't tell them apart. So
no, exactly. No, one could turn off, and I think it's the other. But no, yeah, it should be all right. I mean, everyone we've had's been pretty quick, so yeah, be good. Yeah, definitely.
Just need to get your brother in one. That's yeah. Thanks a lot, Will. That's Will Smith. Right, let's pop down to the other end and let's have a word with Mark Home, because we were trying to have a chat with Mark earlier on, but we were just unfortunately ran out of time. So Mark is from Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing. They've been away racing overseas over the last couple of years, so nice to have them back. I'm just going to doorstop Mr. Home, if that's okay, while you enjoy your cup of tea or coffee.
Whiskey, I think it was.
Welcome back. How have you found coming back?
It's great to see people like Paul Turner again. It's been a long time in the making. He comes from Cornwall. No, it's been very, very good. Yeah, very competitive. We had a great first stint, last to 11th, and then we had a bit of a mechanical. No, it's good to see everybody. It's good.
Yeah, it's nice to have Paul here. It took him about 3 weeks to get here, though. That's the only thing from where he lives. You've been off racing elsewhere over the last couple of years, but you had experience of the Hankook tyres. Has that been advantageous for you?
Well, I think they're definitely a better tyre. So we noticed our lap times from 2 years ago to now, there's definitely a second and a quarter in them, certainly at Alton Park. So I think it was the fastest time we'd ever done at Alton Park. But yeah, they've been running them in Europe for quite a while now, and they're a good tyre. So yeah, it made a bit of a difference.
Yeah, everyone loves them, and they like the cars moving around a bit more as well. Anglesey, when the wind's picking up a little bit, obviously the sun sun potentially is going to be an issue. Setup-wise, are we doing anything on the car?
We dropped a little bit of the back end from yesterday to stop the oversteer, and that's made a difference. But apart from that, no, not a lot else. We're good to go. We had great pace in that first race, and I say we just couldn't get the car started after Stint 4. We made our way up the grid quite nicely, but we're hoping for a clean, non-mechanical issue race. But the racing was great. I mean, very clean and fast and good fun.
All right, well, good luck for race 2. We'll catch up later on. That's Mark Home from Team Ursus, Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing. I'm sorry. Right, let's see who else I can find. Everyone's hiding away because it's getting a little bit windy down here. Let's pop down to Morphus and see if I can find Greg Evans, who's not around, I'm afraid. So, Neo Clark's here. Let's have a word with Neo. Mate, P4, just off the podium, couple more laps would have made all the difference, but still, best ever result.
Yeah, it was good just to get a good result on the ball like that, especially for the team. You know, especially with Ted in second as well. It was good result for all of us in the team. But yeah, happens, doesn't it? I think we wouldn't have had the chance at third anyway if it weren't for the safety car. So you can say everything about the safety car not benefiting us, but there's only so much you can do.
What can you do in race 2?
Starting far up again, so hopefully just get a bit of a better start, because I struggled off the start last time. So get a bit of a better start, and then hopefully we can push away at the front and get a bit of a gap again.
Do you feel you're gelling with the car now? Because you've had to learn in a short space of time very, very quickly. Do you feel it's all starting to come together now?
Yeah, I think after all the time I managed to get on track now, because with me it wasn't just getting used to car racing, it wasn't just getting used to the car, it was getting used to car racing in general. So it's been a big learning curve, but I feel like I'm starting to get there and starting to gel with the car a lot more now.
All right, well, enjoy race 2, mate. We'll catch up later on. I want to talk to this man, Mark Hope, who used to race one of these. You're different capacity now. What is your title within Demon Tweaks?
I look after the fuel strategy and filling up the fuel churns and get them in the car. And I wear shin pads for when they hit me.
Which obviously we hope they don't hit you. But you've been around this paddock for well over a decade, either driving or doing what you're doing now. From your point of view, how much has it changed from when you were back behind the wheel?
Oh, it's become incredibly more competitive. I mean, every team's getting their act together, you know, the strategies, and there's some seriously good drivers in the series now, and that makes a massive difference. So yeah, I mean, it's night and day over the last 25 years. I mean, I first raced Fun Cup in 2008, which is like scary.
Not tempted to have another go?
Nah, historics for me.
We'll get him back. We'll get him back in one. I'll convince. We both share the same fitness trainer, so I'll get him on the case to get him sorted for it. But thanks, Mark. That's Mark Hope from Demon Tweaks. Let's have a wander around. Let's have a chat with Craig Butterworth from GCI. Let's quick word, Craig, if that's all right. Just reflecting on race 1, and we believe you're leading, but you think you're joint leading the championship now?
I'm just going with what people tell me. Some people tell us we're leading, some people tell us we're joint leading, but either way, I'm happy to share it for now. So yeah, really happy with that, especially considering obviously the first stint I had in that race, it was the second stint in the race. Loved it, was up to I think P4, catching P3, felt in great shape, and then went to restart the car at that pit stop, and we lost a good 30 seconds at least, dropped all the way down. So yeah, so it was all a bit depressed down there at that moment, but again, proof that you just got to keep plugging away and get out of trouble, and yeah, super happy to be leading.
And what's your thoughts for race 2?
Hopefully keep it nice and clean. I literally have just been asleep for the last 20 minutes or so in the car, so I've just woken up, and it's a bit weird to think I'm going to go and do it all over again, but look, it's a great track, and it's not raining, and I'm looking forward to getting back out there, I think.
And as we said at Snetterton, also at Alton Park, the numbers for the championship, they just keep going up, and it's fantastic, isn't it?
Completely. I mean, the grids are getting more and more packed, and as well as there being more cars, the average quality is going up there as well, and like that's the average quality of the teams, but then you get more and more kind of like really sort of superstar drivers, let's call them, right, who obviously have done all kinds of different things. So yeah, to even more so to be leading at this point, given the quality of the field, it feels really good.
You're going to have to do the rest of them now.
We are indeed, and let's hope we're still leading at the end of Alton Park in a few months' time.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Craig. That's Craig Butterworth from GCI. Right, let's have a chat with one more. In fact, I want to talk to these two, because without these two, who are our wonderful marshals, this is Adam and Joe.
Hello, Joe.
We couldn't do what we do. And Adam, this is your first ever time at Anglesey, your first ever time seeing Fun Cup. How have you found it?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Yeah, I've been really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to this evening. It's going to be a good race.
And what got you into marshalling?
I've always been a big fan of motorsport, basically. Grew up watching it on the telly with my dad, and I can't afford a race car, so this is the best way to get involved, basically.
And Joe, obviously you've been around the country like Ads as well, doing marshalling. Of course, you went off to Nürburgring and did some. So, for you, from your point of view, what got you into the sport?
So all of my friends race, and I was unfortunate enough to be a passenger in a crash when I was younger, so I can't race. So this is the closest I get to it. So after supporting them in pit lane and garaging and stuff, I was like, what else could I do? And when they're not at certain events I want to be at, because they don't race in that series, I thought I can go to wherever I want if I'm in Orange. And yeah, that sort of took off from there, really.
And for anyone wanting to get into marshalling, what's the best way to do it?
Just do it.
Yeah.
Just get on the BMMC website or find your local club, Castle Coombe Racing, Bark, anywhere. Just inquire for that taste today. Do your taste today, and you won't look back.
And also through the BRSCC as well. So yeah, but from all of us, mate, thank you for everything that you do. And enjoy race 2. We'll make sure we keep you nice and busy. That's Adam and Joe from our amazing Orange Army. I think I've got time for one more, and then we'll throw to a break. So let's see who we can find. Let's have a chat with Avery Baker. He's just in the garage, beavering away, enjoying the break. Avery, just am I allowed to have a quick word if that's all right? Yeah. First time in one of these. You're used to a wonderful Cooper. Yeah. The rear-wheel drive similarities, that's where it ends, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's rear-wheel drive and rear engine, but that's about it. You know, these tires are much better, and it's certainly nice to have such a roomy cockpit. You really feel like I can. So much room for activities in there. Don't know what to do with it.
And also not using the clutch.
Yeah, it's definitely the paddles are very helpful. You know, it makes it far easier, and you know, I don't think I've missed too many gears this today, so it's working out pretty well. And
what attracted you to coming to do Fun Cup?
Oh, it's just the amount of racing and time in the car you can get in one day. You know, that's super attractive, and it's really hard to get with a lot of other series. You know, I'm used to maybe getting an hour max for a full race weekend, so being able to get so much time in one go is really unique and, you know, really valuable.
All right, well, good luck for race 2. We'll catch up later. Right, let's as we see Neil on the angle grinder, but there's a few of our drivers throughout the event, and we'll definitely be catching up with a lot more later on today. But from now, we'll throw to a break, and we'll catch up in the assembly area later on.
I got to face this way because of the lighting. All right. Live.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anglesey Circuit for round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it's our race into the evening. Packed 28-car grid, all lined up in the assembly area, raring to go. So let's go and have a chat with a couple of drivers as they get themselves all suited and booted, and see who we've got. Let's have a word with Victor Cara, because we haven't spoken to Victor so far today, and we welcome Victor back to the championship. 18 months away.
Indeed.
Nice to be back.
It's great to be back, Jamie. Honestly, it's great to be back. Bigger grid, more competitive, a lot of fun.
And different tyres.
Different tyres. Yeah, grippier, a lot more fun out there. A little bit sliding, but it gives you control. The first session was a little testy, but we had a lot of fun, man. And it's great to be back, like I said.
And at the minute, we understand it's potentially just a one-off at the moment, but future plans?
The future plans is to come back for full time again. Yeah. So probably next year, come back to the grid again and, kind of get back into it. So it's like it's always great to see you, mate, and you're doing a great job, buddy. So get over there to the other people.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Victor. That's Victor Cara, who's joining Paul and Wendy Ellis Smith in the Field Up Racing 62 car. Let's have a wander down and speak to Matt Hogg, who was in the Seed Data car. He's going out second this time round as the cars are all getting fired up. Matt, thought for race 2?
Are we what for race 2?
Thoughts for race 2?
Better than race 1.
Okay, not an ideal race 1. It was challenging. Obviously, these things happen, but apart from that, car's going well.
It will be better this race, yes. But the car has been good, yeah. Okay. And not as good as I'd like it in the first race, but there you go.
In what way?
No brakes to start with, and the first stint wasn't very good. Lack of rear grip as well, but yeah, we'll be all right.
All right, well, good luck. That's Matt Hogg from Seed Data. Let's have a wander. Let me have a chat with... in fact, the cars are going to be heading straight out. So what we'll do is, as I said, unfortunately it's a bit short, but we'll head up to the commentary box, who will take you through this 3-hour thriller.
Thank you, Jamie. So we are good to go racing again with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, second 3-hour race of the day. To those of you sitting trackside, hope you've enjoyed your evening, your little tea break that we've had here this evening. We are racing into the night now, though. The second race of the day for the Fun Cup. Their first one earlier on won by UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, Fabulous Randaccio and Farchini, who is so famous. He only goes by one name these days, and they will be hoping that they can get a double victory. It has been done before here at Anglesey, but it's a very difficult thing to achieve. We've got another completely random grid. The only team who knew where they'd be starting after race 1 were UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, who have been drawn at the back of the grid, of course, because the previous race winner always must start from last position. It's a 28-car grid. We're hoping all 28 will be out there for what promises to be another spectacular 3 hours of racing. The weather, I have to say, has been very kind to us. It's not the warmest day I've ever experienced at Anglesey, but it is at least bright and sunny. There is no forecast for rain this evening. So, yeah, should be a perfect evening for some Fun Cup racing. Let's go through the grid then. I'll give you the start drivers for as many as I can. Sherrodice UK have been drawn on pole position in the 251 car. Peter Belshaw at the wheel for stint number 1, whilst Track Focus number 49 of Sean Cooper starts alongside him. FFS, they'll be looking to bounce back after the issues earlier on today. Nick Heighton will take the opening stint alongside Tropical Rocket Racing, who finished 4th in race 1 and start 4th in race number 2. That car started by Neo Clark. Sunoco Racing Team, they were in the wars a bit earlier as well with an extended pit lane visit. Phil Keane definitely want to keep an eye on from 5th, and the Demon Tweaks 207 car, that's the white and black Demon Tweaks car, started by Michael Lyons, starts 6th. 7th on the grid for GCI Racing, with Ian Wood doing the start this time, and the 249 Demon Tweaks car starts right behind the sister car in 8th position, started by Jason Minshaw. Signature RV 557, that car pedalled by Steve Ruston for the opening stint, starts 9th alongside PLR UVO. Remember, PLR swapping over into the original black and gold UVO machine. That car started by Tim Wheeldon as it was for race 1. Red River Sport are next, 11th on the grid for the 200 Red River Sport car. There are 2 of those this weekend, and that will be Johnny Molam, I believe, taking the opening stint. Leatech, ones to watch, I suspect. The 99 car started by Shea Brennan, starts 12th. 13th for the JPR 248 car, that will be Toby Hall, and 14th for the Vape Club machine, number 212, and they are putting Vlad Vasiliev in for the opening stint. Seed Data, who were tapped into a spin by GRD in the earlier race today. That 214 car started by Mike Devlin is 15th, and Race Logic, who were near the front on the grid for race 1, starts 16th this time, the car in the hands of David Denyer. 9th row of the grid, is headed by Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing's number 170 car, started by Colin Kingsnorth. Axiometrics 103 is next, that is Chris Wetherall, whilst the top 20 is completed by Greenheath, number 14, Paul Turner, and Fueled Up Racing, number 62, that is Paul Ellis-Smith again. 21st, Exposure Lights, number 125, that is Morgan Sparrow, with Team GRD 22nd, ironically, the one race in which they might not have had to start at the back, and they're still quite close to the back, courtesy of the random draw. Chris Devellin for stint 1. G-Force are next, 23rd on the grid for the 158 car, that's Gary Summers. Team Clapham North 24th, number 146, started by Abby Eaton again. FNS number 109, some quick cars here towards the back, aren't there? That is Steve Walton with Red River Sports' second car, 257, started by Gareth Williams alongside. And look at this for a back row of the grid, Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl. In fact, was this not the front row for the early race? It was, wasn't it? Rob Boston Racing and Uvio were together on the front row of the grid. So the 169 car now starts on the back row alongside Uvio Hoffman's trying to say two things at once. Alongside Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, it is Tom Roach starting the Rob Boston car, and the Uvio car by process of elimination is started by Fabulous Randaccio. I say that because Farkini is behind me in the commentary box. So, how about that then? The front row of the grid for race 1 is the back row of the grid for race number 2, and we get to do it all again. The first half hour, John, of race 1 was absolutely spectacular. I suspect room for more of the same.
Indeed, yeah, I think the word was chaos, wasn't it, earlier for that first 30 minutes? Well, let's hope for more of that then as we crack on with the second Fun Cup race of the day here at Anglesey. Yeah, amazing. Not only were they the front row of the grid now to the back row, they were also our top two for the majority of the race, really, until sort of the last, 20 or 30 minutes or so when we had that safety car come out, and sadly the Rob Boston Racing crew not making it through to the checkered flag. But this is it then. All the drivers have managed to keep their cars relatively clean, ready for the second race. Let's hope it's just the same by the time of the checkered flag.
Paul Rosa sold a few new front splitters. The cars all look resplendent in the evening sunlight. Round number 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship about to get underway here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, and it is going to be then Sherrodice UK who start from pole position, and alongside them the Track Focus 49 car. There's a big stack up as they come to the start. They've all just about avoided contact, and the race gets underway in slightly messy fashion. Track Focus challenging round the outside through target. They'll have the inside line for the banking on the opening lap, and I think they should go through. So the 49 car then grabs the early advantage. Good start made by Sean Cooper. Sherrodice slotted to second. Someone's been on the grass further back, but they're all still there as they exit turn 2 and head down towards Church Corner. Side by side for third, that's FFS and Sunoco. Phil Keane in the Sunoco racing car. I said that he should move forward, and he is moving forward from 5th on the grid. He is third, heading onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, good start, and a good start to be fair overall. The whole grid making it on through, up towards Rocket we go for the first time in this race. Once again, side by side between the front two, and to the inside line goes Sherrodice UK once more. They're going to retake the lead, but have they gone a bit too deep? They have. Almost contact between the top two, but let's look further back then. Often this can be a big pinch point of the circuit, particularly on lap number 1, but all drivers giving each other lots of room. Good to see. They all continue on, making it through this first lap and settling in nicely.
Yep, so Sherrodice back to the front then, 2 lead changes already. Remarkably, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport led every lap in the first race today. The first time that's ever been done in championship history, that the same team have led every single lap. There was only 1 lead change, it happened on the first lap, and they led every time across the line after that. So there's a record for the Uvio pairing. That may not happen this time, although to be fair, Sherrodice started on pole, and they do lead at the end of the opening lap. Track Focus second, Sunoco Racing third, Team FFS fourth, and Tropical Rocket Racing there in 5th position. Then it's the Demon Tweaks 207 car, as FFS have to do a bit of defensive driving there into the banking.
Yeah, Rob Boston Racing and Uvio going together as they press on through the order. There was a little look up the inside from Uvio into T1. It was a bold attempt, it didn't quite work, and they had to slot back in behind once more as we press on through to now this second lap of the race. Well, yeah, as you say, an amazing stat there for Uvio. The only way someone could beat it is if the pole position sitter does the same again in this one. Well, Sherrodice currently still holding the race lead. We're only on lap number 3 though, as there's more moves up towards Rocket. FFS trying to hold that inside line all the way around the outside, trying Tropical Rocket, and they've done it. What a beautiful move that was. GCI trying to do something similar. Didn't quite work out as well for them though.
No, Ian Wood gets squeezed out. He's the GCI meat in the Demon Tweak sandwich at the moment. The 207 ahead and the 249 behind. Track Focus back to the front though. So Sean Cooper, is that right? Sean Cooper, yes. He's back to the front then, ahead of the the Sherrodice machine, but Phil Keane is the danger man here, I think, isn't he, in the Sunoco racing car, up into third position. Phil Keane's resume really speaks for itself. A hugely successful GT and sports car racer, and often flew under the radar, you felt, but he had a huge amount of success in things like British GT, and he is really enjoying his time in the Fun Cup over the last year or so. He's on terms with the leaders, and I suspect we'll be looking to make a move this time up towards Rocket.
I'm sure we'll keep our eyes firmly focused on them as these teams continue on round. Then onto a new lap of the race we go. And yeah, that move up at Rocket from, funny enough, Tropical Rocket Racing. Well, we said in race number 1 they love that move up at Rocket. Very fitting with their name, and they've already started off here in race number 2. Lovely move around the outside. Don't often see such a beautiful move like that from 157. They've got it done up to 4th place. They've got a bit of work to do, though, to catch those top 3, as they might start battling as well, though. They're going to head up side by side towards Rocket as well, as Sherrodice look to make a move further back, 3 wide, all the way around the outside, trying GCI, but again, it's a little bit too late on the brakes. They'll have to slot back in once more. Both the Team and Tweaks cars trying the outside line then for the right-hander. Sadly, don't think it's worked out for either of them. The white car, the 207 Team and Tweaks car, keeps alongside for a little bit longer, but again, the FFS has the inside line and takes the place back.
Yes, it does, although there's maybe an opportunity into the corkscrew. No, the 207 settles back in line. If we had a change at the front, we have with Phil Keane to the front, so from third to first. I said he'd probably try and make a move up the back straight. He didn't make one move, he made 2, and so now Phil Keane leads the way. So that is 3 laps and 3 different leaders. Uvio's new record is safe for this evening at least. This is already looking like a more typical start to a Fun Cup race. Multiple lead changes, but Phil Keane will now look to try and establish himself out in front, and he might just have the pace to do so.
Well, in that first race, it was sort of chaos everywhere but the battle for the lead, whereas that has changed for this one, hasn't it? Continued squabbling at the sharp end, and then yet again another lead change. So this time Sherrodice down into 3rd place, and only that tiny bit of racing between these top 3 has brought Tropical Rocket Racing onto the scene as well. And these 4 at the sharp end have quite a nice gap over the next pack. Still FFS leading up that secondary pack and still doing their best to keep the likes of Demon Tweaks GCI and the other Demon Tweaks car behind, which they are doing for the moment. Up through Rocket we go once more, and now top 4 all line astern. There was that battle briefly in the background. FFS continued to stay ahead, but that gap between the top 4 and themselves continuing to open up. It is now just over 2 seconds. I can only imagine with their continued defence of 5th place, that gap will continue to increase.
Indeed so. Fabulous Randaccio, by the way, up into 17th place already, so that's 10 places gained, 11 places gained from where he started. So the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car charging through the order nicely, and could well be knocking on the door of a top 10 before long.
And look who's gone with them as well. Rob Boston Racing,
yes.
right behind them, following each other through the traffic. It was Rob Boston car leading the Uvio car to begin with, but a couple of laps ago they switched around. But even, doesn't matter who's leading out the 2 of them, they both continue to pick their way through the order very nicely.
That's Tom Roach in the Rob Boston Racing car, so not a huge surprise to see him going well. Tom Roach, who was dominant in Mazda MX-5 circles around about 10 years or so ago, still a very handy peddler, and great to have him out in Fun Cup again this year, really enjoying himself. He raced in Fun Cup for a stint a while ago and was a race winner, and he'd love now to take Rob Boston Racing to the top step of the podium. Up towards Rocket we go. Another car that I think is possibly into the top 10 now, certainly on the fringes of it, is the Team Clapham North machine, started by Abby Eaton, again making incredible progress. A driver who did battle with Tom Roach actually back in the MX-5 days all those years ago, and Abby is once again doing what Abby Eaton seems to do best, and that is overtaking cars in the opening stint. She's immediately become one of the best in Fun Cup at gaining ground early on. There she is, look, right on the tail of this group. She's in behind the Vape Club car, which started the lap in 11. So yeah, nearly into the top 10.
It's very rare, isn't it? You see a driver jump into Fun Cup and basically immediately be on the pace. Well, that's exactly what Abby has done, and it's been amazing to watch her take to the Fun Cup for this season. And in this race, once again, as you say, picking her way through the order very nicely. I think we had Greenheath all sorts of sideways over the curb, and there's almost contact at the first corner there with Uvio. Bold look up the inside from Uvio there. Well, Greenheath slammed the door in their face, and they just avoided contact.
I think they'd had a moment at the last corner together, and then they were sort of side by side into turn 1, and neither wanted to give the place up, did they? Greenheath came out on top on that occasion, but that would have got Fabulous's blood pressure rising. There's damage to the front of the Greenheath car, and this is now surely Fabulous's chance, as Greenheath have gone wide over the grass. Through goes Randaccio, and in the end it was made a little bit easier for Randaccio than he thought it was going to be.
Yeah, commentating with a live studio audience is a new one
great,
for us
isn't it?
here, but they're thoroughly enjoying the race at the moment from up here. It's a lovely vantage point, isn't it? And we're watching all the racing unfold as we're 3 wide, almost more contact this time with PLR UVO. That's with the Red River Sport car. Well, it's all kicking off in the mid-pack here because we have a lot of our top-rated drivers all finding themselves fighting over the same piece of tarmac.
We were having this discussion off air, weren't we, between the races. When we looked at the grid, there were so many cars at the back that we thought, yeah, they should be at the front, really, and they're all kind of moving through the pack together and not necessarily getting along that well as they do so. Down through the corkscrew we go then on this, the 6th lap of the race. Fastest lap set by Tropical Rocket Racing, by the way, who are up into 3rd place. They're ahead of Sherrodice UK now, so the Tropical Rocket car, which was started by Neo Clark, went so well, didn't he, in the first stint in race 1, Neo Clark, and is continuing to do so in race 2. As we get this pretty tasty looking battle pack. Vlad Vasiliev defending, or trying to, from Tom Roach, but there's no stopping Tom, and he dives through on the inside at turn 2.
Yeah, UVO had already gone through down at the corkscrew, and I think Rob Boston Racing Crew knowing they need to get that move done ASAP, try and latch back on to the back of the UVO car as they continue to press their way on through the order. And as you see there, that's what you need from your driver behind the wheel in this first stint, getting a move done, then immediately latching on to the next battle pack, rinse and repeat until you find yourself at the sharp end. That's the plan, at least. Whether that works out, we'll have to wait and see. Well, we're not even 10 minutes into this race, and already it has been an exciting one, just like race number 1.
FFS there on the grass going through the Rocket Complex, and they're going to lose some ground as a result. They've got the Red River Sport car 200 alongside them, while there were, at the start of the lap, 3 cars between those two, so that shows you how much time they lost with that little grassy excursion up at Rocket. But thankfully no major damage done. I'm amazed we've not done more front splitters in over the first 10 minutes of this race. It's been, again, properly elbows out, but at the moment Sunoco Racing lead the way by a narrow margin there. So interestingly, as Red River Sport get into the side of FFS, that opens the door for Abby Eaton and maybe for Randaccio. Yep, sees the opportunity, and all those years of Fun Cup experience told him that he had to pounce then, and through indeed he did go. The point I was trying to make there, John, is that although Phil Keen's got the lead, he's not getting away from Track Focus and Tropical Rocket Racing, but they are distancing themselves slightly now from a lonely Sherrodice in 4th.
Indeed, yeah, Sherrodice finding themselves in a bit of no man's land now, as now it's the 207 Demon Tweaks leading the GCI car just behind them, and then the other 249 Demon Tweaks then leads basically the rest of the field, don't they, up Rocket? Here they are on your screens, heading up the long, not so straight, up towards Rocket, and there might be some more moves. UVO looking to the inside, Abby defends, Abby now goes up the inside of the 220, surely there was contact, somehow they wasn't, and they all make it through. FFS continuing to defend there through the right-hander, that opens the door here for UVO, and now it's a drag race into the following right-hander at the top of the hill. Who will get the place? UVO up the inside, Abby will try and hang it round the outside, but nope, going to get shoved out wide. UVO another place gained.
And more great opportunistic overtaking that from Randaccio. He read that situation well. Abby went on the attack and he just sort of let her go, knowing that that was probably going to open the door for him to come through as well, which it did. So Randaccio then up another spot. They're almost into the top 10 now, from 28th on the grid. They're 11th, would you believe? This has been a storming drive. It's fascinating, isn't it? The different approach teams have. GRD, we're so used to seeing them starting from the back of the grid, and Christabel just methodically sort of picks them off one by one, as Tim Wielder gets stuck in as well. Methodically picks them off one by one, and often Christabel will gain 7 or 8 places in that opening stint. Stick Fabulous Randaccio in the back, and he just wants to get to the front as quickly as possible, and he's so good at doing it.
He is indeed, and you can see why they popped him in for this first stint. To be fair, you'd expect Farkini to do something pretty similar, wouldn't you? So that's a nice thing as well about having that two-man team where they're both so similarly matched. They know they can trust either one of them to get the job done, and as you say, Fabulous Randaccio doing it in this one with 3 wide, under brakes, contact on PLR UVO, round they go. That was a little bit too aggressive on the brakes there from FFS, dove to the grass in avoidance, but it wasn't enough to get them stopped. They clip the PLR UVO car, and good to see they do get it back going. They will rejoin the pack, but quite a lot of time lost, and in this early part of the race, a bit of time lost like that and you're losing heaps of positions.
Yeah, he knew he was in trouble there, Nick Heighton. He knew he was in too deep, slammed on the brakes, that locked the rears, and around he went, and unfortunately Tim Wheeldon was in the way, and that was through no fault of Tim's own, but unfortunately it has taken them down the order. Hopefully not too much damage done to the UVO PLR car. There's the other UVO car, the new UVO if you prefer, and the 403 car is into, no, not into the, yes it is into the top 10, 9th position for the 403. Next target, Signature RV. and they're only 12 seconds off the lead. This is remarkable. Not only are they gaining the positions, but there's next to no time lost to the leader.
Yeah, amazing. Of course, we've turned our attention away from the top three out front. They're still within a second of each other, but like you say, no massive gaps forming in this race. Very different to what we saw in race number 1, as there is PLR Uvio into the pits early.
Has that punctured a left rear tyre, or they're just taking the wheel off to investigate the suspension? It was the left rear corner, wasn't it, that took the hit, as FFS are quite early on the brakes this time into Rocket, funnily enough. Through go Abby Eaton and Tom Roach. Abby Eaton versus Tom Roach. I've waited a long time to see this battle reignited, and they're absolutely nose to tail now. The Clapham North car just ahead of the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl machine, but that is a rivalry that spans back about a decade, back to the MX5 Championship days, or Super Cup days actually, where Abby was a champion, Tom was a champion, and they were both battling at the front for a while in that series. This could be a pretty tasty scrap.
Indeed, like you say, reigniting that old battle, and those who continue on through this one. Some serious work going on down there for PLR Uvio, isn't it?
I think it's suspension, isn't it?
I think so. I think so. It didn't look like the hardest hit, did it? But still, it just shows, particularly on a particularly weak point of the car, that little knock can cause some serious issues.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my word, 257. I just saw out of the window going completely sideways on the grass at the final corner. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a hard hit if it's right on the wheel. That puts so much stress through the suspension, through the drivetrain. Rear-wheel drive cars, of course, the Fun Cup machines, and yeah, that clearly has done some serious damage. What a shame, though. They never can seem to get any good luck, PLR, or Uvio PLR, as we now have to refer to them, and unfortunately that bad luck continues on into Anglesey.
That's a shame, obviously. We had our live studio audience, didn't we, of both the Uvio squads behind us. Well, one's gone downstairs very happy, the other one not quite so happy, sadly, as they've got a lot of work to do if they can get that car back out on circuit. I hope they can, but again, as we see them come into the garage, so I think the answer to that, sadly, is going to be a resounding no. What a shame then for PLR. Not getting too lucky in this second race of the day. But as they head into the pits, let's turn our attention back to the front,
where there's been a change for second. Tropical Rocket Racing into second position. That is Neo Clark continuing to do what he did at the start in race number 1, and he's now going to go toe-to-toe with Phil Keane. This is the great thing about Fun Cup, isn't it? If you're a relatively inexperienced driver, you can genuinely find yourself battling for position with legends of the sport, such as Phil Keane, and that is something that Neo Clark, I'm sure, is relishing the opportunity to do. He'll get into the slipstream now, heading up the school straight. I'm not sure he's quite close enough to overtake this time into Rocket, but he's certainly going to close in and give Phil Keane something to think about here.
100%. Well, we know how much the Tropical Rocket Racing squad loves the move up into Rocket, but this time, as you say, not quite close enough. We'll have to rethink that one, but their pace has been brilliant over the last sort of 5 or 6 laps now, I think we can say, as we're starting to settle into this race a little bit more. But it is Tropical Rocket Racing with the fastest lap so far. They've made that move on Track Focus, who again were another team who was silently very impressive in that first race earlier on. But now, can Tropical Rocket Racing find their way through into the lead? It's going to be easier said than done. I mean, firstly, because the driver of the Sunoco Racing is rather quick, to say the least, but also just for the fact of the tactics that will then continue to play out, as well as, oh dear, someone facing the wrong direction there, up at Rocket.
That's Phil Ellis-Smith again. He had a moment in his stint earlier on, didn't he? It's not been a happy hunting ground for Phil Anglesey, has it?
Was it the same corner as well, if I'm not mistaken?
You might be right.
I think so. I think it was up at Rocket, so less than ideal. We'll welcome back. Sadly, not quite going so well here today at Anglesey, but either way, we continue to press on. 15 minutes now completed of this race, which means we're over halfway towards our first pit window of this race as well. But I think first thing on the tick list for Tropical Rocket is a move for the lead. Here we go, up the straight. They're going to get sent to the outside line here by Sunoco. Can they hang it round the outside? We've seen them do it already in this race as they almost get squeezed there. A little bit nervous there to send it to the outside for 157, but they're going to go for it anyway. Lovely on the brakes. They get shoved to the dust on the inside, but they're going to make it stick. Nice move and a change for the lead once more.
You're right, though. This team have got that move down, haven't they, to the outside into Rocket to get the inside for the right-hander. Other teams have tried it and they can't get the car stopped or they get squeezed out, but even with 2 wheels in the dirt there, Neo Clark was able to go through. So Tropical Rocket Racing, with another move at the outside at the corner seemingly named for them, are into the lead of the race, and Neo Clark now has to try and keep Phil Keane behind him. That's sometimes harder than getting past him in the first place, actually, so I think this is going to be a battle that continues. You can see the RBR logo on the front of the Sunoco car, Rob Boston Racing, so it's a teammate car to the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car, which is into the top 10, question mark? Yes, it is, 10th position now for Tom Roach. Still behind Abby Eaton, though, interestingly, so they're continuing to move forward, but Tom hasn't got the better of her yet.
Indeed, yeah, they've lost a few seconds, haven't they, now to UVO? I mean, only about 3, so nothing huge, but still, UVO just starting to break away from those teams that he started nearby on the grid for this one. You know, as you say, Tropical Rocket have got that move sorted, haven't they? I mean, Rocket, very fitting for the Anglesey circuit. Tropical, less so, but it's been nice for today. I mean, yeah, we've all had worse days at Anglesey than this. It's been positively tropical, to be fair, but either way, Tropical Rocket into the lead then, and we'll look a little bit further back for now. We were just chatting about this lot, Rob Boston Racing, and then Abby Eaton just ahead for Clapham North, and they are catching up now to the Mintshaws. There's a little grab of the brake there for the 249, up into Rocket once more, and it really is the 146 and the 169 now knocking on the door, trying to find their way through on the 249, and the longer they take, the further away UVO Hoffmans will get.
Yeah, and you might think, okay, it's a 3-hour race, so what if they lose 4 or 5 seconds to the cars ahead? But we've seen, haven't we, it's so difficult to bridge that kind of a gap later on, and this is why there's so much aggression in this opening stint. Back in the day, we didn't have this sort of level of aggression. If you were quick and you knew you were one of the 3 or 4 potential race-winning cars, you could take your time. There were going to be safety cars, there were going to be opportunities through strategy maybe to gain huge chunks of time in the pit lane, but now everyone operates at such a high level all of the time, you can't guarantee that you'll ever get those 4 or 5 seconds back, even over a 3-hour race. So you've got to go, and you've got to go now. And so Abby Eaton will want to try and get past Jason Minshaw this time up the back straight. That Demon Tweaks car, by the way, sporting damage to the front bodywork again. It's the left-hand side this time, but they can't seem to keep that front splitter in one piece, can they?
No, indeed. A little bit of rubbing on these first few laps, and you saw they were a bit slidey there through that very fast right-hander onto the back, not so straight. And now Rob Boston Racing giving Clapham North the push up towards Rocket, both of them getting through before they even get to the braking zone. That now shuffles Demon Tweaks back down into 10th place, and you can see just ahead, heading through the right-hander, UVO Hoffmans are now onto the rear bumper of GCI, and that in turn then means they're right with Demon Tweaks 2 as well. So amazing, like you mentioned earlier, the fact that UVO started this race in dead last. We're 20 minutes in and they're 11 seconds off the leader.
But yes, so they've gained a second and a half since I last took a note of the time 3 or 4 laps ago, so they're not only gaining places, but they're actually quicker than the leader right now, which is still Neo Clark in the Tropical Rocket Racing car. Phil Keane still second for Sunoco Racing. Track Focus still third with Sean Cooper. The next group is now a trio again, I think. Oh, no, sorry, Sherrodise are still on their own, aren't they? In fourth. So, to be fair, actually, to Peter Belshaw, as there goes Fabulous up the inside of GCI. That's for 6th position. Yeah, to be fair to Peter Belshaw, he's not quite as quick as the leaders, but he's quicker than the cars behind. He's keeping to himself there in 4th. Demon Tweaks are 5th, and it is now UVO into 6th position. I suspect that's going to be 5th before too much longer.
I suspect so indeed. Yeah, we continue to watch and wait. As you see there, UVO, an aggressive move to the inside there, down through turn number 2, but either way, gets it done, and now they're sent to the outside line. Can they pull off a Tropical Rocket Racing move? They're going to go very late on the brakes. A little bit too deep there from Fabulous, and he undoes all his hard work from early on in the lap.
Oh dear, well that's all we'll remember about this stint now. That time he missed his braking point up at Rocket Corner. He'll have plenty of opportunity to get the places back, I'm sure, but that is a little bit unfortunate, because this is now going to be another lap or 2 maybe. Well, at his rate, probably another lap spent trying to get past these 2 cars, and that's another lap in which the leaders can just start to eke out maybe a little bit more of an advantage. Down through the corkscrew they go, and out onto the main straights. There is a black and white warning flag for 251, so that's Sherrodise UK. So I was just singing Peter Belshaw's praises, but he has been exceeding track limits once too often. If he does it again, that will be a time penalty.
Indeed it will, and now GCI looking to defend from UVO down into turn 2. Of course, that is exactly where UVO made the move last lap, and GCI didn't want it to happen 2 laps in a row. They cover the inside line, and for now, they hold on to the place. Yeah, like you say, Sherrodise there testing the limits of the circuit on multiple occasions. Just a warning for now, but that could turn into a penalty. We saw a few of those in race number 1, and to be getting the warning this early on in the race leads you to believe that surely over the next 2 hours and 37 minutes they're going to do a few more and they're going to get a penalty. But we shall wait and see.
I think it resets. We'll get to that in a moment. GCI have outbraked themselves this time, and almost sideswiped the Uvio car. Was there contact then? I think they just got away with it, but that was a clumsy moment through Rocket. They're really struggling, aren't they, to get the car stopped up there in this race for whatever reason. But Demon Tweaks then come out of that still with a slight advantage. To the subject of track limits, I think they reset it every pit window. That vaguely rings a bell, so that you don't end up inheriting a penalty from someone else. I might be getting my championships mixed up. You've raced in the series, you should know better than me.
I don't think so,
okay.
because I've definitely served a penalty that has been gotten by another person in my team.
That's your story and you're sticking to it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But so I don't know. I thought it carried over, and it was for the car rather than the person. But could be wrong.
I think I may be getting mixed up with something else. British GT, I know they do a reset at every stint. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, well, there you go. They do have to be careful then not to do that again. I must correct myself, though. I said it was a time penalty. It's not, is it, of course? It's a stop-go penalty, I think, isn't it, for track limits. And I'm sure the PLR Uvio car picked up one of those penalties after only one stint earlier on this afternoon. So it does happen if you are pushing a little bit too hard at this stage. Right, here comes Fabulous. I said it would be another lap before he got past these two. It's actually been a bit longer than that, and he still hasn't got the move made. Ian Wood goes round the outside of Demon Tweaks. He's not stopping that, is he? And the GCI car for the second lap in a row outbrakes itself and nearly sideswipes Abby Eaton's Clapham North machine this time, which goes round the outside through the second part of Rocket. That puts her on the outside again through Peel. Is she going to have the grip on the outside of a slightly off-cambered corner? They're leaning on each other. She's still there, though, and will now have the inside line at least for the first part of the corkscrew. Is she going to go by? Yes, she is. Abby Eaton then gets the place away, and Clapham North move up to 7th position as they round the corkscrew once again. This to complete the 18th lap of the race. A sensational battle going on here, but I tell you what, Fabulous Randaccio, all of that early progress he's made is now starting to become a little bit harder to continue, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, that gap to the leader now has changed from 11 seconds almost up to 14 seconds. Of course, hampered by that little mistake up at Rocket a few laps ago. Well, the same thing's now happened to GCI, so one position gain back then for Uvio, and now right onto the rear bumper of Demon Tweaks 2 as we head through this next lap of proceedings. A little bit slidey there from the Demon Tweaks 2 car, and Uvio will use that slipstream all the way up the back straight, and surely we'll see that move up into Rocket. Crucially, though, they'll try and not go wide. We've seen that now twice in the last two. That's one from Uvio and one from GCR. But this time it's the inside line for Uvio, and Abby Eaton might just try and follow them through as well. Not quite going to happen. Room given between those two, and that allows for Demon Tweaks 2 to slot in behind once more. But now we have a 5-car train here at the sharp end, and look who's on the back of it once more. It's Rob Boston Racing who's made this a 5-car train now. So our drivers who are on the front row of the grid for race number 1 are now bookending this little battle.
Oh, Abby Eaton there with a late lunge to the inside of the Demon Tweaks machine, but there's no way through. Michael Lyons there, very experienced historic racer, of course, Michael Lyons, but he's a pretty feisty driver, and he wasn't going to allow Abby through, so defends the position, and of course this is now letting Fabulous Randaccio get away. So having hit the front, he's able to unlock the pace that he showed earlier on in this stint. He's got a 5-second or so gap to try and bridge now to Sherrodice. Peter Belshaw still a bit lonely in 4th, although I fear for his sake he won't be that lonely for too much longer. We are 4 minutes away from the opening pit window. It's been another very lively first half an hour of the race, and at the front of the field, Tropical Rocket and Sunoco Racing getting away slightly now from Sean Cooper in the Track Focus machine. A second between the second and third place cars at the beginning of this lap. I suspect maybe Neo Clark and Phil Keane are, dare I say it, working together and starting to pull a gap at the front. There's no working together going on here, though, as Abby Eaton and Ian Wood nick to the inside of the 207.
They all got it stopped, though. Yep. No one went wide. It was good battling there up at Rocket once again as we press on. It was bold of you to say those two words, working together, in the Fun Cup, but we shall see. Because often you find when drivers are that close on pace, and as we saw, they're going onto this lap less than 4 tenths between the two of them, it's often difficult not to end up overtaking the driver that you're on circuit with. But of course, in these Fun Cup cars, you do often see a push as well. I mean, we saw that go very wrong in race number 1 with C Data spinning off up the back straight. But if you can get a nice contact patch on the back and you're both facing in the same direction when you make contact, you can make it work. But like we say, you can easily trip over each other as well, as there might have been a bit of tripping over each other there as Sherrod tried to make their way through on G-Force and put a lap on them. They closed to the inside line there, and there might have been a bit of contact. Well, there was up there. PLR Uvio shedding more bits of bodywork, more issues for them, and that's a bit of a rarity that you see one of the front wheel covers there coming off. But clearly, I think we can assume what's happened up there at Rocket. There's been a bit of contact with another car, and that has ripped part of the splitter off. Not the bit we usually see get ripped off, but there you go. It's not been an ideal race for PLR Uvio so far, has it?
No, that's their outlap, isn't it, from the pit lane?
I think you're right.
So they've immediately had more trouble and more contact up at the top of the hill. Maybe a legacy of the damage they sustained earlier on, which meant they couldn't stop the car. But anyway, they're into the pit lane, aren't they?
And the 257. 257 has quite a bit of damage. So these are the two that have made contact. Yeah. 257 is going straight but facing sideways. So some serious issues for them. Clearly, those are the two that have had contact, if I can get my words out, up at Rocket. Neither fighting for position. Both have had issues already in this race, and well, it's gotten worse for both of them, hasn't it? And the day has gotten worse for the 257. 2 races to forget.
Yeah, absolutely. Red River Sport then with the team going to work, but that's quite a lot of damage to the rear suspension. That's going to be a fairly lengthy visit to the garage, I suspect. So a bit more attrition in this first stint once again, as we tick ever closer to our first round of pit stops. And out towards Church Corner comes, I think, a side-by-side battle. No, that was G-Force being lapped by Fabulous Randaccio. How do his lap times compare then to Sherrod UK? He was a second quicker than them on the previous lap. So Randaccio, again, now he's in clean air, is the form man, isn't he?
He is indeed. As we would expect. Very experienced driver, multiple championships won, and now looking to scamper off from these drivers close in behind as they all try and find their way around the G-Force car. They're up at Rocket. They all do just about manage to get around the outside. There is a ridiculous amount of pieces of vehicle up there at Rocket. Huge bits of bodywork and things all strewn across the track surface there at Rocket. And honestly, that's to the point where drivers might need to be a bit careful, because there might be some bits there that if they run over them could cause a puncture, and that will of course be very, very race defining. So for the moment, no yellow flags I don't even think about there, as I've just seen looking out the window marshals running over to retrieve those bits of bodywork. But once again, fantastic work from all the marshals here at Anglesey, as they've got a couple of cars coming up on them. Hopefully they'll be scampering back behind the barriers in a moment. They are, but they've grabbed the big bits, and that was the main thing.
Yes, indeed. So the cars then are making their way back up to that part of the circuit, and it's such a brave job the marshals do, isn't it, to go out onto a live racetrack and clear the bodywork away without the necessity for a safety car. You certainly wouldn't catch me doing it, put it that way.
Not a chance.
And then it goes Tom Roach past the 207. 207 have started slipping back a bit, haven't they, in the last couple of laps or so? And they just lost a position there to the 169. So that's 8th position now for Tom Roach, as the first pit window of the race does indeed now open. And we will wait and see who blinks first. I suspect it will be the usual suspects, won't it? The likes of Vape Club and GRD, who will want to try and get their first driver changes done as early as possible. Where are those two cars, I hear you ask? Well, Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport are 15th. Vlad Vasiliev will hand over, I'm guessing, to Ted Bradbury. No, he's double stinting again, as they did earlier, so actually they might come in a bit later. And GRD, 21st, and again, they're a long way off the leaders now. Okay, they've not had a spin and sustained any damage this time, but around such a short lap, you can't afford to lose too much track position, can you, to the leading cars?
Very true, but again, I think they would have been going into this stint with Chris behind the wheel with the same thought that they went into race number 1. Of course, it didn't quite go to plan in race number 1, but it will be the same plan for this one. Keep your nose clean, keep out of trouble, get it back to the pit stop on the lead lap, hand over to the other drivers, and we'll see how we go from there. And at the moment, Chris Devell doing a good job of that, as you say, just outside of the top 20 at the moment. As now we look back to these 2 race leaders. Well, to be fair, actually are 3 race leaders, aren't they? Just took Track Focused 1 extra corner, I think, to get round the back marker there, which is just allowed for Tropical Rocket Racing and Sunoco Racing to break ever so slightly clear, but still Track Focused very much in with a shout. I hadn't noticed as well that Track Focused had stolen the fastest lap back away from Tropical Rocket Racing, so clearly they are finding some good pace out there. These 3, as you say, in quotation marks, working together, whether out of choice or not I don't know, but either way they're all 3 continuing to move on ahead out sharp end, and now almost 9 seconds clear of Sherrodise, who are a very impressive outfit in and of themselves. So to be clearing off by 9 seconds from them, very impressive from these 3 teams, and their first drivers have sort of set the tone for the rest of the race for their teams in a very positive way.
Yeah, yes, most definitely so. Just to continue the point I was making about GRD, 21st place, 44 seconds off the lead. Now that is fine if we get a safety car, but we only got 1 safety car very late in the day in race 1, so they're sort of banking on getting one a bit earlier than that. They're 36 seconds behind Uvio, for example, who realistically they'd expect to be battling for the victory, so it's quite a chunk of time that they've got to try and find now over the remaining 2 hours and 27 minutes of the race. And in fact they are in now, so Christabel is in to hand over to Simon Rudd, and I'm seeing this out of the window, but they are about to conduct their first driver change of the race at pretty much the first possible opportunity. There's no fuel going into that car. It's not the slickest of stops, this, by GRD standards. That was 3 or 4 seconds longer than they normally spend stationary, but they do get the car back out underway, and in clean air. This is not clean air, though, up at Rocket Corner.
Indeed, it's not. No, that's the Vape Club car trying to go to the outside, and thus then the inside for the following right-hander. They're on Signature RV, not quite able to do it. This is just outside of the top 10. 12th, 13th, and 14th are these cars, as more drivers pitting in. One of those is Sherrodise UK, so they pit in from 4th place. We've got Exposure Lights in the pits as well, so already a couple of the teams then from the top 10 peeling in for an early stop, but as we would expect, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of the top teams staying out, trying to eke it out to the end of the window, hoping for a potential safety car. Of course, we only had that one, as you just said, late on in the first race. We would have expected one, maybe, to come a bit faster in this one, but as of now, it's looking good. As of now.
You spent 3 hours trying to jinx it earlier on, and nothing really happened until the end, so I think you might be safe to make
I've lost my
like
commentator powers, Andy. I don't know what's going on.
Saying nothing. Yeah, let's see what happens. I said normally one race has a safety car and the other one doesn't, so we had one in the end early on. The Anglesey average is 2.5. I know you can't have half a safety car, but you know what I mean. So somewhere between 2 or 3 safety cars a race is the Anglesey average, but that has been coming down over recent years, but it's been coming down as a general rule in Fun Cup over recent years. 3 or 4 years ago, I think we'd only had maybe 2 races in history where we hadn't had a safety car. Since then, we've had 4 or 5. So again, driving standards improve, the level of competitive racing improves, but the chance of safety cars goes down.
Indeed. Yeah, it has been. I've definitely noticed that as well. But of course, as you say, with the calibre of driver continuing to increase here in the Fun Cup, understandably so, that we get cleaner racing and less safety cars. Although, saying that, 2 3-hour races in a day, that's a tough one, not only on the drivers, but on the cars themselves as well. So you would expect there maybe to be more mechanical issues in this second race of the day as well. Whether we see that or not, we'll have to wait and see. We've got 2.5 hours for these cars to conk out. I'm sure they won't. They're built very, very well by the guys at JPR, but you never know. After 6 hours of racing these things, absolutely white lining it through the entirety of 6 hours, it puts a lot of strain and stress on those parts, so you might just see some falling by the wayside. We wait and see. Also, adding to that point, in the fact of you've got 2 3-hour races in a day, as Race Logic have just pulled their way into their pit box. If you've got 2 3-hour races in a day, you would expect the drivers to be a little bit more relaxed, don't know if that's the right word to use, for race number 1, and then for race 2 you think, well, we don't need to use this car for a month, so if it all goes wrong, it all goes wrong. We can be a bit more aggressive. But to be fair, I would have expected that more in the first stint, and it didn't really come. Really, really interesting racing, but all very fair as well, which is good to see. But as we continue on through this first pit stop period of the race. That doesn't look good for the 99.
No, that's something broken on the rear of the Leatech car, and that is such a shame. They went really well in the race earlier on today, but Leatech number 99 in trouble. They have made a pit stop, so it's Christian Rose in the car. They could have only just made that pit stop, but that looks like something broken in the left rear suspension, and that car's going to have a very slow and very crab-like lap back to the pit lane. So then hopefully we'll be able to stay out of everyone's way and get the car back under its own power. That is a real shame. The leaders there go by and put them a lap down as they have distanced themselves from everyone else, but that's because actually 2 cars directly behind them have both made a pit stop. We've had 15 races in Fun Cup Championship history, so since 2011 when it became a championship, which have been safety car free. 2 of those at Anglesey. One was actually the first race last year. Of those 15 races, 10 of them in the last 5 years. So again, just goes to show the last 5 years, the step forward the championship has made is absolutely remarkable, not only in level of competition, but driver standards and reliability, to be fair as well. Massively improving. But yeah, twice in championship history has happened here at Anglesey, and it did happen in race 1 of the weekend a year ago. Didn't happen in race 1 today. Does that mean maybe race 2 is going to be the maybe not calmer one, but maybe the slightly more drama-free one?
Oh, we shall have to wait and see, shouldn't we? Well, here is Simon Rudd then, back behind the wheel of the number 1 car as he puts a move there on the 249 Demon Tweaks machine. Yeah, of course, we're speaking about lack of safety cars, but we've still got over 2 hours of this one left to go. So let's not call anything too soon, eh? But as I mentioned, more likely for mechanical issues as well, and we immediately see that from Leatech. We didn't see whether it was due to contact or simply something going wrong, but either way, a real shame there for the 99. They were mightily impressive in race number 1. Of course, assisted by the fact Christian Rose is in the car, who's a very experienced pedaler, but nonetheless, the 99 car has been getting better and better throughout this year. I've been impressed to see, and a real shame for them not making it, well, I was going to say not making it to the end of the race. They could still get the car back out, but they're going to be a number of laps down.
I spoke to Christian between races, and he was full of praise for Shea Brennan, his teammate. He said he's not that experienced, but he's very quick, and he said actually he set a faster lap time than Christian did in the car. So says it all, really, doesn't it? But unfortunately, the car is now broken. I'm not going to say Christian broke it, but it has now broken, and it means unfortunately they're going to be in the pit lane for a little while and not taking any further part in a battle for a really good position anyway.
Wait, are you trying to say that he said, if I crash the car, you can't go faster than me in this one?
I'm contractually not allowed to say I want to get paid this weekend, and so that's why I'm not suggesting who may or may not have been to blame.
Either way, sadly, 99 into the pits a little bit earlier than they would have expected and that they would have hoped. New fastest lap of the race coming through then for Rob Boston with Rare Vinyl, a 118.6, that new fastest lap of the race. And as we say, they're only a few, well, now tenths of a second really, off of the back of Clapham North. We're still waiting for the entirety of that top 5 and of course top 6 to make their way into the pits, which should be happening relatively shortly. Only about 40 seconds until that pit window closed board will be going out, as we see Paul Turner jumping out of the car. So that means Gary Bate is back in. Gary, all of those tyres look well inflated to me, so you should be fine for this one, Gary. I'm so sorry, Gary. Please don't watch this race back. I'm going to get so much stick from him for that one. Sorry, Gary. Off he goes for his stint. And also, just to say, Greenheath throughout that race was so impressive. Just some slight miscommunication, I think, at points between car and team. But either way, these things happen in endurance racing, and they're back out in this one. Let's see what they can do. As you just pointed downwards, and I see on the screen that Sunoco are in. I assume that was the same point.
Yes, and they were the leader at the time, interestingly. So they'd got the lead on their in-lap by the looks of it. It had been Tropical Rocket, hadn't it, that were in front, but Phil Keane had pulled the pin on his in-lap just to prove a point, and came in 24 thousandths of a second ahead of Tropical Rocket, which means he must have been a bit further ahead than that, because he would have had to slow down for the pit lane before the timing line. That car pitting right at the far end of the pit lane. Now, where does it come out in relation to some of those with whom they were battling earlier on? Track Focused in particular, who were on the back of that lead group. Well, they've left the pit lane already. Sherrodies have come through, but Track Focused are behind Sherrodies, so Track Focused have had a much slower pit stop than the leaders. Now, that could be because they took fuel. I'll be honest, I didn't spot that. Maybe Jamie could update us, but Track Focused early losers, you'd have to say, at least of track position for the time being in this cycle of stops.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll have to double check as to whether there was a little bit of fuel for them or not, or whether something just went wrong in the stop and they lost a few seconds and thus have dropped that little bit further back. But either way, still they're ahead of GCI at the moment. So yeah, like we say, dropping, 9 seconds almost behind the Sherrodice UK car. So I think overall that must mean probably about 20 seconds lost there overall, because Sherrodice were a good few seconds behind when they ended up pitting in. So yeah, big change there. Track Focus still well and truly in with a shout of this race though, but we wait and watch as Tropical Rocket Racing now come in for their stop. So to UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. Clearly both teams have seen that pit lane close board and they're in at the final possible time of asking, as here comes Sunoco down the hill.
Yes, UVO being shown as setting the fastest lap on their in-lap, but that will not count. It's a shorter run through the final corner by pitting in, and the pit lane speed limiter is not till after the corner, so it is a time gain. Out goes Tropical Rocket Racing. Across the line have gone Sunoco Racing, and they're about to be overtaken, actually, by Sherrodice. So Sherrodice are up to third, but they could be second by the time this is all sort of panned out, I reckon. So Tropical Rocket have got a pretty much uncontested lead now. UVO are going to be second, actually, aren't they?
Yep.
And it's going to be third for Sherrodice?
Indeed.
Yes,
yep.
it is.
Yeah, Sherrodice third, then Sunoco fourth. And Sherrodice, they've really pressed on straight out of the pits, and they're now looking on towards the lead of the race. Oh, hold on a second. Rob Boston Racing are in between them in the 169.
Yes,
so
there. Yes,
sorry. Fair play. You've seen it a lot better than me, Andy. My apologies.
I didn't trust my own eyes, though. There are quite a lot of white and blue cars. That's the problem. So I was waiting for a positive ID on that. So yes, the Rob Boston Racing, wow, back row of the grid, and they're in third place, we think.
Is it third or fourth?
Oh, well, yes, because where's Clapham North in all of this?
Clapham North are behind, definitely behind. I saw them come out much further behind than the likes of Tropical Rocket, so I think they've dropped down to either 5th or 6th place, I think, in all of that.
I'm going to use the timing screen, John, to tell the people at home and around the track what the order is, because I've lost complete track of where some of these leaders are. Tropical Rocket Racing are leading, that we knew. Second is UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. Sherrodice have a drive-through penalty for reasons undisclosed at the moment, but they have a drive-through penalty. I'm guessing a pit lane infringement. We'll get to that in a moment. So Tropical Rocket lead the way. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport second. Rob Boston Racing are indeed in third. Sherrodice fourth, but have a penalty to serve. That will mean Sunoco Racing inherit fourth ahead of GCI. Clapham North are seventh then at the moment. Track Focus 207 is eighth. Track Focus Demon Tweaks 207 is eighth. Track Focus is ninth. And Vape Club Morpheus into 10th now. So Vlad Vasiliev still in that car, remember, going really well. FFS are stopping. FFS are stopping on the pit straight. And this is certainly going to be that early safety car that we feared might happen. It's happening off camera. There it is in the picture-in-picture as we see Sherrodice blast past Rob Boston Racing there to claim a third place. They will have to give back with a penalty. But FFS, for the second race in a row, John, have hit early trouble. And this time, the car is stranded at the side of the road.
Oh, what a shame for FFS. We were hoping for better fortunes for them in this one. Of course, they've been super impressive throughout their career in the Fun Cup so far, continuously getting better, really becoming a formidable force at the sharp end. But sadly, yet again, they're not going to make it to the end of this race. I think another car has just pulled into the box as well that won't be finishing this race.
I didn't actually clock you that wide. That was Red River Sport number 200, but a car is about to leave the pit lane with some orange lights flashing on its roof. The safety car is being prepared, and that car is going to be heading out onto the circuit to pick up hopefully the leader this time, and we will indeed get our first pit stop of the safety car of the race, I should say.
I was just thinking, I was like, oh, okay, it's the 200. It's the one that already had issues. No, it's not. Both Red River Sports are now in the garage. What a shame. Well, we thought this might be a bit more of a race of attrition, given it's the second race of the second 3-hour race of the day. Well, for the moment, that's being proven right, isn't it?
Yeah, there is the safety car. They're waiting for the leader, who is Tropical Rocket Racing. I've been saying that perfectly all day until now. You can tell it's been a long day. Tropical Rocket Racing then are the leader. They're somewhere up at the top end of the circuit, so the safety car just waiting to make sure it definitely picks up the leading car. But we are going to neutralise the race momentarily so that the FFS car can be recovered. I'm not sure, but it looked like maybe that car was crabbing slightly as it slowed, so maybe they've had some contact to the rear as well. Either way, the safety car is now scrambled, the race is neutralised, and the race leader is not actually the next car to come out of the final corner, but it's the car behind that. And this is exactly what teams like Vape Club Morpheus, like GRD, were hoping to have an early safety car to bunch the field back together and undo a lot of the damage that was done by their lowly starting positions.
Indeed. They're going to wade through the G-Force team. So round they go past the safety car. They'll join the back of the train, and now the safety car will pick up the 157 of Tropical Rocket Racing. So all drivers back into one long train then, and we can maybe have a bit of more of a deep dive into who have been our teams who have elevated themselves through the field, not only in that first stint, but of course in that first round of pit stops as well, and maybe some teams who have dropped down the order due to issues, mistakes and whatnot. We'll give you a little idea then as the rest of the drivers join the back of the train as we close up then into one single file line. That 220 car still parked up outside of our commentary box window, and we can imagine hopefully shouldn't be too difficult to get that one out of harm's way. Hopefully just a case of dragging along back to safety. But either way, a neutralisation much early on in this second race of the day than we had in race number 1. To be expected, but we've seen it then with only 45 minutes of the race completed. And actually, depending on how long this safety car period is, we could start getting close to the next safety car window. I think, given it's a relatively simple job, we should be okay. But, hey, let's wait and see.
Yep, you never know. If there's a complication getting the tow hook attached or something, then maybe there could be a delay. A couple of updates from the pit lane, by the way. It is a drive shaft problem for FFS. That's what stopped them. We spoke about this in race 1. In race 2, it's always more likely to happen because we've already done a 3-hour race earlier on today. It was a carburettor issue for 210 Race Logic, so they've been in and out of the pit lane a couple of times. It's a carburettor issue, says Jamie, for them. 200 is a power steering issue, and he also spoke to Sean Cooper of Track Focused fame, and he had contact with Phil Keane that damaged the splitter, and the guys spent extra time in the pit lane sorting that. That's why they had a slow stop. So it wasn't fuel, it was repair work being done for the front splitter. But I'll tell you who this is a disaster for, John. Sherrod UK. Remember, they've got a pit lane penalty to serve for exceeding track limits, it was. We've had that confirmed. And they haven't taken it. Now, as far as I'm aware, you can't serve that behind the safety car. If they'd have done it before the safety car, they'd have regained a lot of the time they lost. They wouldn't have lost as much track position. Now they're going to have to do it pretty much as soon as the safety car comes in, and that's going to send them plummeting down the order.
Indeed. That's another query. Is there... I never got a penalty because I'm such a good boy, but is there I assume there's a set amount of time that you must serve that penalty within. You can't just sort of, I don't think you can just wait the next 20 minutes, allow for the field to extend, they go, okay, now I'll take it. So yeah, as you say, this is going to hamper their race a lot more than maybe it could have been if they'd taken it immediately, but did they even have the time to do so? No onus on the driver there in 4th place, but yeah, like you say, when they do end up taking it now, it's going to hamper their race a lot more than it would have done pre-safety car, but again, that's totally out of their hands.
I mean, it always used to be 3 laps, didn't it? But I don't know whether that's ever been updated. It might vary championship to championship. And here, because you can't serve it under the safety car, I suspect there is something in the regs that says it extends beyond the end of the safety car period. We'll try and figure that out for you if we can. Right, the car has been moved out of the way, but we've got just about enough time, I think, to head down and hear from Jamie, who's catching up with Wendy Ellis-Smith.
I am Andy, yes, thanks. I'm with Wendy now. Welcome back. We've all missed you. We know you've been in the wars a little bit, but it's great to see you back out there.
I've missed everybody too. I mean, so much that we were at Alton, even though we weren't racing, and we've been following it all. So, and then obviously I wasn't meant to be racing this weekend, but I've snuck my way back into the team, and it's just brilliant. It is like one big family. Love it.
Well, you're saying at short notice. You found out at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I went to scrub some tyres in. I volunteered myself to scrub the tyres in, and I was having so much fun. Then I didn't want to stop.
And you were quicker than a certain husband?
Yeah, yesterday, but you know what? He's pulled his finger out today. I know he can do it now. And yeah, so I'll be gunning for him on my next session. I'll probably overdrive now, which is even worse, isn't it?
And how have you found, because obviously you had a little bit of time away, how have you found the Hankook tyres? Because it's probably the first time you've driven on them.
Yeah, really good. I mean, it's interesting. We were dry, which is good, even though they tested a little bit on Thursday when it was wet. But I really like they move around a bit more, which is good. We're on our second set. We haven't changed. We haven't put new ones on, so you know they're pretty robust. And the new paddles are different as well, and they're good. Like them.
What's the plan for the rest of the year? Paul hinting it might just be a one-off at the moment, but it's all budget relating.
Yeah, a little bit of that, and we'd love to come back out and do some more, obviously. So it's addictive. Can't help it.
It is. So they've been stuck with me for the last 10 years, so it's got to be. But it's great to see you both back. We've missed Paul and Wendy, and it's the original Fun Cup, Mr. and Mrs. We need to have another versus again, don't we?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Put me in a car with Michelle, she'll smash it.
All right, fantastic. Thanks, Wendy. And as we turn round, Christian Rose, as they've got the left rear corner fixed, and Lee Tech are heading back out, guys.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Yeah, good to hear from Wendy Ellis-Smith. And like Jamie said, good to have the Ellis-Smiths back involved in the Fun Cup folds once again. As was mentioned, might just be a one-off, but hopefully we do see them back out more regularly. I've had a good few battles myself with Wendy when I used to race back in the Fun Cup a few years ago. She is a very experienced peddler, is Wendy, and it was great to have a few battles with her. I remember one back at Snetterton where we were ding-donging for almost the entirety of the stint, and I just couldn't seem to get her move done. Every time I made a move, she'd just get me back in the next corner, so it was a great race. Thoroughly enjoyed it, but she's not out in the car at the moment. Hopefully we do see her later on in this one. But the drivers continue on round behind the safety car as we have been. I think the car is almost back to safety now, the FFS car. We saw it was being dragged around for the entirety of a lap, and I can see it on the other side of the pit boxes down here. So it is indeed back to safety, and that'll mean that the safety car lights should be going out this time around, and hopefully we'll go straight back to green flag racing. Well, the order has well and truly changed, hasn't it, since you went to the initial race start just less than an hour ago. Tropical Rocket Racing will be the ones leading us to the lights, and who would have thunk it? UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, like Andy said, they've got the fastest lap. Not that lap doesn't really count because they went into the pits for that 1:18.6 a lap or so ago. But who would have thought that they would be the ones starting right behind the leader on this race restart after starting this one right at the back, courtesy of their victory from earlier's race? Well, we know they take to a Fun Cup race start pretty well to the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport lads. Let's see how they take to this one, because of course Tropical Rocket have been very fast and pretty feisty themselves. They're not going to want to lose this race lead, but equally they're not going to want to waste lots of time battling with UVO. I'm interested to see how this one plays out. Sadly, we won't be restarting this time around. Lights are still on the safety car, so still something else to sort. We'll go around for another lap behind the safety car before we get ready to get this one underway. Even with another extra lap, I think we'll just about get the race started before we go to the next pit window.
Yes, but it's going to be very congested, isn't it, when we get to that pit window? I wonder whether some of those further back in the queue might bail early 100%. To try and get out of the dirty air and into some cleaner air. There are marshals on the exit of turn 1 clearing some debris off the track. That's the reason for the slight extension to the safety car. Good opportunity this, though, to clear the track. We don't know when if we'll get another safety car period, and so the race control just using this opportunity to clear the track and make sure that everything is as clean as possible ahead of a resumption of racing, which hopefully will be next time round. So the field then head up through the banking. Tropical Rocket Racing leading, UVO Hoffman's Motorsport in second, would you believe, from 28th on the grid, and Rob Boston Racing from 27th on the grid are into third position. Sheridai's fourth, Sunoco Racing fifth, GCI Racing sixth, Clapham North seventh. This is good for Clapham North, I would argue, because they'll be able to get Abby Eaton back into that car in about 5 minutes' time. And they're not going to have lost a huge amount of track position in the meantime, are they? So they're going to be right back in it, I think, in the next stint of the race. Demon Tweaks number 207 car is 9th, and similarly, Vape Club, Ted Bradbury is getting into that car next. So I think Clapham North and Vape Club, big winners out of this situation. GRD, ironically, slight losers. Yes, they've gained a lot of time, but they're losing Simon Rudd's driving time here, aren't they? Behind the safety car, although they've probably gained more time thanks to the safety car than Simon would ever have gained on his own. So I think they'll take this as a net win, won't they?
I think they will. I think they will overall. Like you say, losing a bit of driving time for Simon, which is a shame, not only for the team overall, but for Simon himself as well, having spent all this time sat behind the safety car. But it is what it is. You draw your stint, whatever happens in it, whatever happens in it. You just deal with what happens out there on circuit. As you were saying then, we thought this race might be a bit more of a race of attrition, and it is turned out to be. We're not even an hour into this one. Already 6 teams out of the race. Well, it was 6. You missed it because you weren't here. Lee Tech are back out. They're back out of the pits. They're on track, which is good to see. Of course, a number of laps down, sadly, for them. But now it means that for the moment, we've got Team FFS, Red River Sport 200, Red River Sport 257, Race Logic, and PLR Uvio at the moment out of the race. I mean, as we saw with Lee Tech, they could get back in if they can fix their issues. But like we say, it'll just be a test session. They're going to be many laps down. But here we go then for the restart, Andy. Let's get this one restarted.
Yes, so Tropical Rocket Racing are the leaders. Are they going to be the leaders when the pit lane window opens in 3 3/4 minutes, though? That's the question. Well, not if Farkini has anything to do about it. He is right behind them as we restart. Couldn't be a lot closer to the leading car as they head towards target corner for this, the 39th time of asking. And Tropical Rocket Racing are going to have some real defending to do over the next minute or two, I think. And I don't really fancy their chances. It's so difficult to lead the pack in the early stages. In fact, they've run wide anyway at the banking. And this is Farkini's opportunity. He's got the inside on the run towards Church Corner. And the 157 car, which now is being driven by Josh Phelps, is no longer the leader. Rob Boston Racing going with them into second, and Sherrodice might yet take third as they head out onto the school straight. And how to go from hero to zero for Tropical Rocket Racing. Rob Boston Racing, though, are about to take the lead of the race. The 169 car of James Riley from third to first in half a lap.
Wow, yeah, they've done it already, up into the lead, then past Uvio, and now Sherrodice trying to go around the outside as well. Can they keep the nose in into the right hand? They will. There might be a bit of contact. There is. Bit of leaning on each other there between Sherrodice and Uvio as GCI now get past in the background as well. They're still side by side, and Sherrodice are up the inside. GCI looking for it as well. Well, who would have thunk this? I would have assumed as soon as Tropical Rocket Racing moved over, Uvio would have cleared off by 10 seconds on this first lap, but no, they're slipping back into the pack.
But you don't want to be the leader up the school straight when they're all bunched together, do you? Because you just end up losing ground, you get knocked out of line, and that's it, you get freight trained, and Sherrodice all over the curb of the final corner. That was close. But yeah, being the leader onto that back straight is not always advantageous, as Farkini just found out. I'm sure he already knew that. I don't think he intended to be the leader. It was the mistake, wasn't it, really, here for Tropical Rocket Racing, which handed him the lead. Now, though, he gets the opportunity to jump back into the slipstream. He's third behind Sherrodice as they head towards Church. The Sherrodice car now in the hands of Matt Hyde, remember, for a brief period of time in what's left of this second stint. And they're both going to get a run now on the Rob Boston Racing car. So this could be another pretty lively run through, Rocket.
Indeed, it could be. Yes, a weird one to get your head around, isn't it? Yeah, I want the lead, but I don't want it yet.
Yes.
I want to wait until that corner, actually, to get the lead. As now, once again, Sherrodice looking round the outside. They got it done on the last lap on Uvio. They're going to try it this time for the lead. And it will work. All the way round the outside, and up into the lead goes Sherrodice. And just like last lap, another car tries to follow through. Sadly, for Uvio, they get a bit of the grass there on the inside. Scuppers their run on corner exit, and they have to slot back into third place. But GCI well and truly going with them, and now that Tropical Rocket Racing have settled into this stint a little bit more, they're right involved, and that top 5 continuing to press on ahead. I'll let you work out which numbers that is. They've just got themselves a stop-go penalty, but already 2 teams falling by the wayside of the rules anyway on this restart, and they'll be into the pits sooner than they would have hoped.
It's the FNS Morpheus number 109 car, and the 249 is the Demon Tweaks car, the red Demon Tweaks car of the Minshaws. That's a shame because they've been going well. They're both in now to serve those penalties, so that was nice and quick. Stop-go penalty again. It doesn't tell us on the timing screen why, so hopefully Jamie can figure that out for us, but both of them getting a stop-go penalty so soon after a safety car. Is that a yellow flag or a safety car infringement? Maybe. Anyway, they've served it immediately, and that's good news. They're out actually into some clean air, and that might not be a massive time loss for them, not as significant as it could have been. The leaders then make their way back towards Rocket. It is still Sherrodice UK who lead the way, and the Rob Boston Racing car in second position. Then it's Farkini in the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car third, GCI Racing fourth, Tropical Rocket Racing fifth, and a gap back now to Sunoco in sixth. Greenheath up to seventh. In fact, Greenheath up to sixth now ahead of Sunoco, and GRD are in that group as well. So Simon Rudd might not be getting a full stint of green flag racing, but he's capitalising on the track time he is getting, and he's absolutely flying.
Indeed, and clearly the earlier part of the stint worked all right as well, didn't it? Because, what was it, 20th place, I think, when they came into a pitch initially. Now they're into 8th, and they are now, courtesy of that safety car period, right involved in this big group as well. There they go down the hill, as close enough behind as well are a few more of our teams. Clapham North then basically leading that following train as we head onto another lap of the race, and the pit window opens once again. So we wait and watch for teams start diving in, like the ones you mentioned earlier. The 212 there, Vlad Vasiliev, I think we can expect for him to be diving into the pits. Well, for the moment, he's diving up the inside of the 22 of Sunoco Racing. Nice move there down into turn 2. Clean overtake there from Vlad. That was good to see. But like we say, probably expecting him to come into the pits at the end of this lap.
Yes, I would imagine so. They've seen the board now, haven't they? Simon Rudd there got ahead of Greenheath as well, so GRD are now 6th, and crucially, John, they're 6 seconds off the lead. They were 44 seconds off the lead before that first round of pit stops. This is a massive win for GRD in this safety car cycle that we've had in stint number 2, as it all gets very congested. That's track focus late on the brakes, nearly colliding with Sunoco, and see Data around the outside. I see Data on the lead lap. I think they are, yes, they're in 11th position, except I think they're now into the top 10 as a result of that move. So see Data also bouncing back nicely from their dramas earlier on.
Yeah, nicely done. I was a little bit worried for them on the restart, because it was Uvio who were behind them, and we all know what happened between those two in race number 1. So thankfully, no contact between them on that restart. Sorry, not Uvio, GRD, my apologies, hence why confusion coming there. Sorry guys, getting my teams mixed up again. GRD going with them, now getting through as we say, and now scampering off ahead are GRD. A lovely stint from them so far in this one, and courtesy of that bit of track time loss for Simon, I can imagine he'll push this one right until the end of the window. A few teams not doing that though. Axiometrics in, they're putting fuel on board as well. Same for Sunoco, as George Grant tried to get it stopped for the box there. The team having to run after him as the car goes a little bit further than would have expected, but out the car he goes, and Abby ready to jump in as well. That team also putting one churn on board. That seems to be the strategy for a few teams here on this second stop.
Yeah, it's a bit more straightforward in some ways here at Anglesey, because it's such a short pit lane. You don't lose as much track position for refuelling as you would elsewhere. So, yeah, put fuel in every other stop or so, and that seems to be the order of the day. Slightly slow stop this for Sunoco, I have to say. Anders Hildebrandt has handed back over to Phil Keane, but he came in ahead of the likes of Axiometrics and a couple of the other cars there, but went out behind them. So, bit of time lost in the pits. Back out goes Abby Eaton. Be worth keeping an eye on her, I think, in this next stint of the race. Leaders come back through. Anyone else diving for the pit lane? Not within the top 10 cars or so. And yeah, I think those at the front quite happy to maintain the track position advantage that they've got. New lap record set by Team GRD at 18.298. I thought we'd see the lap record go in race number 2. Slightly better conditions for quick lap times with the ambient and track temperature dropping slightly, and that is now a new lap record set by Simon Rudd, and I'm sure his teammate Riley Phillips might have something to say about that when he gets in the car later on. He'll be in the slightly darker conditions or slightly cooler conditions again later on, and would love to get that lap record away. So that lap record lasted a year, and it's now gone the way, temporarily at least, of Simon Rudd.
Well, now we don't need to worry about the faux fastest lap from Uvio from earlier when they pulled into pits, and we don't need to worry about that difference in opinion from the Fun Cup website, because it's totally different now, so they can update it with this brand new information that is definitely correct. GRD, what a lap from Simon. Clearly having the fire lit underneath him for this stint, as he missed so much of the time, having to make it up then, and my goodness is he doing just that, closing up now to the back of Tropical Rocket Racing. There's potential that he could get his team into the top 5. He's on the back of Tropical Rocket Racing, they're down the hill. I was going to say there's potential of him getting into the top 5 by the time he hands the car over. I think that's almost a definite now, looking at that gap.
Yeah, he's right with them, isn't he? So yeah, Simon Rudd is likely going to start overtaking some cars before too much longer. This is the fight for second place meanwhile, and I'm interested that Farkini hasn't got back ahead of Rob Boston Racing, has he? That James Riley driven 169 car, I think they're going to be a factor today. We know how quick Tom Roach is, we know how quick Will Blackwell Chambers is. He'll be getting in at this round of pit stops, but the fact that James Riley is now seemingly as quick as those two are, certainly quick enough to maintain track position at the front, Rob Boston Racing could be a threat maybe. They were second, remember, anyway, in race number 1 earlier on today. If they could avoid any mechanical issues, it was a drive shaft, I seem to recall, wasn't it, that took them out earlier on. They could well be on for a good result, although they might now lose second place. No, because James Riley hangs the tail out through Rocket and rather dissuaded Farkini from forcing the issue round the outside and keeps the 403 car at bay.
For now.
For now.
Indeed. Well, drivers continue on absolutely nose to tail. And GCI have been very impressive in this stint as well. Hot on the tail of these two just ahead. Sherrod Eyes have built up that ever so slight margin now, haven't they? As you say, 2 seconds between themselves and Rob Boston with Rare Vinyl as we press on to another lap of this race. I still just can't quite believe that the two teams that are on the back row of the grid now so high up, of course, benefiting from that safety car, but they'd done all the work before that safety car came out, hadn't they?
Yeah. Absolutely, they did. They gained a bit of time on. No, they didn't. They were in the lead group anyway, weren't they? Yeah, no, it was just a really good first stint for them. Zuvio go a bit wide out of the banking.
Sometimes you see that from a team, but the fact you've seen it from both of them, following each other through the order, was amazing. Well, here we go then. The 2-1-2 is in. Time to release Ted Bradbury onto the black stuff. Let's see how he does. I can see Wendy Ellis-Smith getting prepared to jump in as well. It was nice to hear from her, courtesy of Jamie earlier on, as she jumps in for another stint now. As here, with Rob Boston car, UVO car and GCI continuing on line astern. Interested to see when these three decide to pit as well, because there's a decision of course, you want to leave it as late in the window as possible to maximise the potential for the safety car. But equally, you don't want all three of you pitting at the same time. You sort of want to go on an opposing lap, an opposing strategy to the team around you, and hope that you can do a bit of a better in or out lap to make it work.
Yes, that's a fairly good point. Let's see whether any of them are listening to you. Well, no, because they're all going out for another lap. So it looks increasingly likely they're all going to end up pitting at roughly the same time. This battle for second is really costing them time to Sherrod Eyes, isn't it? Sherrod Eyes getting away now to the tune of nearly 3 seconds over Rob Boston Racing, UVO Hoffman's Motorsport and GCI Racing, who are debating second. How much quicker is Simon Rudd than the cars ahead? Quite a bit, half a second quicker than the second place battle last time was Simon, and so he is starting now to reel them in. There he is in the background, the white and blue GRD machine, which is only, I'd say, within a second now maybe of the cars ahead, and might even be picking up just a whiff of a slipstream. 3 cars punching a hole in the air ahead of him will give you an advantage from quite a distance back, and so Simon Rudd could even improve upon that lap record pace this time. Tropical Rocket Racing, by the way, have been in. So Tropical Rocket from what was 6th place by that point, because they'd been overtaken by Simon Rudd in the GRD car. They have pitted, and in also, or out in fact, is going the 207 Demon Tweaks car. So more cars coming in from further down the order, but we're still waiting for, as usual, leading contenders to pit. Tropical Rocket Racing car won't fire back up. It has now, but it's quite slowly going down the pit lane. It does now get going, but they've lost a lot of time there. They've dropped behind Team Viking, who were they on the lead lap. Team Viking, yes, I think they were.
Yeah, they're in 9th.
Yeah, so they've dropped a long way down. That's out of the top 10 then, net top 10 for Tropical Rocket Racing.
Indeed, indeed. What a shame. Well, we press on then, continuing on, and already almost at the end of this this second window of the race then. And still, interestingly enough, despite the slipstream being used between these drivers, Sherrod Eyes continuing to open up the gap on pure pace alone, as well, impressively so. Well, yes, indeed, Viking dropping them behind as UVO dive up the inside as well. GCI looking for it. That would be bold to also go up the inside. GCI, oh my goodness, there was nearly contact there. They were on a collision course that I thought was inevitable, but my goodness, GCI, good job in getting that car stopped, and they do continue to press on. I think it just shows as well with the Team Viking and Ursus Capital car, that was a consistent front-running car when they left to go and race in Europe. They've come back, and just look at how much the Fun Cup UK has changed in only those couple of years that they've been away. Taking back to it, not so simple for the guys at Team Viking and Ursus Capital. Really nice blokes, but they just haven't quite found their footing since coming back for this year, sadly for them.
No, but glimpses of what we've seen before. They were championship contenders back in, I seem to recall, 2020, admittedly slightly shortened season, but they were, I think, 3rd in the championship that year, if memory serves. So yeah, they were quick. That was just before they started doing a bit more European Fun Cup racing. And yeah, great to have them back, and I'm sure they will get quicker as the year goes on. Things have moved on since then, as we've made the point a few times. It's not easy now to run at the front, but they are battling for position here then with Tropical Rocket Racing, because Tropical Rocket have had a slow stop for whatever reason. The car stalled, but I think there was a delay perhaps even before then. So pit window is closed, side by side here. Farkini to the outside of James Riley, but again that's not going to happen, is it? Simon Rudd has now caught them. This is second, third, fourth and fifth then, nose to tail, and they're all going to be in possibly next time by. I don't think they've seen the pit lane window close board yet. You're allowed to go past that once at the end of the window, so the pit window can actually extend by a couple of minutes from the 10 minutes itself. So we will see whether they dive in. I don't think they are this time, are they? No, they're all going to go around for another lap. So next time by, we're going to have about the top, well, who's the first pitter? Axiometrics possibly down in 10th position. I think they've been in, haven't they? So we're going to have the top 9 cars potentially all bailing for the pit lane at the same time.
Yeah, amazing. When do we ever see this? Yeah. That's very rare that we have all of the top 5 within 5 seconds of each other all diving into the pits at the same time. Well, this is really going to be a case of, well, we mentioned it earlier, the fact of previously a minimum pit stop time was brought in. Well, if it was still in, we wouldn't have the excitement of this, would we? There's potential for the drivers at the back, likes of GID in 5th place here, to jump all the way to the front of the train if they can get a speedy stop out of this. But look, they're still battling on the in-lap. Uvio to the outside line, late on the brakes. Is it too late on the brakes? No, they do get it stopped. Fantastic move from Uvio past the Rob Boston Racing car. GRD tried to do something similar. Didn't quite work though. GCI stay ahead.
Yeah, so okay, pit lane about to become a busy place, but the move made on track for second position, and we know Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport are normally pretty handy in the pit lane, so expect a quick service here from the team. In first, of course, will come Sherrodize UK. What a great stint this has been from Matt Hyde. He will come in with maybe a 3.5 second lead, so Sherrodize need a really good pit stop, and then second, third, fourth, fifth all follow them in. Tropical Rocket Racing go back around onto another lap because they've already stopped. Right, who's taking fuel? Who's doing what? There's fuel for Uvio, there's fuel for Rob Boston, there's no fuel for GRD, interestingly. Simon Rudd gets out, Chris Devell gets in, but this should be a quick stop for the reigning champions. Out goes Sherrodize, I think that must have been a dry stop as well, and second position is going to be GRD because they didn't take fuel. GCI, I think, are probably the first car that did. We'll get Jamie to verify this maybe. There was definitely fuel that went into the Uvio car. They'll come out next, and Rob Boston Racing are going to drop some way down here to 5th position, 6th position because Ted Bradbury goes past them in the Vape Club car. So a few big changes there in the order inside the top half dozen, all because of fuel strategy.
Exactly like I said, there could be a big switch around because of strategies there, and of course how slick each of the teams gets the pit stops done. Well, that just being shown then for sure. Big switch around at the sharp end, and GRD into second place. Amazing.
Jamie Peters-Ennis is earning his money today. He's already told me who took fuel. So 403 Uvio took fuel. Rob Boston Racing took fuel, none of the others did. So GRD, GCI, and 251, which is Sherrodize, the race leaders, did not take fuel. So that's interesting. There is a bit of divergence then in the fuel strategy, but only 2 of those leading 5 cars took fuel. What did Vape Club do? I don't know if we saw that pit stop, but they've had Ted Bradbury in the car. Did they take fuel last time, or is this just the Bradbury effect, I wonder? We'll try and find out if we can.
Indeed. Let's have a little look then. I just want to have a look down the times from the laps where they pitted. It was a 1 minute 50 for Vape Club. Already I'm erring on the side of there was some fuel put on board. Let's have a look there. Oh, actually, I'm not so sure. I don't know. So it was a 1 minute 50 on the lap where they stopped for Vape Club. It was a 1 minute 51 for Uvio Hoffmans, and we know they took fuel.
Okay.
So there's potential that Vape Club did take some fuel on board there. Let's have a look at the likes of Sherrodize on that pit stop. A 1 minute 43, so only still 7 or 8 seconds quicker than the Vape Club stop. but given that they were quicker, we know how quick the Vape Club guys are with the stops, would lead me to believe that there was a bit of fuel put on board for the Vape Club car. We will send Mr. Peter Zennis down, though, to make sure we are 100% correct with that information, as he's got to be speeding around because it's only, 15 minutes until we do it all again back in the pits.
He really does have to earn his money today, doesn't he, Jamie? I've already sent his instructions, so I'm going to see if he can give us a definitive answer on that. So, hour and 45 minutes to go. Sherrodice UK lead by 7 seconds, but they did not take fuel at the previous stop, nor did Team GRD, who have now got Chris Devell back in the car in third, and nor did GCI Racing with Ian Wood back into the 111 car in third position. GRD second, I think I said third just then. UV Hoffman's Motorsport in fourth then, the highest placed car that we know took fuel at that second stop of the race. So UVO just under 12 seconds off the lead. That gives you an idea of the sort of time lost, but they were 3 or more seconds back anyway, weren't they? So it's only about a 7 or 8 second maybe deficit there for them, and they've got the Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport car of Ted Bradbury only about 4 seconds behind them. Fuel was taken by 212, says Jamie, so that is a genuine gain. It is the Bradbury effect. It's hard to tell sometimes, isn't it? So Ted Bradbury has well and truly brought that Vape Club car into contention, and he's only been in the car for about 15 minutes.
Mightily impressive. Already up into the top 5 they go then, and looking to chase on down those teams ahead. Who have we got there? Greenheath, stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. The 249 Demon Tweaks car, stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So 2 more of those coming through, and the day goes worse for Greenheath. What a shame. They had their issues in race number 1, and sadly more coming a cropper here in race number 2. Greenheath will be in for that stop-go, and as we said, another one then coming in for the 249 Demon Tweaks. They already had that stop-go from earlier on in the race, but this time speeding in the pit lane. Oh dear, 2 races from 2 then for Greenheath where they got speeding in the pit lane. A shame, especially given the fact they've been doing so well in this race. They're in 7th place.
This is for 2nd place, meanwhile. Team GRD with GCI Racing immediately behind. Ian Wood about to put some pressure onto Chris Devell. So Ian Wood in the GCI car, these two both on the same strategy, we believe. And so the GCI machine looking quick at this stage, and they're in the wheel tracks now of the 2nd place car heading out onto the school straight. I suspect we're going to see a challenge here from Ian Wood. He's in the tow, he's closing up the hill, and is Chris Devell going to give him the inside line? Yes, he is, in fairness, so not too much of an argument put up by Chris Devell, and Ian Wood is going to slip through. They both go very wide. I think Chris was really just giving Ian Wood a little bit of extra space there, and so the GCI car then moves through into 2nd position. So GCI ahead, they are 7 seconds behind Sherrodice UK, with GRD down to 3rd and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport they're in 4th position. Right, Simon Rudd has been at the wheel of the Team GRD car, and he is catching up now with Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pit lane.
Thanks, Andy. I'm with Simon now. It's been a challenging day for you, to say the least. Car feeling all right?
It's like a different car in this race. In the first race, Chris took avoiding action of someone else's accident and then just ripped the front of the car off. So it was so difficult to drive. Like, we lost about 6/10 through like 1 corner. So yeah, we did the best we could with that, and then there was a mistake on my part when I went into the back of Mike, like, it was unintentional, and then that cost us a lot. So yeah, I'm determined to sort of make up for it in this race.
And that's what you're doing. With last check, you were P2. You didn't take fuel in that last pit stop. Are you sort of fuel-wise sort of trying to sort of run a bit out of sync with everybody else?
Do whatever Chris tells us to do. Look, I think for us, we just, we know what we think works around here, works for our strategy. We'll take some fuel later on, I'm sure. But yeah, it's going all right. I think if we can keep Chris up there, and then maybe a little safety car towards the end might help us out. You never know.
All right, thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers. That's the box.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. So Simon Rudd not brimming with confidence, is he? He was sort of hoping for a safety car later on to maybe put them back into contention. But I don't know, I wouldn't count them out just yet. Christopher though does have a fight on his hands here. He's got Fabulous Randaccio and Ted Bradbury queuing up behind him. Ian Wood has already gone past him, as we've seen, and now Randaccio launches to the inside. That's third place, that's fourth place for Bradbury as well, so 2 more places lost for Christopher. But Ted Bradbury versus everyone else is going to be interesting. That's going to be the story of this middle stint of the race, I think, this third stint of the race. Ted Bradbury looking to try and gain a bit more ground. He's in behind Randaccio now as they head up the back straight, and I think Bradbury's going to have a go here for what is now third position. Is he going to go through into Rocket? He's shown the outside line. He's desperately late on the brakes. Is Bradbury gets his nose ahead. That's the inside for the right-hander, and Ted Bradbury is just about into a podium place. Yes, gets the move made on corner exit, and through he will go. So Ted Bradbury, ever since he jumped into that car, has been rapid. We've had a driver change in the commentary box as well. John Ratcliffe has gone to soak up the last rays of evening sunshine, and Richard John Neal, I'm delighted to say, has joined me for the remainder of the race. Richard, you've been watching in the background, captivated as we have been by what's been a brilliant race so far.
I love it, and do you know what? I think it's the first time I've actually got to watch a Fun Cup race in the box and watch you guys. Super job by you guys. Really, really enjoying it and getting roped into it. And you know, it's just like commentating on it, isn't it? It's just so good to watch. And yeah, we don't know how it's going to go, as usual.
Yeah, exactly. It's why we love the Fun Cup, isn't it? And they do tend to keep us guessing these races to the end. But one thing you can always be certain of is that if Ted Bradbury is in that Vape Club car, in fact, if Ted Bradbury's in any car, he will be moving forward, except he didn't get the move made there against Ian Wood in the GCI car. And he's now opened the door for Fabulous Randaccio to get back alongside. Randaccio might have a go at getting past both of them here. It's a brilliant battle. It's all over second position at this stage. And it's going to be last of the late breakers into Rocket. It's Bradbury, of course, who's latest on the brakes and goes from defence to attack, and Fabulous almost into the side of Ian Wood. Had all 4 wheels off the track there.
He just got that stopped in time, Dean. That was very, very well judged by my book.
Yeah,
I mean, some people would say lucky, but you know with his skill that was judged. Super racing between the bands. Still can't do it. Wow. Superb stuff.
Well, GCI then are clinging on, and Randaccio has another go now into the corkscrew, but Ted Bradbury carved through that group with relative ease. I mean, it looked like he was about to lose a place. All of a sudden, he's got to the front of the queue.
The interesting thing for Ted as well, I mean, you, like me, know him from when he was in Mazda MX-5 racing, and the way he has matured and his demeanour has got more calm. Not that he was ever nervous, but he's got this assuredness now with himself in the car, which just adds to his technique and his skill that we see on track. And he's just putting that into action now, isn't he? And getting away, 8-second gap to try and make up, but that could very well disappear by the time we get into the next lot of stops. What have we got? 1:37 left, so 7 minutes to the next set of stops. As again, we've got Fabulous having a look. He's got the inside run this time, and we'll get the move completed. We're going to go for the switchback. He runs a little bit wide, loses out.
Yeah, he's been struggling to stop it up there. In fact, a lot of drivers have been struggling to stop into Rocket in this second race. And I think that's ironically because the wind has died down. It's not anything like as blustery as it was this afternoon. Yeah. It was a headwind into Rocket, so that slows the car down more quickly. Now that that's gone, I think they're all struggling to get the car stopped up at the top of the track. He's not the first driver we've seen overshooting there, and it's not the first time we've seen the Uvio car going straight on. So a slight change in conditions, I think, to blame.
Yeah, I think you're right. Do you know what I did for the first time today? I did an Anglesey track walk. I had never done one before. And that was probably, up into Rocket, is the most surprising. Have you walked it before?
Years ago, yes.
And you can't see the corner, can you?
Yeah.
So you've got to learn it. It's muscle memory going up there and knowing where you've got to turn in. The drivers will be good at that. They'll obviously be practicing on sims, I guess, most of them, and doing so. Still side by side here, though.
Oh, he just can't get past Ian Wood, can he? Uvio versus GCI is a battle that's been raging on for decades in Fun Cup, and it's great to have GCI back full-time in the championship this year. They were second in the championship, remember, coming into the weekend behind GRD, so they're after a nice solid points haul. Fabulous Randaccio goes through, but Ian Wood wants the place back. He's on the outside into Rocket. Who's going to outbrake themselves this time, I wonder? The answer in the end is neither of them. They both made the corner, and this time the Uvio car will defend the position. Christopher is in behind them, and then it's the Rob Boston Racing car, 169, which is starting to come back into this. Will Blackwell Chambers, former Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 champion, he's going to be joining this battle pretty soon.
He will. Christopher's doing a good job, and he asked me this morning to say that he said, "You always say that I'm the slowest driver." So no, not always.
No, we try and
he holds his own. But the other thing was, I was doing a bit of an Andy McEwen and looking at some stats.
Don't want to do that.
Oh well, you say that, but stats and looking at, because the times that I've done this, I've always thought it's more difficult for a 3-driver team to win. So I've had a look back. Sort of, I can only get as far back as pretty much the start of this decade, so not that far. I know you've got the whole lot, but you might not have the stats about how many three-driver teams have won against 2-driver teams. Now, of late, it seems quite even, but Christopher said to me it's probably because of us that the 3-driver, and I hadn't even thought of that, but he's probably right. They mess the stats up and make it look like 3-driver teams might actually be more. And Andy's gone straight into the data. Have you got that?
Hold the line, Colin. No, I haven't, but I can tell you how many races they've won in the last couple of years. And as you can see, it's quite a lot, isn't it? In the last 2 full seasons, they've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of about 15 races or so. So, yeah, it's a fair point, isn't it? They have done an awful lot of winning of late.
Yeah. But, so I guess that was something you probably looked. But anyway, I thought I'd have a gander and try and think about it. But he kind of killed my theory, because when I've worked with you before on this, I've thought, three drivers is more difficult to do, because you're going to have different levels. You've got to at different tracks. It might change at different circuits. But he said basically what he was saying is they're probably the best three driver lineup, or the GRD, in history as well, because they had plenty of other wins before, like Simon Rudd came in as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm trying to think actually of who the last 3-driver team to win regularly would have been, and it possibly would have been Race Logic, but 7 or 8 years ago when they were on their winning streak, they did have 3 drivers. One of them was Nigel Greensall, Julian Thomas, and who was their 3rd driver? David Denyer was for a while, but when they were winning championships, it was someone else. But that's a long time ago. So so it's a fair point well made, as G-Force bounced down the grass coming out of the final corner.
Sherrodai's gap now 3.725 seconds over Vape Club in second place. So really starting to close in. Vape Club now with the fastest lap, 1 minute 18.018 on the last lap. That's another lap record, isn't it?
Any fastest lap is now a lap record. That's going to be a new.
So Ted Bradbury.
By 3/10. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised. And the effect it's having is he's now only 2 seconds off the leader, and that was 8 seconds, I think, when he got into.
It was last time we checked that up. Yeah.
Wow. So he's going to take the lead shortly, I think, isn't he? Where is the leader on track? Somewhere towards Church, yes, coming out of the banking. Yes, he is, and he's almost with Sherrodai's now, as here, that is Will Blackwell Chambers nipping up the inside of Chris Devell and taking over 5th position. So the 169 Rob Boston Racing with rare vinyl car back into the top 5, and Chris Devell out of the top 5, but Richard, all the GRD team are interested in. They're not really interested in their position. It's how far off the lead they are. 12 seconds, that's doable, isn't it? We've seen that sort of gap eradicated over a single stint before. So Chris is doing his job, isn't he?
He's doing a fantastic job. And do you know the thing that surprised me, and again, a lot of the time it's because I've not done enough Fun Cup to get my head round it, was thinking about when Simon Rudd was in the car. He did have a little bit of a run. He did get the fastest lap in the new lap record back then. But I was thinking, actually, he didn't get a lot of running because of that safety car.
Yeah.
So they could have done better. But then again, the safety car did close things up for him. So
yes. I think they gained about 35 seconds through the safety car. So on balance, Simon's good. I'm not convinced he'd have taken 35 seconds out of the leader, so
He'll take that.
I think he'll take that.
Get to you about that.
Definitely. Another new lap record. He's doing it for fun now. Ted Bradbury, 18.0. He's 4/10ths now off the race leader, so the lead change is imminent. Here they are, heading into the banking. So Ted Bradbury is on an absolute tear. Remember, this car didn't race at Snetterton last time. Bradbury raced at the time, the PLR car, the 403, and he's back now with Vlad, this very potent pairing. Could they be the next sort of two-driver team to start really winning with some regularity? Bradbury wants the lead. He's got the pace to get the lead, but I'll tell you what, Peter Belshaw's not giving it to him without a fight.
He isn't, so Bradbury here working hard. It's going to be the outside as they come up into the Rocket Complex, already clear and got the move done, but is he going to outbreak himself? No, Ted knows what he's doing. He's going to hang on to it inside as they go into the second part of Rocket, the hairpin. Doesn't look like a hairpin on the cameras, but again, if you get the opportunity here to do a track walk as I did this morning, you get a much better understanding of the layout of the track. I don't know why it's taken me so long to do that, but Ted Bradbury goes through. And I was just thinking, Ted, as you said, driving in a different car in the previous round, you know, who'd have thought that top drivers would do that? I know you've had the discussions about that today, so I won't go into that anymore. But
it's interesting, though, isn't it? Because regardless, really, of the fate of the Vape Club car this season, he could still win the championship, courtesy of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport squad. If they win the championship, he will be a champion because he drove that car for one race. You or I could do a race in the championship in 403. We wouldn't help their chances of winning the championship, but
you probably would,
I'm not so
but
sure.
yeah, you're considerably younger and I think have much better technical understandings of the cars than I do.
I'm not so sure. Well, I'll tell you what, let's stick me in a car
you,
and
me
find
and
out.
Taylor, free car team next year. My son wants to do the taste today.
Yeah, good idea.
But I said, hold your horses, you know, go and see ones first and then work towards it.
Yeah, they're tricky cars to get hold of, I believe, the Fun Cup cars. And, a little bit of track experience beforehand can help. But then we've had drivers, in fact, look at the 248 car, Toby Hall. This is only his second ever motor race. His first one was this afternoon in Fun Cup. He's chosen to debut. Yeah, never raced anything before. Came straight into Fun Cup. So, straight in at the deep end, but sometimes you learn more that way.
Do you know what? It's really nice to hear, isn't it? Because we talk about the very experienced drivers, you know, your Johnny Molems and your Phil Keens, but great that people are still seeing this as a way in to racing. And, you know, to be fair, you wouldn't look at this and think, do you know what, I'm going to make my debut in it, but it's great that they do a fantastic advert for what Christian and the team are doing.
Updates from Jamie. Thank you, Jamie, for feeding the information through to us. A stop-go penalty for Greenheath. I missed that, I'll confess, for speeding in the pits. That's their second speeding penalty of the day. Remember, Gary Bate picked one up for them in that pit stop that never needed to happen in race number 1. Promise that's the last time I'll mention that, Gary. 214 also pitted with a left rear puncture. That is C data, so their slight data forget continues on. And Jamie, with a much better memory than me, I've got the stats, but memorising it is a challenge. Reminds me that the dominant race logic trio were Nigel Greensaw, Julian Thomas and John Tomlinson, who no longer races in Fun Cup, unfortunately. But yes, that was the last sort of dominant 3 driver. But we're talking, that was back in 2014-ish, maybe, so over a decade ago since we had a sort of dominant 3 driver lineup that wasn't GRD.
Wow. Pit stop window, of course, is now open for our third set of stops. And first in, the car that started 9th on the grid. Now, I've lost track of... good, John left his driver thing, so that's really handy for me, isn't it? 557, going into the 4th stint now, aren't we?
Correct.
Steve Ruston.
Yes, correct. Yes, they fly by these races, don't they? Yes, we're halfway through. An hour and a half gone. So Steve Ruston will indeed get in. We're in an interesting fuel dynamic with those leading cars as well. I don't know how much of this you were following earlier on, but the leading cars at the end of, or the beginning of this stint, so the GRD, GCI and the 251 Sherrodice car did not fuel last time. Again, the number 157 car is struggling to get going. Tropical Rocket Racing, I don't know how I forgot their name, are really needing a push this time.
It's like a Jeff Bezos rocket, that one, isn't it? Or maybe not.
Struggling to get off the ground, rather, yes. Hopefully they get it going, but this is slightly concerning. They didn't have to push it this far last time.
Is it going to go?
It's not, is it?
Pop, 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 pop.
Oh.
Come on, lads. Great looking livery on that car as well.
And we're getting plenty of time to admire it at low speed, but I'd rather see it going at full race speed.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's stuck, and it's stuck right next to the GRD bay. Simon Rudd was looking over at that car, thinking, well, go on, move it out of our way.
The question is, what do they do next? Do they push it around and back round the back of the garages and try again? Or that's the...
Yeah, there is an exit down there, isn't there? But
Yeah.
they can't push it beyond the pit exit line, clearly. And yes, there you go,
pointing.
directing it behind the garages. But
do you like a Malibu?
I'm partial to a Malibu, yes. It's my holiday drink of choice.
Very good.
Yeah,
very good.
Very sort of Caribbean vibes, isn't it? It's my kind of place. And it feels much the same today here at Anglesey. Right, GRD are in, moving on. And this is going to be Chris Devell. His driving done now, of course, handing back over to Simon Rudd. And they're taking fuel, as we expected. Fuel going into the one car and a double churn. So this will get them to the end of the race. I don't think GRD will need any more fuel between now and the checkered flag. So GRD are in. And they're still refueling. There they are, look. And they can't touch the car whilst the fuel is going in, and they're itching to get the door open, but they can't open it until now. The fuel is gone, and in will get it. Should be, oh no, it's Riley, isn't it? Sorry, Riley Phillips getting in now. Simon Rudd was helmeted up, oddly, to assist with the driver change, but it wasn't actually getting into the car. I don't know why he'd have his helmet on to assist with that, but anyway, waves Riley Phillips back on his way.
Was chatting to Matt Hyde's mum earlier on with Simon Rudd, and she was saying it was a weird scenario. She said, I'm old enough to be your mum and you're old enough to be Matt's dad. And Simon was going, yeah, thanks for that. Sort of like this 3 generational, totally useless conversation, but yeah, it'd be interesting that she suddenly had this perspective, you know.
Simon appreciated
both Simon and Matthew have commentated on us on VRRC.
Oh, have they?
Yes, they have. We've had them as guests on that sort of virtual Seto course of virtual racing, which you have done a lot of.
Yes, I miss those days, you know, but I
You'll be
never have a
welcome.
free evening these days.
Right,
That's
okay.
my problem. I'm busy, working too hard. But yeah, so these stats spreadsheets, they don't build themselves, you know, Richard.
It's a lot of work, isn't it? Do you sit down in the winter and update all the...
As best I can, yes, as best I can, but it's there's always something else to research, isn't there? And I'm easily distracted. Pit stop's ongoing, and that's 207 Demon Tweaks in from 10th position at the time. But as usual, most of our front-running cars waiting before they pit. Ted Bradbury, by the way, 5.5 seconds clear. I mean, it's remarkable. He was 8 seconds behind the leader at the start of the stint, and by the time he brings the car in, he could be 10 seconds or more ahead.
And he's doing a double at the end, isn't he?
Doubling at the end,
Yeah.
yes, correct. So, yeah, Vlad will get back in now, or at the end of this stint. And then Ted takes it to the end. And, of course, had they not had so many back markers between themselves and the leaders in race 1 when we had the late safety car, that strategy could have yielded a win for Vape Club, but they've got better track position at this stage in race 2. It's looking good for them.
The other thing that Simon and Chris Devell were saying is how much money they have saved the Rhodes family.
Really?
In terms of keeping newcomers out of positions. So they'll probably be sticking their hand out, I think, at some point. But that's an interesting take, isn't it?
That's a good point, actually. They have been the team that have thwarted a few of the new teams, haven't they? But then there are teams up and down the pit lane who will say they've been thwarted by GRD recently. This is the UVA Hoppens Motorsport car, back in the hands for now, at least, of Fabulous Randaccio. And they've just claimed second place at the expense of Peter Belshaw's Sheridai's car. So Sheridai's UK fall down to third. But they're having another solid run here are the Sheridai squad. And the UVA Hoppens Motorsport car, which won race 1, remember, is back into second place.
Very good move. Are we going to get, in the closing stages, a UVO GRD and possibly Vape Club?
I hope so.
3 runs up to 5 to 10. That would be good. Did we start at 5 to 7?
I think so.
Pretty much on time.
Yes, looks like it.
BRSC have done a good job with the various sort of delays that we've had over everything else over the course of the year. And great that it's so light, fantastic view. Again, I bumped into a lot of people today around the paddock. First visit, absolutely love it.
Right.
Absolutely love Anglesey.
Yeah, it's so good. It's such a good venue. When the weather's like this, especially, and this particular event, which I've always really enjoyed being a part of, it's there's something special when the sun starts to set and the lights are on the cars in that final stint. It's quite unique in British motor racing to race into the semi-darkness, really, as it is at this time of year. And we are, to be fair, we've been quite lucky with weather over the years. They deliberately put it in the summer months, but hey, that means nothing, does it, in this part of the world?
Indeed.
But yeah, generally speaking, we've dodged the worst of the rain at this event over the years, and it's a really special weekend. I'm very happy to be here again this season, and being treated to a great show as always by the Fun Cup.
What are we doing tomorrow in terms of circuit? Is everything on the International again tomorrow?
Yes, I believe so.
So just the coastal. And that's not an easy thing for a club to organise, 2 circuits these days.
No, absolutely.
Lots of extra paperwork.
It doesn't happen often. For that reason, really, I suspect. There are circuits that can do it. Snetterton, Silverstone jump to mind immediately, but almost every circuit has alternate layouts, doesn't it? I think I remember an event... we'll get back to that, because Sherrodise have just clouted the side of the G-Force car coming through the corkscrew. Did that do any damage to Peter Belshaw's car? I think he got away with that. Yeah, the front splitter looks like it's intact. Yeah, no big deal, but that could have been... costly. We've seen already how much time you lose when you start shedding bits of front bodywork on these cars, but he dodged a bit of a bullet there.
The corkscrew is one of those places that looks different when you actually walk it to seeing it on screen. It looks a lot smoother on screen, so too does the hairpin when you let that dip down into, if you remember it from your walk.
Yeah, it's there's the elevation change you don't realise here. I forget now what the number was, but it's something like an 8-storey drop from the exit appeal to the bottom of the corkscrew. It sounds ridiculous when you say it like that, but when you...
That's huge.
Yeah, a lot, and in quite a short space of time.
That's why I was puffed out going up to radar.
Yes, exactly. But that's why the Fun Cup, every year they say, no, we only want to race on the coastal. We know the other track's bigger. It's the preferred track for most championships these days, but it's that corner alone that means they prefer racing on the coastal. I'm with them. It's a great corner.
Pit window closed. Sunoco Racing into their stop. The 22 car for stint 4 will be Anders Hildebrand. I remember meeting Anders years and years and years ago. I was talking to Peter Scheer earlier on about a Eurocon meeting on the Donington Loop, and I'm pretty sure Anders came along to one of those with his son Axel, who I don't recall seeing for quite a long time, but lovely that Anders is still out and about and racing well. As we pick up on the Race Logic 210 car.
Leader has just pitted, by the way, as have Sherrodise. Now, I can't see from my vantage point the Vape Club pit stops. They're directly underneath the commentary box, but I've already asked for a Jamie update, and he said he'll give me one. He hasn't given me the update yet, but he said he will give me an update on what they did. We can see there's very clearly fuel going into the Sherrodise car, which has its next driver plugged in. That should be Matt Hyde getting back in now, I presume. And Jamie tells us that 251 double fueled. So Sherrodise, that was a double fuel stop for them. If you fill the tank now, I was reliably informed this morning, you can get to the end without fueling again. An hour and a half-ish is the maximum fuel window, if you like, or distance that you can run on a full tank.
So that's one of the choices, isn't it? When you fuel, I mean, obviously you've got to do the stops. You don't have to change the driver, so that's a choice as well.
Yeah.
But I'll need to look at some of those things we were talking about earlier on with safety cars and whether they need to be longer and all that. It is tomorrow for Superstore Endurance.
Yes. Okay. Interesting. Right. Well, we'll research that tonight, shall we? The various pit stop regulations. UV, I think I just saw coming in. They must be stopping underneath our commentary position as well. Don't know whether we've got the pit lane camera on that car. Yes, we have. There is double fuel going in. So I think that's going to be the order of the day, isn't it, for this third round of pit stops, with full fuel to the end of the race. Rob Boston Racing are in as well, because the pit window has now closed, so everyone has to dive in this time, and we'll find out in a few moments what the order is as we head into the second half of the race.
Yeah, 1:17 on the clock, so very much into the last knockings of it here, and still a full day of action for you tomorrow. Kicks off quite early as well, doesn't it? I think we're 9:45, something like that.
Yes, I think you're right, yeah. In fact, I can tell you, I have the timetable open somewhere. 9:30, in fact.
9:30, even earlier.
Racing. Yeah, so there's there's one qualifying session, but it's in the middle of the morning's races, so early start, no lie-in for us tomorrow.
It's the juniors, isn't it, that have the trouble getting out of bed normally, the teenagers. That's the problem.
I don't know. I'm not a junior anymore, and I can tell you it's still a struggle for me. Especially when I've been up till 10 o'clock at night getting all excited about Fun Cup.
And Le Mans.
And Le Mans, yes, which I've had a cursory eye on.
World Cup, you're not a football fan, are you? Not
No, it's not my thing, really. Has that started yet, the World Cup?
Yeah, it has. America won. USA won today.
Oh, did
I
they?
don't see you're super impressed about it.
I confess, I don't think I realised they had an international team. I know they're hosting the thing, but...
I do like a bit of football. World Cup, not really bothered.
No.
Not really bothered. Give me the choice, I'd rather be here.
Well, that I can agree
Yeah.
on, definitely. It's a lot more civilised, this, isn't it?
I think the Jocks are playing tonight, aren't they, as well?
Ah, okay, right.
Isn't that why Greg's not here? Greg Graham. Has he gone? Has he gone?
Oh, really?
I think so. Falkirk fan.
Ah, interesting.
Anyway.
Yes, I knew that. Yeah.
Back to reality.
Back to proper sport. And the UVO Hoffman's motorsport car heads through Target Corner. The lead still held by Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport. It is now Vlad Vasiliev back in the car. And they're up at Rocket Corner now. Second position is the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl machine. That was only a 5-second gap. We'll wait till the end of this lap to give you a full rundown, because the timing screen may still be catching up with itself, I think, after that third round of pit stops. We've got an hour and a quarter to go. And as is always the case, we have a round of pit stops, and now the dynamic shifts again. The cars that were quick in the previous stint might no longer be the quicker cars, and vice versa. Things can really change around from one stint to the next in Fun Cup. It's why you've got to keep a close eye on what's going on. There is the leader, Vlad Vasiliev, back in car 212, and yes, it is the 169 Rob Boston Racing car in second position. That is now back in the hands of Tom Roach for the second and final time this evening, and it's a 4.5 second lead that Vlad Vasiliev has. So that came down by a second on the previous lap alone. Third position hasn't yet got to the line, so whoever is in third, they're a long way back. It's UVO, so UVO Hoffman's Motorsport third, narrowly ahead of Sherrodize and GCI. They're coming across the line now, but they are 29 seconds back. So why? Oh, well, I'll get back to that in a moment, because Team Viking and Ursus Capital have stopped. Where is this on the track? I think it's up towards the exit of Rocket. Yes, it is. So the 170 car has stopped. Yellow flags at the top of the circuit, and I fear we know what this might mean for the race. A safety car may well be headed our way, and that will actually make these gaps fairly... not that significant, fairly insignificant, there we go, that's the word. But I'm questioning why... yes, because UVO, Sherrodize and GCI double fueled, so I'm guessing Vape Club and Rob Boston didn't and are going to need fuel later on. So if we do get a safety car, that's not good news for the top two teams.
That will not be, no, indeed. That could put the issues for them. Are we likely to get one here? I think we probably will.
I think so, yeah. I don't see the Viking car getting away under its own steam. We had a safety car in race one for a car stopped in a very similar position, so I suspect that's going to happen. I can see the brake lights on the safety car, which means that it's fired back up. Yes, driver is out of the 170 car, so that's Mark Home going no further. And that car, lights are on the safety car, so we're going to get our second safety car period of the race. We had the first one about 45 minutes into the race. We're an hour and 45 minutes in now, and safety car number 2 is almost upon us. It hasn't been sprung yet. They're going to wait and try and time it for when the leader comes through. The leader just saw going up towards Rocket Corner, but the lights are on the safety car, and they don't do that unless they intend to dispatch it onto the circuit.
This will close everything up once again, and the significant one there, of course, is the gap back from second to third, isn't it? So with 28, 4 seconds to 28, 24 second gap between RBR RV or Rob Boston Rare Vinyl. And there was a record shot, wasn't it? Someone cleared up for me before?
Oh, I actually don't know. I'm not sure.
I think someone said it.
I had that conversation.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Well, there's the safety car. So, second safety car period of the race, and the reason that this is bad news for Vape Club and for Rob Boston is that they potentially have a longer pit stop to come later on. We don't think they can get necessarily to the end of the race without refueling again, unless they've been topping up the fuel on earlier stops. That is possible, rather than just dumping it all in one go, just sort of every stop adding a little bit, a churn at a time, not sure, but if they do need a longer stop for fuel later on, they're going to end up losing quite a bit of track position. They had gained about 25 seconds or so as a result of that short pit stop last time by. That is now going to go out the window. Tom Roach is right behind Vlad Vasiliev as well, Richard, so no traffic between them upon the resumption of racing. That's going to be a genuine battle for the lead, isn't it?
It is. How long's the lap here?
A green flag or safety car?
Any lap on coastal.
Oh, mileage. Right, I'm with you. Sorry. 2.1 miles.
2.1. So, yeah. I was just casting my mind back to, we had an F4 race at Brands when they put the safety car out in the middle of the pack. I don't know if you saw that one.
No.
And Phil Gluer was commentating, we absolutely went into one. How do I do? But, you know, great officiating here, picked up the leaders, great spotting. But it is a bigger lap than Brands Indy to be able to pick up.
A little,
to be
not
fair.
Massively though. I think only half a mile longer. Maybe
1.2 Brands, isn't it?
1.2. Right,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but still difficult to do because there are.
It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. No,
not at all. Cars here, after an hour of green flag racing, are spread around the entirety of the track, and it's not uncommon. We saw it in race 1, didn't we? That very late safety car after about 2 hours 40 of green flag running, and they didn't quite get the leader, but they've nailed it both times this time around. I suppose the Vape Club car is one of the easier ones to spot, isn't it? It's quite a distinctive livery. Clapham North have stopped. Exited the first corner.
George or Abbey?
George, isn't it? Because it's stint number 4. So George Grant has stopped. Good timing in a way that it's happened behind the safety car. That's not a good place to be stranded at green flag, is it?
No. I haven't had a chance to talk to George today. We sort of had a wave in the distance from him, and that was about it. He's got a full beard now, hasn't he, as well?
Yes. Yes, he's starting to resemble Father Christmas a bit, isn't he, I think, with the facial hair and the white curly hair.
I tell you what, that's actually an appropriate moniker for him because he helps a lot of people.
Exactly.
He brings a lot
That's
of
where
joy.
I was going with that, Richard.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to get him the red outfit, though. Maybe Race of Remembrance. If he's here for that, we'll get him in the Santa suit.
Yes, well, they do the fancy dress run. I'm not sure he's down for swimming in the sea necessarily in November, but yeah.
Do you do that? I can never do it. It's our wedding anniversary. So my missus won't, no, we're not going to Anglesey in November. It's got to be somewhere hotter.
I think I'd agree with her there, to be honest. That's, I think I'd say the same to you. No, never done Race of Remembrance. I always say I will.
I will, yeah, me too.
A tricky time for me, so
Rob Lewis covers it anyway, so we're all right.
And he'll do a better job than me anyway, so that's probably for the best all round.
Does he do it? I wonder, does Rob do that in his shorts? We have to... Kieran, does Rob Lewis do Race of Remembrance in his shorts? He actually wears long trousers, does he? And a woolly hat. Yeah, I've seen the woolly hat. I've seen the silly hats that he wears, but it's shorts the rest of the time, isn't it, for Rob?
Yes, it is.
Like one of the scouts, dib, and all that kind of stuff. But
yes. Even I have to say that Kieran is the only member of the team brave enough to don shorts today, although by Birmingham standards, this is quite a warm day, I believe. So he's possibly not feeling the cold all that much. I was saying earlier on, Richard, I used to come on family holidays to Anglesey in the summer and have much colder weather than this. We were still on the beach in our shorts and swimwear, and did a little bit of swimming.
Where did you stay?
We were the other side. I forget the name of the town now. We were on the eastern coast somewhere. My grandparents owned a caravan for years over there. And,
that's nice though.
Yeah, Mum used to have her summer holidays here, and they did that for a few years with me. And then I developed a taste for slightly warmer climes outside of the United Kingdom. But lovely place to come and spend a weekend now because there's so much to do here as well. Actually, there's loads of sightseeing, really nice walks up through some of the hills and around the coastal walks particularly. If I'd have holiday just outside Holyhead before, and some beautiful walks up over the cliff tops. So well recommend. I'm not being paid by the Anglesey Tourism Board, but I would very much recommend a weekend in this part of the world. There are far worse places.
Only a weekend.
Yes,
it's just 2 days.
That's enough. That's enough. Preferably a weekend, of course, where there's some racing here at Anglesey. And this is not the only BRSCC visit to Anglesey this year. I'm back here later this season for another live streamed event. I'm not sure if you're on that one in September time, I think. I will dig out my diary and get the exact date.
This is definitely my only one.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it's busy.
Yeah, I'm back here a bit later on in the year at some point. I'll give you all, dear viewers, the date for that event after we've heard from Jamie down in the pit lane.
dramatic shot.
Looking up.
Oh, yeah.
Up our nostrils.
I am, yes, I am with Paul Turner. I feel very short next to Paul Turner, even with my trainers on. Tricky race for you, a bit of a challenging first stint as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were going well. The car was absolutely perfect, and then I went and messed up. Let's say, just ran a little tiny bit wide, paid the price, lost most of the front splitter, and here the front splitter is absolutely crucial.
Obviously, later on that lap, you got to church and it didn't want to turn right. I'm guessing that's a legacy of losing the front splitter as well.
Same lap, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, went in at normal pace and it didn't want to go, so yeah, a little bit wide, but we kept it pinned, kept it going, and you know the car's still actually quite good. We have actually got a little bit of splitter, but it's hard work out there, so we just got to keep plugging away.
And as you see, going up into Rocket, the sun's starting to get in everyone's eyes now. I was talking to a couple of other drivers. Your braking point almost disappears.
Yeah, absolutely. You literally got to do it by feel. So you kind of think, right, how about now? And you've got certain markers on the right hand side as you're coming up, but you cannot see the turning point at all. So yeah, it's pretty dodgy, but that's just how it is. You know.
Gary's out there now. I'm guessing you probably didn't fuel on the last stop. If you did you manage to tell him how the car's feeling or anything?
No, he was straight in. So yeah, he was straight. I was straight out. He was straight in. So it was a quick yeah, you know, car's feeling good, and you know, wish him on his merry way.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, mate. That's Paul Turner from Team Greenheath. And just to confirm, guys, I'm in shorts in the pit lane and I'm absolutely freezing.
And that is why you don't wear shorts at 9 o'clock at night in Anglesey, Jamie, as you well should know. This is not your first radio either.
But full marks for listening in.
Yes, someone is listening. Thank goodness. In fact, I wonder how many spectators do we have up on the... there's a smattering. There's a smattering of spectators on the hill up overlooking Rocket. I can see at least 7 or 8 people braving the conditions of what must be the windiest part of the circuit, and they're about to see a race restart because the safety car snuck into the pit lane without me even realising, and we've now got a battle for the lead as immediately Rob Boston Racing go to the front and Tom Roach relieves Vlad Vasiliev of first position. That did not take long, Richard.
It did not. Tom Roach wasn't going to muck about, was he? Straight through into the lead, and we'll try now and get away as we head towards the penultimate session, the penultimate set of changes. Not got too long, have we? Let's have a quick look.
4.5 minutes.
Right, yep.
Yeah, so this is going to get very busy again. A bit like the first safety car we had. That was with only about 5 minutes of the stint left that it came in. And we did see quite a few teams choosing to come in a little bit earlier as a result. GCI, every time we see GCI at Rocket, it seems like they're elbowing their way past somebody. That was the Axiometrics car, I think, being lapped by the 111 car, which sits in 5th position. But Vlad Vasiliev could do a lot worse here, Richard, couldn't he, than just tagging along with Tom Roach. Tom's clearly a little bit quicker, but the power of the slipstream in these cars means that Vlad should be able to stick with him.
Yeah, he should be all right, shouldn't he? I can't remember, refresh my memory, Andy, who's still got to refuel?
So I believe, based on my slightly educated calculations, that the top 2 will probably need more fuel. They gained about 20 seconds in the last pit cycle over those that double fueled. So I think the top 2 need fuel. Everyone else, though, I reckon is good to go, at least in the lead group.
That's going to be interesting, isn't it? So that safety car came at a good time for the likes of GRD, who was 7th at the time, just past Axiometrics to go 6th with... Is Christopher still in, or is this his last stint, or is he
This
done?
is his last stint, yeah.
Right, so...
He'll be in early, I suspect, yeah. Correct myself then, I said Axiometrics were being lapped. I apologise, they weren't. They are
still
on
there.
the lead lap, very much so, and sticking with the GRD car in 7th position. GRD giving the bumper to GCI look and shoving them up behind the Demon Tweaks car. GCI then defend the inside line, and Christopher tries the outside, not quite able to do it. Then there's a big stack up to Bell, ends up over the curb and the grass. Oh, that was very dicey indeed. He was trying to be very polite to GCI and not really put the pressure on Craig Butterworth, but Craig, in the end, nearly ended up making contact with the one car and then leans on the 207.
Yeah, they all make it through safely at the moment. 2 minutes to go before the window opens for the penultimate stop.
Ooh. A 1 lap penalty, Richard, for G-Force. I haven't seen that for a while. That's for pitting outside the pit window. You lose a whole lap for doing that, so they I think, timing correct that and just dock them a lap, but I haven't
Right.
seen that for a while.
That's a pain, isn't it, for them? Chris Devell having another look on the inside as we change shot.
Yes, Sheridai's here with some lapped traffic to deal with, and behind them, the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car of Farkini. So the silver car passing the 109, that's not for position, but the next car behind is for position, as Farkini tries to keep the UVO car in contention for a double Anglesey win. Now, I said earlier on that has happened before, that we've had the same team win both races at Anglesey. It was actually last year, Team GRD, who else, won both races. In fact, they did the double the year before as well.
And the 2 Anglesey events before that were UVO Hoffman.
Correct, yes, you're absolutely right. So actually the last time that we had 2 different winners at Anglesey was 2021, when DispatchBay.com, the 221 car, won the first race and UVO Hoffman's won the second.
And that doesn't count because it was a COVID year.
Let's go with that, yeah. We didn't come here in 2020 actually, which was a real shame because of everything that happened that year. And so Anglesey double header, double race winners, not uncommon, and UVO will be hoping they can continue that.
It was kind of a decider, wasn't it, really, with 2 doubles. I think UVO, as you said, won in 2021, so they have one more. They've got 2 more than GRD,
right?
So they'll go away as still the kings of Anglesey.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be claiming that title.
Yeah.
And Farkini was very pleased to hear that they'd broken a Fun Cup record, unofficial Fun Cup record, by leading every lap of the first
That
race
was
early on.
some going, isn't it?
I couldn't actually believe that had never happened before, but never before had the same team led every single lap. There was a lead change. We've never had a Fun Cup race with no lead changes. That sort of makes sense, right? You've seen the way the racing goes, but there was only one in that first race, which is a Fun Cup record. We've had a fair few more in this second race, though, it must be said, with a number of different teams up there leading the race, and a number of lead changes, particularly in the early stages, and in fact one immediately after this restart, of course, with Tom Roach claiming the lead for Rob Boston Racing.
GRD in 5th, we're actually outside the top 6 at the start of this particular stint, so good stuff from Chris Devell. But the Rob Boston car's got the lead out to 1.267 seconds now, as UVO putting pressure on the 220 car, looking to try and get past him and get away from the Sheridai's car behind him. That's the thing, isn't it? When you start getting into traffic, you've got to basically have eyes in the back of your head as well.
Indeed so. So UVO and Sheridai's, they've both had a stint at the front of this race. They are among the 7 different teams that have led at least a lap today, and 11 lead changes up to this point. So it's been a very different race to the first one earlier on today. And I suspect we're not done with lead changes. I've just got a feeling this one's going to keep on bubbling away into the final stint, isn't it? We're into the second to last pit window now, as the UVO car there nips up the inside of FFS. What a shame FFS have had issues in both races. They've been quick, haven't they?
They have been, yeah. It's been good. I wonder if they got nostalgic seeing the Caterhams earlier on as well.
Former Caterham racers, aren't they? And they've transitioned really well over into Fun Cup. They've always been quick, but again, not necessarily had the good fortune that you feel they deserve. But I'm sure their day will come. So many things have to go right to win a Fun Cup race, don't they? You can't just rely on good fortune. But if you don't have the luck, then that unfortunately takes you out of contention. Right, Vape Club are in. They are fueling. It's a single churn of fuel for the 272 car. And Ted Bradbury is being plugged in for a double stint. So the final hour of this race is going to be all Ted Bradbury.
And I don't think we'd bet against him, would we, from there? It's going to be an exciting finish for sure. So Ted will head. It's still got to do another stop. And they have to get out, don't they? If they're not, even if they're stopping, they have to get out, plug themselves back in. And I'm guessing that can be slower than the push and pull, where you get one in, one out, which looks terribly. So if you watch like UVO do it, it is one movement. It's like, I was reminded, do you ever have a slide projector where you push the slide in one side and it's like that for me. Young people won't have a clue what I'm talking about.
I'm nodding, but I'm not completely sure I'm following, Richard. No.
All right. You never had a slideshow when you were younger? There was a little slide projector, and the slide's on one side. You put the next one on the other side, and you push it through. The other one comes out.
No.
You haven't got. Anyway, when you see a decent stop in Fun Cup, that's right. When you're looking at transparencies on, older people will know.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you very much.
I'll take your word. You've never led me astray yet. But yes, I did have a point to make before that.
Sorry about that. Oh, there we go.
It's fine. But yes, Ted Bradbury. It was something to do with Ted Bradbury. I can't remember what it was. Well, it'll come to me.
Was it about getting in and out of the car? He's got one stint.
There we go. Yes, it was nothing. It was to do with Ted Bradbury. Yes, so it used to be that you had to get out of the car, run around the car, and get in. They realised that running in a live pit lane is possibly not the most sensible thing to do.
It's very old school, though, isn't it?
Very old school, yes. But they now you just get out and back in through the same door. But John Ratcliffe made an interesting point earlier on today, which was that is slower. Because when you're changing driver, one driver gets out of one door, the other gets in the other door, it's a lot slicker. Whereas here you have to get out and in the same door on the car. Right, let's stop waffling, shall we? Because we've got a three-way fight here for second position. And that's the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car trying to fend off Sherrodice and not able to do so. So the Sherrodice car gets through. UVO leading there on the GRD car, which has not stopped yet, interestingly. Of course, it's Riley Phillips in for this stint, isn't it, with Christopher to get in next, and they have just slipped back behind.
Christopher was stint 3. Did they change it?
Oh, sorry, no, you're right. I beg your pardon. It is Riley Phillips in this time. How many years I've been commentating on those three? They always use the same driver strategy, and it always confuses me. So yeah, interesting then. Riley Phillips very much getting stuck in, but not able actually to make the sort of progress through this group you would expect.
Georgie's helped out there, isn't he? On the Abby Eaton, Poppy. Been a while, I think, since I've seen Abby race anything, you know.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time I saw Abby Eaton race. Might even have been one of her Mazda years. Oh no, Carrera Cup. She did Carrera Cup, didn't she?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And of course, the first two rounds of the Fun Cup Championship, where she led laps in both races early on. That team I think are going to be ones to watch in the second half of the year, really. I think as George gets quicker and quicker in this car with the guidance of Abby Eaton, I think they could be contenders if things go their way. Here comes Riley Phillips then to the outside of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. That's a brave move to make, especially against UVO, who won't leave you a lot of room, as we see there. But Riley doesn't care, keeps his foot in it. He doesn't mind overtaking on the grass here at Anglesey, and he does so again at Rocket Corner.
Up onto the podium, so well done, Riley. This is stint 4 now. Is it stint 4 or are we in stint 5 now?
We're in at the end of 4. They haven't stopped yet, so
right,
still in stint 4. So yeah, you're right. It is Riley Phillips, and it will be. They've got 2 more stints left. My brain has deserted me. They've got 2 more stints left. And so the last 2 stints will be Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips. Yes, so it's Riley in the car now. I doubted myself then. And Krista Bell's driving is done now, isn't it, in that number 1 car. So Riley Phillips then, with 1 more overtake to try and make before the end of this stint, but we will be seeing him back out for the final half hour or so a bit later on. Can he find a way past now the Sherrodice car, which has been a factor all day, hasn't it? Matt Hyde and Peter Belshaw, they've been a potent pairing today.
Yeah, they have been. I've got to thank Matt Hyde for offering chips earlier on as well. In the cafe, because I went in and it was too busy, so I didn't bother. He said, you can have some of our chips if you like. Thanks, Matt. Very nice of him. I didn't actually, no, I just had a cup of tea. That was it.
They're good chips here from the Anglesey Cafe.
It's great food in there.
Yeah, really good.
Terrific food.
Right, through goes the GRD car as we're chatting about lunch. And, GCI are slow on track, heading up the back straights. Is that a drama for GCI? They're heading towards Rocket now, and the 111 car is off the... But yes, there's smoke. There is smoke from the left rear corner. I'm seeing this out of the window. So the red and black 111 car heading up through Rocket Corner now has a problem. Have they just pitted? No, they haven't made this pit stop yet, so I'm not sure what the drama is, but they're certainly going to be pitting this time. So I wonder what that is for GCI. That's a shame, though. Again, they've been really competitive in both races, haven't they?
They have been, just outside the top 6 at the minute, and that is not going to get any better. GRD up into 2nd now. So it's Rob Boston racing rare vinyl. GRD still there. Sherrodice in 3rd, trying to stay with them. UVO Hoffman's down in 4th. And we're waiting for that smoky car to come round.
It is only now coming down through the corkscrew, so they're going to be pitting, definitely. Is it a puncture? I think that's a left rear puncture.
I think you're right, yeah.
Is that tyre flat? I reckon it possibly is. We might see possibly in a moment. It's coming in.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, it is, yeah. Flat left rear tyre.
Good spot, Andy.
GCI, well, we've seen a couple of punctures today. Now, we've sort of been putting it down to contact, but be surprised. Mind you, the GCI car has been involved in a few pretty tight battles. I think Craig Butterworth was going to pull the car into the garage, and the team told him, no, it's just a tyre change. We can sort that on the pit apron, and they can use this as the mandatory stop. So, okay, they've lost a bit of time, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, saved a little bit by having the pit window open, which is a little bit of better news for them. So, 51.48.
And in come GRD as well, and yet no fuel for GRD, as I suspected. So Team GRD from second position are making their penultimate pit stop. Simon Rudd gets in for the final time. The team are waving him on, but he's not got the belts done up yet. The door's closed now, away he goes, and the number 1 car back out into the fray. And Rejoy, this is going to be close actually with the Vape Club car. The Vape Club car, which has got Ted Bradbury in it, I think is going to be just behind GRD heading into the banking, but that's significant. That could be for the race lead, Richard.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, isn't it? Simon Rudd and Ted Bradbury. And they will race each other. No, make no mistake about that. They will get stuck in and have a go at each other. Bradbury, will he be mindful of the fact that changing over to yourself is slower? He needs to get into the lead and get away. We know that GRD are very slick.
Well, they are, and they might have a fuel advantage here, GRD, remember. I'm not convinced that Vape Club are going to be able to do this final stop without fuel. They might have put enough fuel in this time to get to the end, but that's part of the reason that they've lost the lead, I think, because they've spent longer in the pit lane than GRD, who had a dry stop. So there you can see them just disappearing out of shot, the Vape Club 212 machine chasing down GRD, so Ted Bradbury with Simon Rudd to try and catch up to. And there they go, flashing through screen, the blue and white number 1, the white, pink and yellow number 212, and that I think is going to become the net battle for the race lead once the leaders pit in a lap or so.
I think you're right. That's once they're up to speed, they go across the line now. So the leaders beginning to close up. Simon should be up to speed by now. The gap is GRD 28-29. Yep, only a second or so between the pair of them.
Yeah, so that's going to be, well, let's see whether Bradbury is quicker than Simon. I mean, that's not a guarantee. We know Ted is quick, but Simon's not slow, is he? And he's certainly not going to roll over when Ted gets there. So, well, they're actually together going up the back straight, so I think maybe Ted could be close enough to make the move this time. We're following here the battle for second at the moment. Uvio are back ahead of Sheridai's, but into Rocket, we've got the, there in the top of shot, just caught a glimpse of them. Ted Bradbury going for the move, and there's almost contact between them. Ted Bradbury knew the significance of that, didn't he? And he has got back ahead of the GRD car.
How happy is Simon Rudd going to be about that? Because that was a barrel down the inside, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I've seen worse.
Yeah, 100%, because you get fired off. But
well, yes, I suppose you're right. I've seen Riley Phillips get involved in similar situations to that, I will say.
Yes.
And, you know, that's, which, not complaining. We love it. We love a little bit of close quarters racing. Uvio in for their penultimate pit stop, but there is Riley Phillips, and he is going to get ahead of the Uvio car then. So Uvio with a bit longer in the pit lane. I think they took some fuel there, didn't they, the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. And so there goes Bradbury. There behind him is Simon Rudd, and there in the background was the fabulous Randaccio driven Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car back out into the race. So the last ingredient we need to add to this already pretty spicy mix is the Rob Boston Rare Vinyl car. They're going to be pitting this time around from the lead. Where do they come out in relation to this group of cars at the front? That's going to be fascinating.
It's great when you get the shots that Alpha are giving us as the drivers, you know, when you actually see them in the car. And Ted Bradbury was very animated as he came down the hill through the bus stop into that last corner. And you could almost see him looking over. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And now Simon Rudd's got back on it. So he's taken the challenge back to him. He's just taken stock of what happened on the previous lap, and he's not being left.
Leader is in, Richard, so there it is, right on cue. The 169 car is in. They've got fuel waiting, interestingly. So I think this is going to be a slightly slower pit stop. Now they're right at the pit exit end of the pit lane. I'm going to watch out of the window. Here comes Ted Bradbury with Simon Rudd latched onto his rear bodywork. They haven't yet started the driver change down at Rob Boston Racing. It's James Riley getting into the car. I don't think they're going to get this done before Bradbury goes through. In fact, they're not. Bradbury is going through now. So Ted Bradbury there goes through to reclaim what will be the lead of the race, with Simon Rudd going with him. And in fact, Sherrodise are going to get out in front of Rob Boston as well. So Rob Boston Racing are going to be in about 5th position, I think, when all is said and done. And this is the advantage to getting those fuel tanks filled earlier in the race. They couldn't have known there was going to be a safety car, but the fact there was a safety car has massively played into the hands of those that dumped the fuel in at half race distance.
Well, Rob Boston Racing, of course, new to the championship. I know he was so excited about coming and joining. Had a conversation with him at Croft and told me that he was coming in, so it was really great to hear that. Abby Eaton just popping a move there as they head up towards Rocket as well. So what are you going to do? I mean, I was going to say, will we see Simon Rudd try and make the move? He will. He'll want the lead and want to try and get in front here of Ted Bradbury. So this is in many respects what you don't see in a lot of championships, is the front runners getting to go head to head.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been treated to that a few times in this race. It's been one of those races where none of the potential winners have dropped out, have they? In other Fun Cup races this year even, we've had early drama which has taken leading contenders out. Look at this afternoon's race when GRD was spun and they sustained damage early on, and that was it. They were out of contention then for the rest of the race, whereas here they are well and truly in contention. And if the other teams are going to beat them, they're going to have to put in a near perfect performance in order to snatch the win away from them. It's a proper battle of the very best in Fun Cup, this, and that's why it's been so entertaining.
GRD, Simon Rudd is so fired up. He had his best lap of the race on the previous tour. Just looking at that, went green there on the timing screen, and this is firing him up, having Ted Bradbury in front of him.
And he's only just in front of him at this stage. I think Simon's close enough here, if he wants to make the move. This will be telling, won't it? Does he go for the move, or does he sit behind? Well, there's your answer. Pulls alongside Ted Bradbury and looks to the outside line for the lead of the race with 45 minutes to go. Bradbury's not going to roll over, though. He's lit on the brakes, stops the car just in time for the corner, runs a bit wide, but that's okay. The next corner's a right-hander, and that will be advantage Bradbury. But that rather answered my question, didn't it? Simon Rudd does want the lead, and he might yet get it, Richard.
He may well get it. That is what our good friend John McCall up and under. Without the Eddie Waring. Again, you won't know Eddie Waring, but John and I have been talking all about that when you've been absent doing GTs.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Simon Rudd, look at that. This is what we wanted, the battle for the lead, and now it's going to be Ted's turn to chase.
Yes, and this is good news, isn't it, for the cars behind, for Uvio, for Sherrodise, for Signature RV, who have still got Marcus Clutton waiting to go. Remember, John Whitehouse is in the car now, but Marcus Clutton will be in 15 minutes' time or so. They could still be a contender if the leaders start tripping over each other, which they are a little bit. Their last laps were not particularly quick because of that exchange at Rocket. It could invite others into the party.
Fascinating to watch, and is Ted going to just sit back for a few laps, take stock, have another go, as perhaps we saw Simon Rudd do? Simon's move, I've got to say, the cleaner of the two.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
He'll take that. Ted won't give a monkeys about it. I love both of them. They're both great guys and great racers.
But it's interesting, isn't it? They are different people. They've got different attitudes to racing. They're different experience levels. Ted is still so close to the beginning of his racing journey, whereas Rudd's been around for a long time.
He won't thank you for that. He's painting him.
I'm calling you experienced, Simon, not old, experienced. And that experience is telling. That's why he's a reigning champion. But different mindsets, slightly different driving style. Simon's capable of getting his elbows out, don't get me wrong, but Ted only seems to know that setting, doesn't he? He's just always on attack, and it's so exciting to watch.
It is very exciting stuff. 43.37. I didn't write the driver changes down after that, so it's all settled down. So need to do my fourth stop stats.
Well, let me help you with that.
Thank
Then
you
I'll give you a
much.
top 10 rundown, shall I? Team GRD then lead the way. Simon Rudd, as discussed, is in that car. Ted Bradbury in the 212 car in second position. Uvio Hoppens Motorsport, that's Fabulous Randaccio in third. And Sherrodise UK, number 251 in fourth position. That car driven by Peter Belshaw. Then it's Rob Boston Rare Vinyl. They drop down to fifth with that lengthy fuel stop. but should now be fueled to the end, I think, the 169 car. That car now driven by James Riley. 6th position for Signature RV. That, as I just said, is John Whitehouse. Axiometrics, number 103, they're up in 7th position. That car driven by Will Smith. And in 8th place, number 14, Greenheath, having a better time of it this time with Paul Turner at the wheel. Track Focused in 9th position, number 49 is Sean Cooper, and the top 10 completed by Sunoco Racing. They've had a solid race this time around so far. Anyway, it's Anders Hildebrand in for the final time, with Phil Keane to take over for the final set of pit stops. We've got 42.5 minutes left of this enthralling 4th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And it's only half a second separating the top 2 teams, and only another 5 seconds back to UVA Hoffman Motorsport in 3rd, who are quicker at the moment than the cars ahead of them fractionally. Fabulous Randaccio taking a 10th or 2 out of the 2nd place car last time by. But Team GRD then establishing themselves out in front. I sort of expected Ted Bradbury to get back ahead of Simon on that lap, but he wasn't able to. So Simon Rudd then establishing the lead, and actually establishing an 8/10 of a second lead at the end of that previous lap. And that's pretty impressive for Simon. He's up for the fight. There's always a certain element of pride among Fun Cup drivers. Every couple of years there's a new hotshot that comes into the championship who sort of takes the unofficial mantle of fastest driver on the grid. For years it was Nigel Greensall, and then we had a few of the younger drivers start to come in, as we get a replay here of how Simon Rudd got the lead. I'll get back to that point in a moment. It was a great move on the outside, wasn't it, into Rocket?
Yeah, superb stuff. Makes the move, goes for the switchback, isn't quite going to work there, and then just spots the gap, has the momentum out of that Rocket hairpin, and then down the inside, down towards Peel.
Yeah, really well executed, patient move, and it looked like Bradbury was going to do the same thing to him actually coming out of Peel, but Simon was committed then into the left-hand part of the corkscrew and managed to keep Ted Bradbury behind him. That's the part of the circuit at which Ted had a nasty crash a couple of years ago, didn't he? In his debut season, I think, of Fun Cup, went off into the barrier and either broke or badly sprained his wrist. He hit the wall.
Remember
and
that.
it was,
right.
Well, whatever his first season was, 2 or 3 years ago now, as the car hit the tyres. It wasn't a big hit, but it whipped the wheel out of his hands, and Ted hurt himself. I think had to miss a race, I seem to recall, that year. Jamie, I'm sure, will be correcting me if I'm wrong as we speak, that's it'd be nice to see him bounce back from that. He was fresh into Fun Cup at that point. It was only his 2nd season of racing anything, of course, in 1 year of Mazdas, and then straight over into Fun Cup, where he's very much made a name for himself as now, sort of unofficially, the fastest driver on the grid. But for the last few years, that's been Riley Phillips, and there are other drivers now that want to try and prove themselves against the likes of Ted Bradbury. So actually, what Simon Rudd is doing in this stint is going to mean quite a lot to Simon. To be keeping Ted at arm's length is not easy to do.
Simon's could have been a great peddler, whatever he's been in. I'm mindful of stuff that I've covered that he's been in. He was good in Ginetta, sensational for a couple of seasons in Focus Cup as well. And when you think about that, 2 completely different disciplines. Out and out sports car racing to front wheel drive, effectively production saloon car racing with Focus Cup. Whatever you put him in, a little bit like who's the lad that won the TTs and the Hondas and is now in Minis. Matt Luff. A bit like him. Whatever you stick him in, he just turns up at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Really nice guy, Matt, as well. I'd love to have him in Fun Cup, actually. He's never done any endurance racing, to my knowledge, but I reckon he could be tempted.
I'll have a word with Mr. Shortle, his manager, and say, there we go, there's a driving partner there. For Jamie Peters-Ennis, when I was catching up with him at the BTCC at Snetterton, said that he's been maybe talking about Aidan Hills coming in.
Oh, that would be good.
Aidan Hills and Matt Luff. How about that?
Paul Rose won't be happy.
Wave goodbye at 10k.
Yeah, definitely.
But then we've said that before, and you come up with these dream pairings, and none of them can do it.
Yeah, we've had stars from Ginetta Junior Racing, British touring car champions have come and given this a go, and not quite been able to do it. It's not easy.
Aidan and Matt, though.
Potent pairing, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, let's work on it. I'll speak to them, and I'll put a word in, and maybe I'll get a share of the 10k if they win it.
The only thing is Rick Shortler turned up at the wrong track. Do you know Rick?
I've met him a couple of times, yeah. Quite a character.
He's a sorry, Rick, if you're listening. We had him down for like the Matt Hyde and Simon Rudd thing with the co-commentary in the esports Formula Ford, and he was going to, as he was an old Formula 4 driver, and he just couldn't get the hang of Discord, so he couldn't quite make it, bless him.
To be fair, I'm not great with it either, so I feel for him there. It's a young man's game, is sim racing, and indeed the internet. Right, back to the race. 1.6 seconds Simon Rudd's taken out of Ted Bradbury. Now, I don't want to diminish Simon Rudd's achievements here, because I do think he's going very well. His lap times are strong. He's in the 18s. I wonder whether there's a bit of fuel saving going on for Bradbury here, because they must be touch and go on whether they need any more fuel at the next stop. If he can save some fuel in this stint, even if they do need a splash at the final stop, it might only be a splash, and he probably backs himself to still have a go at the GRD car in the final stint, even if he gives a couple of seconds away now. It's purely hypothetical, that, but I wonder if there's some truth to that.
That's interesting conjecture, isn't it? That could well be the case. It's going to be interesting either way. Having seen him go wheel to wheel and battle and swap places with Simon Rudd, to do the same with Riley Phillips a little bit later on. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
That's a fight I'd buy a ticket for. Ted Bradbury and Riley Phillips, isn't it? Bit of damage here on the Demon Tweaks number 207 car. 12th position they're running at the moment. The better placed of the two Demon Tweaks cars, after the 209 had its issues earlier on with the damage, and I think a penalty I seem to remember, but a little bit of bodywork trailing on the right rear corner. GCI go through. They've had their issues with the left rear puncture earlier on, and they've got Greenheath behind. Really nice feel-good story this for Greenheath, because they, after the issues they had in the first race earlier on with well, we won't go over it again to spare Gary's blushes, but the delay they had early in race 1, if they can get themselves a top 10 here, and they could still be on for a Masters podium, remember, the pink highlighted numbers on your timing tower, they're all Masters competitors, which means they've got at least one driver in the driver lineup over the age of 45, I think. I always forget this number.
55.
55, there we go.
As at the 1st of January.
Well, there we go, thank you. I'm glad you're paying attention. So if you have one driver in your lineup over the age of 55, you're automatically entered into the Masters category. There are lots of them. I think the majority of the grid these days actually is entered into Masters.
And that's actually quite a high benchmark age-wise. A lot of championships will do it over 40.
It is, yeah,
So
exactly.
55 is...
Yeah, absolutely. And yet, look at them. A Masters car leading. We've got 7 of the top 10 cars are Masters cars. But yeah, Greenheath could yet get a Masters podium, and they'd absolutely love that, I think, after what happened earlier on today.
That doesn't look too good, does it? Back end of that hanging off.
They're just trying to hang on to the pit stops, aren't they, I guess?
Is that going to be a meatball at some point? I suppose there's no danger of it. The worry is, does it hit a marshal's post? It's not going to hit race fans, but...
No, or does it fall off and get stuck under the wheel or in the wheel assembly, because it is dragging on the ground just in front of that right rear wheel, isn't it? But if they can just get through the next 5 minutes, they can come in and fix that during the mandatory stop rather than
That's true.
making an unnecessary stop. That's what they're hoping for. Whether that happens, we'll have to wait and see.
It's only 5 minutes to go to the final round of pit stops. And again, these races go so very, very quickly, don't they? The light disappearing, the racing laps are going to be disappearing as well. When are the teams staying over tonight, or are they and then going home tomorrow, or are they going to?
Maybe some of the Southerners,
some.
yeah, might do. JPR, of course, are based in Cheshire, so they're not a million miles away. Quite a lot of the teams based in the northwest, but teams like GCI, I'm pretty sure they're based down south, aren't they? So yeah, they may choose to. It's a late finish, isn't it? 10 o'clock. By the time you've packed up, it's going to be well gone 11. So I suspect you might be right. The bodywork has become detached. Look on the Demon Tweaks car. So the danger of a meatball flag, black and orange flag, I think reducing now as the lead gap continues to go out. 2.8 seconds now. If it is fuel saving for Bradbury, I think he'll be getting a bit concerned at just how far ahead the leading car is getting. But I suppose things will all become clear when they do make that final stop. But yeah, it looks good for GRD at the moment.
Yeah, Simon will be pleased with this session before. I'm guessing he will do a standard kind of 30-minute one, maybe get Riley Phillips out straight away, rather than he won't leave it till the end of the changes.
No. We've had this conversation before, though. Simon's not really a lot slower than Riley Phillips, is he?
No,
so certainly when he's on form, which he clearly is today. So that again gives them that freedom, doesn't it, to time the pit stop not around who's in the car and who's getting in, but around things like traffic and track position and fuel mileage, that kind of thing. So yeah, we'll see what they choose to do. Back out across the line comes this GCI Greenheath battle. It's not for position, this, but they are clearly of a similar pace. The closest battle for position is for 6th position, actually. Axiometrics are catching and I think about to overtake. In fact, they've just overtaken Signature RV going up the back straight towards Rocket, the orange car, just ahead of the blue and orange car. So Signature RV fall down to 7th place now. Axiometrics 103 car driven by Will Smith for this penultimate stint. There he goes, right on cue. And the Axiometrics machine jumps up an extra place, but I still maintain that we shouldn't count Signature RV out here. Marcus Clutton is rapid. If we get a safety car especially, he's going to be a factor, and we nearly had one because we had a spin then at the corkscrew for the 246, not 246, 248, I beg your pardon, which is the hire car of Avery Baker and Toby Hall. Toby enjoying his second ever motor race, although not enjoying having a spin at the corkscrew, I'm sure. Thankfully, though, got the car going.
Do you remember who got him in? Was it Taste Today or...?
No, I'm not sure, actually. Just a Jamie question, maybe. Jamie's been speaking to him, I think. Yeah, Toby with Avery Baker, his teammate. Avery, I think, is Canadian, isn't he? And I don't know whether he travels over here to the UK or whether he now is based over this way. I've heard both versions of that story today, but either way, he's more of a historic racer, and Toby is new to this completely. And where are they running at the moment? 248. They are in 16th place, which is not bad going. They're only a couple of laps down, I think, which for a relatively inexperienced Fun Cup team with such a competitive grid as this is pretty impressive.
So this is I always get me licenses in Mondays. This is National A.
Yes.
That's the basic one, and then you go to National B and then International.
Yes, I think so, yes. Is A before B? Yes, it is.
In the alphabet, yeah. I don't know about license-wise. I should know, as my son's about to go and get one, but...
really? Where's he hoping to do some racing?
I don't know. I mean, he'd like to do Legends cars. A bit expensive for him, but I'm trying to steer him towards C1s.
Right, okay.
So either an endurance, share the experience with some other drivers, or maybe have City Car Cup. Told him to get down to his local college and get them to build him a car, you know.
Oh, well, watch this
something
space.
like that. Yeah, he definitely wants to have a go.
And is this a 2027 project or a bit?
Yeah, 2027. He won't do it this year.
Interesting. Okay. Well, best of luck to him. Hope he can get that sorted.
It'd be nice. Whatever he does, I won't be able to commentate on because it's not. I wouldn't want the conflict.
Of course.
But so as long as he's not on the touring car package, he won't.
Yes, then you're out of a job.
He can do Carrera Cup. That's all right.
Yes. So here comes the Rob Boston car. This is for position. This is 4th place. The Rob Boston car slipping through on the inside of Sherrodice. That is James Riley, isn't it, in the 169 car. Sherrodice is Peter Belshaw again. Yes, with Matt Hyde to take over for the final stint. They are about 17 seconds off the lead, this pair. But again, possibly will gain a bit of time in the final pit stop, depending on how much, if any, fuel they need to add on. Greenheath being warned about track limits now, by the way. So Greenheath with a black and white warning flag. The last thing they want to do is pick up another penalty when they're on course for potentially a strong result here this evening.
What are the main corners for limits here? What are the
Church, definitely.
Yep.
And I think the exit of the final corner and turn 1 as well.
So is that exit of Church?
Exit of Church,
right.
Yeah, that's... I mean, most
not
of
the
it,
apex.
No, although I have seen people do that,
yeah.
But it doesn't tend to end well. It's pretty self-policing here, though. If you do start running out beyond the edge of those curbs, you're straight into the grass. And if you look at the exit of all of those corners, the grass is littered with bits of front splitter. So if you do start exceeding track limits, I'm not convinced you gain a lasting advantage from it, but rules are rules, I suppose.
I'm guessing down here as well on the
exit of the last corner. Yeah, definitely. That's where, as you can see, looking out of the window, where quite a few people have been grass tracking. Scene of destruction left behind. Lots of souvenirs for the marshals at the end of the day. Oh, is this a problem? It is a problem for the 158 car. Is that bodywork rubbing, or is that something more sinister?
I think the gate of the car tells me it's bodywork, but I might be wrong.
Something did fall off it, though. A coil or a spring or something, and they're not pitting, interestingly. So that suggests maybe it is just bodywork. The brake lights just came on the safety car as well, just to that concerned me ever so slightly.
The pit window's open as well, isn't it? So could have done that.
There is a car stranded at the... Yes, yellow flags at Rocket. Here we go again. So there's a car stuck at Rocket Corner. We believe maybe some contact was involved. That could explain why the 158 car is smoking from the right front corner, left front corner.
That could be it.
So, okay, we're straight into a pit window, though, so we won't get a safety car until after the pit window, I suspect. But this could give us a real grandstand finish, and all of a sudden, all of those conversations, Richard, about who needs to take fuel and how much time that might lose you, it might not matter if we get a safety car.
No. Do we welcome Alan Gow as the new race director here? Is this what... we don't need an Alan Gow, do we, with Fun Cup?
No scripting required.
Because we've got the Roses that do the business themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Greenheath in, they're a lead lap car, but the leading cars, I suspect, are going to stay out for a little bit longer. Who's gone missing then? Who's slipping down the timing tower? That's my question. Nothing's immediately jumping out at me, if I'm honest. Yes, there are marshals running to wherever... yes, I can see a driver.
Oh, there we go.
And a roof. A red roof? An orange... Oh, it's Abby. It's Abby, I think. Is that
Cornwall
Abby?
Red Roof, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's in Cornwall,
It is,
Red Roof.
Yes.
Is that Abby Eaton?
I think it's Abby Eaton. It looks like I think that's Abby Eaton's helmet. Yes, Clapham North. Clapham North on the race overalls. So I think that's Abby Eaton, who was pulled over, thankfully, in a very safe place, but unhelpfully, very close to the barrier, so we can't see the car. But the marshals there signalling that the car needs a tow. They will, as I said, I'm pretty sure, wait until after the pit window is done. But then that car is going to need to be recovered. Abby is helped down off the tyre wall by the marshals. That's a real shame. Another half-decent result, really, that slipped away for Clapham North. They were on the lead lap. They were in contention for a decent top 10 finish, but... mechanical drama seemingly taking them out of contention.
Demon Tweaks and GCI getting stuck in.
Yeah, GCI. Oh, there's more bodywork peeling off this 207 car now. The GRD car is in. GRD is in. So Simon Rudd to hand over to Riley Phillips. I don't see any fuel waiting. So the number 1 car into the pit lane.
Just going to watch how quick this is. In and out. Yeah, it's belts on. One would imagine this is going to be the lead car at the end as well. There we go. Bang. That's how you do it.
Yeah, that was slick, wasn't it? The car that led the race by about 3 seconds in the end when it came in.
And this is the thing, going back to the 3-driver debate. You've got to do it with different combinations, the in and out, with different, more combinations to do it with.
Yeah, and every driver might have their own seat insert that needs to be taken in and out. And it's there's something to be said actually for having drivers of similar builds and similar heights getting into the car, because that's one less thing you have to do. It's the kind of stuff that doesn't matter if you have minimum pit stop times, but here every second counts. But GRD, they're so slick, they've got this down to a fine art, and they've released the car into some nice clean air as well, helpfully. So no traffic around. Snapped throttle cable for the Clapham North car, Jamie reports. So the cars all have ship-to-shore radio, so the drivers can talk to the teams and report back. We've had a spin at the corkscrew I've just spotted, car rejoining. I think it's the 109 car, Morpheus, in the hands of Steve Walton. It was, and he rejoins right behind the new race leader, Ted Bradbury. So that would have been a scare for Ted as he came down the hill and found a car very slowly picking its way back onto the track.
Yeah, Ted in traffic at the moment. Now, he could really sort of pick his time, can't he, to take the stop. But if he was in a bunch of traffic, might decide to come in earlier and get it out of the way.
Yeah, nips up the inside of Greenheath. I was chuckling at the 207 car and dressing itself down the back straight. Another bit of bodywork flew up into the air and smacked the front of a car behind. It won't have done any major damage, but it would have caught the attention of the driver in the chasing car, that's for sure.
Actually, Ted's not worried about traffic anyway. He's not going to. If he's in traffic, he's not going to worry about coming in because he'll just pass it.
He's not in it for long, is he? Normally,
no,
Ted Bradbury, and he indeed did get past the Greenheath car quite quickly. Into the garage goes the G-Force car, so that was some more significant damage, I think, there done as Greenheath go very wide at Rocket.
They nearly forgot to close the door before it hit them.
That would have been embarrassing. They avoid any further damage being done as the cars continue to file into the pit lane. Sunoco racing in from 10th. The 209, 249 Demon Tweaks car is in from the 14th place. They pit.
So we're going to have a safety car at the end of this to recover the Clapham North car as it goes off for its MOT.
Yes, and just in the nick of time, potentially. I don't know is the honest answer. The safety car is being prepared, that which I can tell you. When those lights came on, that meant they'd fired the engine up. They'd been put on standby as Ted Bradbury has a huge moment out of the first corner.
That's what you were saying about track limits, isn't it? You know, go too far, not saying there necessarily, but...
Yeah, that was flirting with it, wasn't it? as to whether that would catch the attention of it's the marshals. I don't think they've got sensors here like they do at some other motorsport vision circuits, but the marshals will be monitoring this. Harder to see, I suppose, when it gets dark, so you might be able to get away with a bit more track limits at this time of day. To answer your question, I don't know whether we'll have a safety car. The car's well out of the way, and we're so close to the end now. Whoa! As Tropical Rocket Racing have spun at Rocket, at the Corkscrew, beg your pardon. Not Rocket, that's where they've done all of their overtaking today, but the Tropical Rocket car is off, and there are other cars going off in avoidance at the Corkscrew here, so this is another car now potentially stuck. I don't think that car... Now remember, Tropical Rocket, they've been struggling to fire up after the pit stops, but miraculously they've got going this time. That's ironic, isn't it? When they're nowhere near the assistance of the pit crew, they have managed to get the car fired up, and they will continue on their way. To have a third attempt at answering your question. Because we're so close to the end of the race, they might choose to leave the Clapham North car there. The only reason we ever get safety cars for cars, even if they're well out of harm's way, is so that the teams can fix the car, get back out on track.
Yeah, race is done now, isn't it?
More
Pretty
or
much.
less, yeah. So
And if it was a safety issue, they called the safety car anyway.
Of course, yes, but I don't think this is. I think it's well out of harm's way. Abby's done a good job with a snap throttle cable to pull the car out of harm's way. This is close. This is GRD, and this is Rob Boston Racing. This is for position, although Rob Boston owes a pit stop, so they're nearly a full pit stop behind GRD.
Wow, that's turned around, isn't it?
Really quickly, yeah, because of, again, the longer pit stop for Rob Boston and the dry stops. The last two stops have been without fuel for GRD, and you're now starting to see the time you gain from that.
Yeah, Riley Phillips takes no prisoners, does he? Who's going to make the move now? So, heading up the hill, outside line as they come up towards Rocket, and yeah, easily done in the end. Well, not easily, but he makes it look easy.
He does. To Riley, that was a pretty much a problem-free pass, that, wasn't it? Just slipstream straight past the Rob Boston car, which will have Will Blackwell Chambers in again for the final stint momentarily. Interesting that they're stretching James Riley's stint onwards. Will and Tom, his teammates, more established championship-winning drivers, aren't they? James, in fact, I had a message earlier that I meant to read out from Simon Waterfall, who races in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, and he said James Riley only first drove Anglesey at a test for that team, the team that Simon runs with, which is run by a good friend of mine, Civic Cup driver, Josh Bromley. There we go, Bromley Motorsport.
Okay. Oh, does he?
Yes, races for him, and drove here at Anglesey in a test before Race of Remembrance, so doesn't know the track particularly well, but Simon says he goes well in the dark, does James, so that's why maybe they should have put him in for the final stint. Simon says
there aren't many dark races over this.
No, I suppose Race of Remembrance was his chance to gauge that. Maybe he went quicker in the dark than the daylight.
What have we got? Yeah, Race of Remembrance, Citroen 24 hours and C1 24 hours, and that's
yes, of course, and this one, and this is only really into the dusk these days. They moved this race earlier by an hour because it adds actually some real complications in. If you run fully into the dark, there are extra regulations the cars and drivers have to meet to be able to race in the dark. It used to mean they had to have a qualifying session on the Friday night to qualify the drivers to run in the dark. Even though only one driver was going to have a nighttime stint, they still had to run a whole extra session. So it was not ideal. Is that car crabbing? Is the Vape Club car crabbing? As it came towards us then down the pit straight, it looked like it was at a funny angle, and rarely Kieran Mogg, our producer, is agreeing with me. I can tell you that doesn't happen every day, so maybe I'm onto something. I think that car is at a slightly jaunty angle, Richard.
I love a jaunty angle. Let's have a look and see whether... I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more obvious down the straight. Let's see as it goes away from us. It's turning, of course, which doesn't help, but yeah, I think it's a little bit... What's that? Right hand down, maybe. So has he had a knock somewhere with someone?
We've seen him off the tracks a couple of times. If you do it on the wrong bit there, you can see the undulations of the curbs can upset the car in the long term. But Ted will know that. Ted will. But then it's 6 hours of racing.
Yeah, true.
You know, he hasn't done 6 hours, but he's done full 3 hours, which is
exactly. He's this is the kind of thing that someone like Ted will be able to drive around, but it might just cost him a couple of tenths a lap, and remember he dropped back from GRD a little bit in that previous stint to the tune of 3 seconds. He's in. He had to be in because the pit window is closed. He almost loses it coming into the pit lane. That was the most aggressive pit entry we've had so far. That was very jaunty. There is no fuel, significantly. It's a dry stop, so if he was saving fuel, that could be crucial because they believe they can get him to the end. However, through goes Riley Phillips. Riley Phillips has just gone past the pit lane. There he is, coming across the line. So Riley Phillips to the lead, and Ted Bradbury's got to go the full length of the pit lane now at pit lane speed. He will rejoin in second place with the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, interestingly not far behind, but some way back from the leader. That's more than 3 seconds, so I wonder if that car is starting to lose pace maybe, if it is indeed crabbing down the straights.
Could well be, couldn't it? So we're into the final 17 minutes of our second race. We've got more great rounds to look forward to. I'm looking forward to Brands.
Yes.
And I think Silverstone. I'll double check they haven't double booked, but
come along anyway. We'll find space on the team for you, Richard. Always a pleasure.
I would love to. Always enjoy Fun Cup wherever it is. As we watch. It was interesting to watch. That was a very quick in and out stop actually by Ted.
Yeah, it was. Didn't hang around, did he? But they did lose a bit of time to GRD. It wasn't quite as quick, maybe, as to our point earlier on, as a traditional driver swap pit stop. Sounds odd, doesn't it? You think it's quicker to keep the same driver in, but for the reasons we described earlier on, that's not really the case. I'm beginning to wonder, though, whether... Because Ted at first was matching Simon Rudd's pace, and then there was a point, wasn't there, where he started to drift by 5 tenths a lap. I wonder if that's when this slight tracking issue arose. If we get the head-on shot down the main straight here, we might be able to have a look. Here he comes. Is the car crabbing? Definitely.
It is, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. So that is... that's going to be slowing him down. There's no two ways about it. He's 9 seconds behind the race leader. He's got 16 and a half minutes to try and bridge that gap, and he's got a car that's not exactly in showroom condition. If he wins this race, he's earned it, hasn't he?
He will have done, yep, very definitely. I don't think he's going to, though. 16 minutes on the clock. UVO Hoffman's in their new 403 car, still running in third. So do they carry on in the 403 car now for the rest of the year?
That's the plan, I believe, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Makes sense.
Keep scoring points for car 403. And they could get second here. If Ted's struggling, then that's only, a 4 second, just under 4 second gap between the Vape Club and UVO. So Farchini, now in the UVO car, could be able to get second place. I don't think the Anglesey double is doable, but a win and a second is a good haul of points if they can do it.
It would be. And he's only, as they went through Rocket, he's probably the complex behind. So in with the shout of closing up. Amazing, isn't it? 20 to 10, still got light. You think you were watching in the afternoon.
Yeah, I've had certainly gloomier afternoons here in Anglesey over the years where visibility has been poor. I can still see the Welsh mountains off in the distance. That's a good sign that the weather is fair. If you can't see those mountains, it's time to duck for cover because there is weather incoming and it's not pleasant normally. So Bradbury, half a second nearly slower than the leader that time. He's also getting boxed in by the Race Logic car here. Crucially, what are Bradbury's times like compared with UVO? Quicker by 4 tenths on that lap. So at the moment, it might be costing him a chance to chase after the leader, but he's not losing time to the car behind, and that is absolutely crucial. So second place at the very least, if he keeps that up, should be safe. Left rear suspension damage we're hearing from, I'm guessing Jamie, down in... Oh, no, who told you that, Kieran? Oh, camera operator. A very, very observant camera operator. It's Ian there. Well, he is very mechanically minded, is Ian?
So the team will be signing him up.
Yes, definitely. He's eagle-eyed. So rear suspension damage, whether through contact or just constant abuse of the curbs, we don't know. But the fact is that's going to cost them time, as is a stop-go penalty for the 109 car, Richard.
Very much so. Speeding in pit lane for 109, which is the FNS Morpheus Motorsport car. Outside, top 10, so that's going to knock them down on a little bit of points at the moment. But GRD still there as we watch Ted Bradbury, and we look for the UVO car. Comes into shot. Length of the home straight now?
Yes, or 3.7 seconds if you prefer. It came down by 6 tenths that time, so...
5 tenths the previous lap, 6 tenths that one.
Yeah, so interesting then. Bradbury losing a bit more time that time, 3.7 seconds. If you get within a second of the car ahead, you start to pick up a hint of a slipstream, and that will be it then. They'll be absolutely together.
Riley Phillips lapping in the 118s and 118.8, and Ted Bradbury 119.6, 119.0 for Uvia Hoffmans, as you said, 6/10. So
yeah, 6/10, 8/10 slower than the leader was Ted, and that isn't Ted Bradbury like pace, is it? As one of the marker posts gets kicked up there by
it's been there for nearly 3 hours,
and it's finally made its way onto the racing line. So that's an extra distraction for the drivers up at the top of the hill. The circuit will need a bit of a clean, won't it, after all of this? There's a lot of dirt, debris littering the side of the road. But marshals might be here bright and early tomorrow with the brushes to get the track ready for a busy day of action on day 2 of this Anglesey event. Lap time check, and it's down by another 4/10, so it's a consistent gain, this, isn't it, for Farkini? Is it enough, though? 4/5 a lap with 12 minutes to go. How many laps is that? That's 7 laps, 8 laps maybe to go. 7 laps more likely. It's going to be touch and go, isn't it?
it is. Yeah, we're going to get another grandstand finish.
Yes.
If there was a grandstand here.
Yeah, there isn't.
There was.
This is not the only circuit in the country without one, I guess. But
Pembrey.
Pembrey is being the other obvious choice. The only circuit in the UK I've not been to yet, Pembrey.
Have you not?
No.
Are you going to rush?
Into Rocket goes the Uvia Hoppers Motorsport car. I'm sure it's a lovely place, but Anglesey's closer to home if I'm going to choose one of the Welsh venues.
I've got to say, I miss it. I do miss going to Pembrey.
I'd like to tick it off the list.
Yeah,
It would be nice to do. It's the only car racing circuit. There are umpteen different karting tracks.
I think the main reason is probably a Bark track, isn't it?
I've had the opportunity through some of my Civic Cup work to go there.
Yeah.
It's always clashed with stuff, so never made the trip down to Pembrey. I could have gone a few weeks ago, but I was offered a chance to commentate on the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It was a tough decision.
Did you enjoy it?
But possibly more than a weekend at Pembrey. But that's nothing against Pembrey. Yes, it was a great weekend. Wasn't actually at the
Have
Nürburgring.
Fun Cup done Pembrey?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I guess if you're mostly a lot of northwestern teams, they don't really want to go
Certainly in the
down
early
there
days, yeah.
logistically, which is a pity because it'd be nice to have a Welsh Cup. Have an Anglesey.
You can pitch the idea to Paul.
I won't. No.
I'm not sure the pit lane. How big is the pit lane at Pembrey?
There's a big pit area. The lane's not that long, but there's a sort of assembly. Well, not assembly area. It's like a platform area behind it, which is quite big.
Okay.
So there is a big area there for teams to work and do stuff, but probably might not work.
Interesting. Okay. Well, who knows? Stranger things have happened. If you live near Pembrey and you want the Fun Cup to come to your neck of the woods,
send us a postcard.
Yes, send a postcard to Paul or Christy Rose and state your case.
From Mrs. Trellis in North Wales, and you won't know that reference either.
I'm ashamed to say no, I don't.
Addison would have got that, but
I'm sure he would. Of different generations.
Indeed.
Shall we move on? We've got 10 minutes to go. You can tell that we're at the end of a long day with the final 10 minutes of racing heading our way, and I think we are in for a grandstand finish in this fight for second place. The gap is only 2.5 seconds, and again it was 3/10 gain that time. Fun Cup have raced at Pembrey.
Is this Jamie?
Jamie and Marvin Hall, who for a long time was the photographer for Fun Cup, and he's helped out with a few of the teams in 2007. So before my time, but actually I didn't know that. I think they've only raced there once, maybe.
Is that not on your database?
No, see, I only go back to 2011, which is when it became a championship, because it's hard to find results from. It started back in 2002, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. Not all of the results are available. It would have affected the data, you see. But if anyone out there does have a full collection of Fun Cup results from 2002 to 2010, I'd gratefully take them off your hands. But
a lot of them looking at TSL going back don't have the drivers as well. They just have the teams, which is very difficult to work out who was in.
And I rely on things like lap charts for lead changes, safety cars on to it's something I've always meant to look into. But no, I decided just to go back to 2011. Jamie tells me all results back to 2002 are on TSL. If you can dig them out for me, Jamie, Be my guest.
I don't think the 2002 ones are.
No, I don't think.
I think the meetings are on there, but the results aren't.
He's getting his phone out now on the pit wall, desperate to prove me wrong. The checkered flag can't come soon enough. It's 8.5 minutes away, Jamie. You've got a bit of time to prove me wrong. Prove me and Richard wrong, actually. When I looked a year, or it was a couple of years ago, in fairness, maybe they've been added, who knows. Anyway, I'm sure the viewers at home are fascinated by this. 2.2 seconds is the gap, second to third. And it is then 13 seconds back to Sheridais in fourth position. Where is the closest battle then, I wonder? There's 1.2 seconds separating Greenheath and Axiometrics for seventh, but that gap's going out, not down. Just had a personal best lap for GCI Racing, who could still get back into the top 10 after that puncture. They're 11th at the moment. They're 6.8 seconds behind Sunoco Racing Team, but on the previous lap, 1.1 seconds quicker. So, yeah, they might just run out of time doing some quick maths, but GCI, the reason they're going quickly is that Craig Butterworth, who's in that car now, has tagged on to the back of Riley Phillips and has not let him go. They've been nose to tail since the start of the stint, and so any lap time Riley Phillips does, Craig Butterworth is matching, and that is a bit quicker than the Sunoco Racing Team car is doing, despite the fact that car's in the hands of Phil Keane, who, as we know, is pretty rapid.
Gap's definitely come down now, hasn't it? And it's clear track as well for the UVO car now, just to try and focus on. Any of you that have raced will know that once you've got that target in your sights, that is a big motivator. We saw that with Simon, didn't we, earlier on when he was closing in on this car as well. So this car's been a little bit of a target for cars from behind, and it looks to me like the UVO car is the body language of it is big chase here for the extra points to carry into the next round. Donington next?
Yes, I believe so, yeah. That's always a good one, Donington, the national circuit.
Yeah.
I think it's national. Has been for the last few years. We have raced on the Grand Prix circuit, but I think it's national. Track limits are a guidance only now, aren't they, up at Rocket? Now that floppy marker's gone, the fearsome floppy marker that was the only thing preventing them from cutting that corner, it's gone, and they're now fully grass tracking the inside line. But yeah, within a lap or so, I think Farkini's going to be within striking range, which gives me just enough time to admit through gritted teeth that Jamie is right. And the results for 2002 are on TSL. What caught us out is that it wasn't called Fun Cup back then. It was called the Uniroyal Team Challenge, which I hadn't.
But has he gone into the results, or is it just the
phone's going to come back out? No, he hasn't.
You see, the meetings are listed, but the results aren't there.
Yeah, so I'm not giving you that one yet, Jamie.
I'll accept the apology.
Now the phone comes back out. Excellent. 5.5 minutes to go.
Getting closer.
Yeah. Oh, Axiometrics are slowing. I've just spotted. They were in 8th position, Axiometrics, and they've just slowed, heading up the back straight towards Rocket. So drama maybe for the 103. There's a bit of smoke in the air is there as well on the school straight, which I think might have come from the 103 car, which is just touring through the Rocket complex now. So we'll get to that in a moment. They are checking the footage to see what happened there. Meanwhile, for second place, Richard, it's measured now in car lengths, not seconds.
Yeah, we've got to take our hat off to Ted Bradbury, haven't we? He's put up a really magnificent fight, kept it on track, fought on gamely. We'll probably get the third place. We've only got 4 minutes 58 to go, but Farkini closing in, and we'll know he sensed the blood at the moment of that P2, and after that win, inspired for them, isn't it? Changing the very clever reading of the rules.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's most people's opinion. I did ask the question of Christine Rose before whether there was a lot of anyone had any issues with it. He said no, not really. It's within the rules. They're entitled to do it, and they could now get second place here, which would be a nice haul of 65 championship points. It's worth 5 points, this overtake, which could be crucial. We've seen championships decided by less than that in the past, and they are alongside now. Ted Bradbury in a wounded Fate Club car is defending as best he can, but there's no doubt about which the quicker of these two cars is, although Farkini is on the grass coming out of Church Corner. That will hurt his run up the hill, but I think the power of the slipstream will mean he's still got half a chance in the braking zone at Rocket. Bradbury predictably defends the inside line, but is that suspension damage going to limit his braking capabilities? Not really.
No, Farkini having a look. Is he going to go for the cutback as Simon Rudd did on the earlier manoeuvre. Is there going to be a gap on the inside? No, there isn't. I'd say Bradbury wise to that this time. He's going to make him go around the outside as far as he possibly can.
Yes, he is. Farkini, though, is not an easy man to keep behind you. Ted Bradbury, is he up for the challenge? He's going to just about slide, literally, across the nose of the Uvio car. This is going to be a real battle, but with 3 minutes to go, he might as well try and keep Uvio behind. There's almost contact. There's a headbutt there nearly from Farkini through the final corner. Bradbury looking in the mirrors. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? He's on the outside, Ted, and looking to try and get a better run through the corner. You can see, though, Ted's got no mid-corner speed, has he?
No, he hasn't. That was a great exit out of the bus stop by Farkini, trying to get the momentum to maybe have a slice through on the inside. He's got to work the outside now of the banking. If it was wet, he would have made that move work there for sure. But then again, we might have seen Bradbury take a different line, and Farkini now outside as they come down through Church Corner onto the school straight. This is a great bit of defending, a lovely bit of racing between the pair of them.
Absolutely. Bradbury in a car that is wounded. We can see that quite clearly. If he can hang on to this, I'll be mightily impressed. Farkini's got a better run, though, this time out of Church. Goes to the outside into the braking zone. Bradbury won't brake until Farkini does, though. And again, sails on into the corner. But as long as he holds the tight line through the right-hander, you can get away without braking yourself a bit through the left because it gives you the defensive line into the next turn. And again, Bradbury keeps Farkini behind him.
Yeah, superb defensive stuff from him, but look at Farkini, the extra speed, super race between the pair of them. He's still on the right line as they head down into the corkscrew once again. This is what you want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, this is proper no-holds-barred racing. Farkini will be enjoying this as well. I can say that with some confidence. Whether he gets ahead of Ted or not, and he will, because Bradbury bounces over the grass, and that was the mistake. He was barely hanging on to the car, and off he goes. But all is not lost, because he will now be in the slipstream the next time we get onto the school straight. So unless Farkini can really gap him through these next two corners, which he can't by the looks of it, Bradbury having a little nibble into the banking, I suspect Ted might still have a chance to come back at him here.
He will certainly have a go. That move just showed me how much he was hanging on to that car, bouncing over the grass. Massive effort from him. Last lap board getting readied. Ted Bradbury, well, you know, he can throw caution to the wind here. He could have a good go, but the gap now is the toe will be broken soon. He's just losing out a little bit, but it's going to be a podium.
Oh, he's very late on the brakes, but yeah, you're right. A podium's still coming, but they would have loved to have had a chance to win this race, but certainly to keep Uvio behind. But I wonder how significant this result for Uvio could prove to be at the end of the year. Those extra 5 points for getting into second position. It doesn't feel like a lot right now, but every point matters there. It's a bit of a points deficit anyway, even after jumping into the 403 car. They are going to, I'm sure, really be happy to get the extra points here if they can hang on. Bradbury's not going away, though, is he? As we begin now, the final lap of the race.
Very, very close indeed. Bradbury's still trying, and that's what you want out of a driver. As you can see, the car crabbing down the straight, just loses the rear wheel onto the dirt. He'll lose a little bit more time as a result of that. Still trying hard, runs wider as they come out of turn one, down into the first hairpin for the last time, and he's still the Uvio Hoffman's car. We haven't seen Riley Phillips, of course, because we've been focused on this battle. Having said that, a switchback, he's got his lights on, last few corners.
Ooh, don't drive into the Sunoco car, Riley. Look at that mess behind. That's Green Heath and GCI all trying to knock lumps out of each other on this, the final lap of the race. But Riley Phillips just has to, casually lap Phil Keane on the final lap of the race, on course for yet another win for Team GRD. Race one by their very high standards was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? With the spin, the damage, and then really the final nail in the coffin was that late race penalty that knocked them out of the top 10. It's very rare for them to finish outside the top 10. But they are back to winning ways in race number 2. And Riley Phillips brings the car home, nearly loses it as he celebrates across the line. Riley Phillips still gives us something to get excited about on the run to the flag. And he, Simon Rudd and Chris Devell win for the third time in 4 races at the start of 2026. Who's going to be second? Bradbury's throwing everything at it through the last corner, but he couldn't quite get back on terms with Farkini, who will get second. Farkini and Fabulous Randaccio get a win and a second place from their Anglesey weekend, whilst Ted Bradbury and Vlad Vasiliev are at least on the podium, but they'll be ruining that damage they picked up at the end. Sherrodice, solid day for Sherrodice UK, who have a 4th place finish in the second race of the weekend, with Rob Boston Rare Vinyl completing the top 5. That was mightily entertaining, Richard.
Absolutely fantastic, and You know, all the Fun Cup races have been so there's so much to take out. It's just stuff to watch everywhere, stuff to enjoy everywhere. And the conclusion of another great round of the championship.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. GRD win by 19.2 seconds, but that doesn't really do that race justice. It was a proper Fun Cup race in that we, until the final stint really, always had a battle for the lead to enjoy, but GRD were in the end able to come home victorious by nearly 20 seconds over Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport in second. A wounded Vape Club Morpheus Motorsport car still manages to make the podium in third, and Cheradise UK a solid fourth place ahead of Rob Boston with Rare Vinyl. Signature RV in sixth position, and Greenheath did not get a Masters podium. They were fourth in Masters. I forgot about GRD, but still a solid result for Greenheath. Axiometrics 8th, 9th Track Focused, and 10th for the Sunoco Racing team.
GRD don't get on the podium for Masters, do they? Because they won.
No, you're absolutely right. So yeah, actually, if you win the race as a Master, you don't get classified as a Masters podium finisher. So yes, Greenheath will get third. Thank you, Richard. 11th for GCI Racing. They'll be disappointed with that puncture. They had really good pace in that final stint. In fact, they were matching Riley Phillips for much of the last half hour. FNS Morpheus Motorsport 12th after a penalty. Demon Tweaks 207 car with damage was 13th, and Seed Data 14th position in race number 2. 15th for the second of the Demon Tweaks cars, the 249. The 248 was 16th, and 17th for Fueled Up Racing, 18th Exposure Light, 19th Lee Tech after that early damage, and Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing classified 20th after stopping at the side of the road and causing a safety car. Race Logic 21st, G-Force 22nd, Tropical Rocket Racing 23rd, and Team Clapham North in 24th ahead of Team FFS, Red River Sport and Red River Sport. Not a good day for Red River Sport, I think it's fair to say. Both of their cars look retiring on the same lap of the race, interestingly. 96 laps ago, it was only a 128 lap race, which shows you just how early they fell out of contention.
Yep, disappointing day for them. Good day for us, thoroughly enjoyable, and we have got, as I say, Donington Park to look forward to next time. Podium presentations to look forward to as well. And thank you everyone for staying with us today. Been an absolute pleasure to see. We kick off quite early in the morning. In the meantime, Andy's had a quick disappearance. Let's go down to Jamie.
Thanks, guys. I'm down with Christopher and Simon Rudd, your winners of round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Boys, you didn't make that one easy for yourselves, did you?
We made it easier than we did this morning. I think after this morning, like I said to the boys and girls, I'll make up for it. And I think my second stint, the fifth stint, showed that. I think proved that I can do the second and the fifth stint, but we've still got the pace to be at the front. So yeah, look, it felt much smoother than this morning.
And Chris, this morning was not straightforward. Let's be honest, but nice to be back to winning ways.
Oh, fantastic to be back to winning ways. Fantastic to see Uvio up there and Vape Club up there and share the podium with them again. It didn't sit nicely this morning with everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, but this afternoon, or this evening should I say, sorry, it all went right and we're back to our winning ways, which is fantastic.
Donington next. You're going to start last for the 1 hour sprint, potentially same number of cars again. That one's going to be a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, but even when we're not winning, we still get pulled out of the back anyway, so it doesn't matter. We'll give it our best shot. We always have, we always wonder, but I think I'd rather win and start last and see what happens. But I'd like to blame Andy McEwen for our issues in race 1 after jinxing it this morning. So no chocolates for him anymore.
All right, and go and celebrate, boys. That's Christopher and Simon Rudd, your winners of round 4 of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Anglesey Circuit. And I will say my goodbyes from down here in the pit lane. I'll be passing the baton over back to Richard John Neal and John Ratcliffe tomorrow. Enjoy your day, and we'll see you at Donington.
Thanks very much, Jamie. Let's take a quick look back, shall we, then, at some of the highlights of what was a thrilling second race of the day. Racing into the evening for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, and it all started with a battle between Track Focused and Cheradise UK for the lead. It was the Track Focused car that got the early advantage, with Cheradise stepping into second position. Then, it was Sunoco who came through into third position, with the FFS car having a strong start. It was a very frenetic opening half an hour, as it often is, I suppose, in Fun Cup, but this second race of the day in particular saw a lot of quick cars starting right at the back of the field, and so it was a real charge through the order, some of them doing better out of that than others, as there was an early skirmish up at the Rocket Corner, which as always seems to be the case, was a real action hotspot in both races, in fact, here this afternoon. As the opening stint went on, the lead group showed no signs of separating, really, with the slipstream, as always is the case, keeping everyone nicely bunched together. There was, though, plenty more action up at the top of the hill. GCI there getting squeezed out wide, as in the early stages in particular, a lot of the front-running cars seem to be struggling to get the cars stopped up at Rocket. There's been a lot of headwind up there all day long, but that died down for this final race, and a few drivers were struggling to quite find their braking points. GCI, indeed only a couple of laps later, found themselves running wide at the same part of the track. Fabulous Randaccio was in the UVO Hoffman's Motorsports car for the opening stint, and he charged through the order. The race one winner starting 28th had to come all the way through the pack, and he got that car into the battle for the lead before the end of the opening stint. A remarkable performance. Abby Eaton was also on her toes, and for a time was leading Farchini up through the order, the pair of them gaining places lap after lap. Farchini eventually got past the former Mazda MX-5 Super Cup champion, and then narrowly avoided this contact, which unfortunately took the UVO PLR car out of contention. Damage to the left rear suspension put that car into the garage for an extended period. Then Tropical Rocket Racing were making their traditional moves around the outside into the Rocket complex, with this move made against the Sunoco Racing team to get the lead of the race in the opening exchanges. It was a brilliant three-way battle for the lead between those two and Sherrodise UK in that opening stint, as Abby Eaton continued to move forward and even enjoyed a battle with her old MX-5 sparring partner, Tom Roach. GCI Racing were battling away with UVO. It was Ian Wood in that car for the opening stint of the race, and Fabulous Randaccio in the UVO car. GCI second in the championship coming into this weekend, but would have some drama before the race was over, which unfortunately saw them drop just out of the top 10. UVO, the latest team to get the braking point slightly wrong up at Rocket Corner, but they were soon back on their toes. They lost the position to GCI as a result of that, and then the pair of them worked together to find a way past the 207 car. Then it was GCI's turn to get it wrong. They ran wide at the top of the hill, and back through went the UVO car. Clapham North then tried to take advantage of that. Abby Eaton in the 146 car still at this point. There was so much battling in this opening stint of the race. Then, as things started to cool down, we approached the first round of 5 pit stops that all of the teams had to make. The Rob Boston with Rare Vinyl car was a contender in those early stages as well, and the UVO machine were giving them a real workover to try and find a way through. This was now for a position inside the top 5, remarkably, as we finally made it in to the first round of pit stops. Most of the leaders coming in towards the end of the pit cycle. There was a difference in fuel strategies for many of the front-running teams. These 3-hour races give the teams actually a bit more flexibility with what they can do with fuel. 2 full tanks will get you the distance, but when you choose to put that fuel in, differed up and down the pit lane. GRD had their typical steady start to the race. Chris Duval doing his best to keep the car out of trouble, and they were busy trying to sidestep the worst of the drama. Chris here, fresh back out for the start of his second stint, had all of a sudden UVO and Vape Club queuing up behind him, along with GCI. He was slipping down the order, but crucially, an early safety car period had brought them from 40-odd seconds off the lead to be within 10 seconds at this stage. So Chris was doing exactly what he needed to do, staying with some of the quicker cars and not losing too much time to the leading group. He would have certainly had wide eyes when he saw some of this going on ahead of him, as Vape Club, GCI and UVO were trading positions and very nearly trading paint up at the top of the hill. UVO, not for the first time, outbraking themselves slightly into Rocket in this never-ending battle with GCI, 2 stalwarts of the championship, both former champions, and both desperately trying to get one over on each other. with constant passing and repassing, which has always been the Fun Cup way. Uvio eventually got the better of GCI in this battle, and then attention turned to Rob Boston Racing, who were clawing their way back, having lost a bit of ground in the pit stops. They were once again moving their way up through the top 10. Then Ted Bradbury had his first go in the Vape Club with EDF car and was battling Sherrodice UK for, this was the lead I think at the time. He sailed around the outside into Rocket, just kept the car within track limits and managed to get the position away. There was drama for Tropical Rocket Racing. They kept losing time in the pit lane, and a big part of the reason for that was that the car wouldn't fire up after each pit stop. And the 157 car at one point needed to be pushed the entire length of the pit lane in order to get going again. But thankfully they were able to get the car underway. There was another later safety car as a result of another car that had stopped out on track, the Team Viking with Ursus Capital Racing car, and that left us with about an hour of racing still to go. 2 more pit stops, the whole field bunched back together, and there was some really hairy moments as those competing for the win tried to negotiate each other and the lapped traffic. This was a brilliant battle between Uvio, Sherrodice and GRD heading into Rocket Corner, and all three of them in contention for a race win, knowing the significance of this battle, and the Uvio car, no matter who was in the car, always seemed to be moving forwards. But then they met the Uvio car, and that all of a sudden became a little bit harder to make the pass. Lots of grass being used at the top of the hill, but GRD were able to get through and then made fairly easy work in the end of Sherrodice UK to move to the front of the field. Another round of pit stops came, and there was drama for GCI. I said that they were running well earlier on. They were doing well in the points, but a left rear puncture unfortunately took them out of contention for a really good result, and they ended up in 11th at the flag. Into the closing stints of the race, the sun starting to set, visibility now starting to become a bit of an issue, and the sun eventually setting completely, the last half hour of the race taking place in the not quite full darkness but certainly dusk conditions, and the track temperature cooled off. The lap times got quicker. We had a new lap record set by Ted Bradbury to go nicely along with his lap records that he's been collecting with some real frequency over the last year or so. But that car was then battling with GRD, and this was significant. It was potentially going to be for the race win with still a pit stop to go. But neither Simon Rudd or Ted Bradbury wanted to give things up. Rudd had caught Bradbury, who had been a few seconds in front. There was a bit of talk at this point about Bradbury maybe saving fuel. He settled in line eventually behind Simon Rudd, and I thought he'd stay there until the final round of pit stops. But the car didn't seem to have the pace at this stage that it had earlier on. They did trade the lead a number of times in the penultimate stint of the race, but Simon was eventually able to get the lasting advantage, and that car would eventually hang on to claim the race win. And Bradbury's attention in his second part of a double stint at the end of the race would turn more to defending second place than chasing after the leader. It was a great tussle whilst it lasted, though. The GRD car took lap after lap to finally assert some dominance over the Vape Club machine, but it was multiple lead changes between the two of them, and it was one of those proper Fun Cup Anglesey battles which we've been treated to many a time down the years here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. GRD eventually then getting the better of that battle, winning the race, and in the end Ted Bradbury lost second position, and that was as a result of some suspension damage that he picked up, the car crabbing through the final stint of the race, and the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport machine eventually getting through in the closing stages. So that concludes our opening day of racing here at Anglesey. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. 9:30 in the morning is when racing begins. It's almost all sprint racing. We've got one 2-hour race at the end of the day, but the rest of tomorrow's action, all sprint racing. We've got Caterhams, we've got Fiestas, we've got plenty of action coming your way from Anglesey. Be sure to join us again tomorrow morning.